Her Wounded Cowboy. Unforgettable Cowboys, Book 3. Written by Danae Little. Copyright by Danae Little and Little Publishing. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. One Last Ride. Ryder Reynolds couldn't shake that thought from his mind. He knew saying it out loud was bad luck, but he had promised his daughter. He peeked up at her, from under the wide brim of his cowboy hat. She stood in the bleachers in her white and pink cowgirl hat and matching boots. While clutching his mom's hand, Maci waved enthusiastically and blew him kisses. He blew his breath out while catching a kiss and blowing it back. That little girl right there was his whole life. He would do anything for her, including ending a career he loved, bull riding. The thought still sent shivers of horror through him, but a promise was a promise. She deserved a parent at home, and he would give that to her. "Hey, Ryder." Jake Callahan gripped his shoulder. Ryder smiled at one of his best friends. Jake had his back since they were on the college circuit. Though Jake rode broncs rather than bulls, they had hit it off, and always looked forward to seeing each other at the events. "You dreaming about that $1 million?" Jake teased, waggling his eyebrows. Ryder couldn't deny he hoped that he would win the biggest pot he ever had a go at. But he had plenty enough to get by, and Jake knew that. Though having that money would give him that buffer needed to start the business he dreamed of. "Nah, man. Thinking about my Maci girl up there." Jake followed his eyes. "Well, now she is the prettiest cowgirl in those stands." Jake sidled up next to him. "How's she holding up?" "It's been a rough year on her." On both of them, but he wouldn't admit that. "I bet. You hear from Chelsea?" "No, and don't think I will." She made her choice. His stomach went sour with hearing his ex-wife's name. He could understand why she left him, but leaving their daughter? He shook his head. Remembering the release of custody papers she had sent a year ago now, along with the divorce papers, sent his stomach into knots each time he thought about it. The crowd roared and cheered, bringing his attention to the arena. Derek Bodini gingerly eased onto the bull in the bucking chute. The bull Derek had drawn, Colonel Crunch, was one of the top, but Buckeye, who Ryder drew, held the top rank. If Ryder was a betting man, he would bet that this event was down to Derek and himself. Ryder held his breath for the 8 seconds that Bodini rode. Colonel Crunch, aptly named, bucked and twisted, giving a prime performance, and Derek rode him well. Ryder's heart sank into his gurgling stomach as the bell sounded, and Derek easily jumped off, thrusting his hands high in the air. The crowd cheered as Ryder clenched his fists. He had hoped he could leave his rodeo circuit career on top. "That one's gonna be tough to beat," Jake uttered Ryder's unspoken thought. "I've got to get ready," he muttered. A sense of doom hung over him, and he almost turned away from his last ride. The chance at $1 million spurred him on. With that money and the right investments, he could start the business he dreamed of, and be home with his daughter. "Hello, Ryder." Melanie, the rodeo queen, sauntered over, patting her blonde hair thick with hairspray. "Hey, Jake," she said without taking her eyes off Ryder. "Hey, Mel. What trouble are you up to?" Jake's voice didn't disguise his disgust. Ryder's friend had a thing against forward women, especially this one. He watched his buddy for a moment, wondering if the guy would ever settle down. "Me trouble?" Her mouth opened in mock innocence. "I just wanted to give Ryder his glove and bull rope." Ryder patted his pocket where he swore he had stuffed his glove. "Thanks, Mel. I didn't know I had left them." Mel shrugged. "It's why I'm here, to take care of you." She winked as she handed him his gear, slipping her hand off his slowly enough that he noticed her perfectly polished nails. "A little over the top, aren't you, Mel?" Jake narrowed his eyes. "Give the man a break." She flipped her hair, sending an overpowering blast of perfume wafting around them before giving Jake a nasty look. Ryder did his best to hold back the sneeze that wanted to escape. He focused on her heavily made-up face. "Thank you for bringing these to me, Mel. I really need to get ready now." "Always here for you, Ryder," she said from over her shoulder as she swayed her hips while moving on. "That girl is something else." Jake shook his head. You really shouldn't lead her on. Lead her on? I'm just being polite. Ryder shouldered his rope and started toward the bucking chute where Buckeye waited. Jake followed on his heels. With Mel, that's leading her on, and she's one to watch out for. The only girl on my mind is my daughter, and now I need to get into my zone. Good luck, man. You got this. Jake patted his back as Ryder walked toward the narrow chute where Buckeye snorted his annoyance at being locked into the tight space. Give me a good ride today, old boy. Ryder stroked the bull between its eyes. You bribing the bulls now, Ryder? Derek stood over him. A cocky grin stretched across his wide mouth. Ah, come on now, Derek. You worried I might ruin your streak? Ryder teased. I'm not worried. I haven't lost the championship for the last 5 years. Second place is not too bad, champ. He leaned down and smacked Buckeye on the hind end. Give him a good ride, boy. Ryder watched him strut away and did his best to cool the anger that built up inside of him. Just focus, Ryder. He's just jealous you drew Buckeye. Let it go, Hank, Buckeye's handler told him as he readied the bull. Hank brought Buckeye, as well as many of the other elite bulls, from the Foursquare Ranch where he worked. The Foursquare bred the best bucking bulls and would be Ryder's greatest competition should he win this rodeo and start his business. Ryder shook out his hands and took one last glance up at his daughter before focusing on the bull. Yanking on his leather glove, he strapped it on tightly. He zipped his foam vest and straightened his chaps. The crowd quieted while they watched him ease onto Buckeye's back. He rubbed his gloved hand on the bull rope, warming the rosin that would help to keep the rope from sliding out of his hand. Gripping the frayed handle of the bull rope, he handed the tail end to Hank, who tightened it for the best grip possible. Ryder's heart hammered in his chest as he slowly slid forward on the bull until his boots hooked in front of the bull rope. He carefully focused, letting the noise of the crowd drown out. With each breath, he found himself melding with Buckeye, feeling the bull and him become one. For 8 seconds they would be a team to give the audience the best show of the night. When his heart beat with the same pulse as the animal he sat upon, he took one last deep breath and slowly nodded his head. Then Hank cinched up the flank strap on Buckeye, at the same time the gate man released the gate on the bucking chute. Buckeye shot out of the gate with a sideways hop and twist. He reared and then tucked his head to kick his hind legs so high into the air they were almost vertical. Ryder moved with the bucking bull, anticipating each and every move. He had studied the bull for the past week. He knew that after this hind kick, Buckeye would try for a belly roll and twist more to the left than to the right. Ryder rocked with the movement, feeling the joy of the ride, once again amazed at how long 8 seconds could feel. The buzzer sounded, and right then Ryder knew he had won the competition. The ride had been perfect. He smiled as he opened his hand to release the bull rope and jump off, but the rope didn't release. In fact, he couldn't yank his hand out and the bull rope didn't loosen. Still, Ryder didn't panic. He just gripped the bull tighter with his legs to keep from falling off while still attached. That extra pressure broke Buckeye out of character. The bull snorted in anger, twisting and spinning in a chaotic fashion. The bullfighters ran up and tried to wrench off the flank rope, but it didn't pull free either. By now, Ryder's head ached as his neck and body whipped back and forth during the much longer ride. Ryder couldn't help the harried thought that something was wrong. Someone had tampered with his ropes. It wasn't normal for them to stick like this. With one last kick and spin, Ryder's leg grip failed. He spun out of his seat, his hand still stuck in the bucking rope. His body whipped back and forth until a bullfighter finally freed the rope. Ryder was tossed from the bull and landed sprawled in the mud. The wind knocked out of him, he gulped for air, and that action took 1 second too long. Buckeye was on top of him. Ryder tried to scramble away, but he didn't move fast enough. The crunch of his knee under the bull's planted front hooves made a sickening sound. Pain shot through him like a lightning rod, so intense he couldn't contain the scream that gargled from his throat. It didn't last long, for a second later Buckeye's back hoof kicked Ryder directly on his temple. His pain disappeared as the world turned black. Savannah James pushed the hair back from her face as the wind blew through the open window of her car. The cool Wyoming mountain air felt good against her sun-kissed skin. The last few years spent in Florida had been fun, but she missed the cooler weather of her home state. In fact, she missed almost everything about Wyoming. Mountains rose above her, stark white against the brilliant blue of the sky. She sighed as the years she had spent hunched over books into the wee hours of the morning melted off her. Pushing that hard had been worth it, for she had earned her physical therapy degree, which she already had framed and tucked in between layers of clothes in her suitcase. She had many offers for positions in Florida, but since her dad's stroke last year, her parents needed her, and she needed Wyoming. The sun had just fallen behind the mountains, leaving a beautiful pink alpine glow as she pulled up the dirt road to her parents' ranch. Fence rails hung out of place, the ruts in the driveway had grown deeper, and the weeds had taken over the flower beds her mother had always prided herself on. Savannah's heart fell as shock and the overwhelming sense of sadness settled in. At the sound of her car, Louie, their old hound dog, let out a long forlorn howl. Savannah felt like joining him. She shut off the car and sat there, unable to take her eyes off the aging ranch house. How had things crumbled so quickly? She opened her car door and stretched. The last 200 miles had stiffened her back, but she had wanted to make it before dark. She had bent over, flattening her hands on the Wyoming dirt, when the screen door screeched open. "Is that you, Savannah?" Her mom's voice had turned frail. Savannah stood up and peeked over the car. Her mom leaned on a cane on the rickety front porch. Her hair had whitened over the last year. Savannah's heart ached at how much her mom had aged. "Hey, Mom." Savannah rounded the car and lunged up the steps to wrap her mom's frail body into a long hug. "I've missed you." "I've missed you too." She stood back to look at her and wiped away a tear. "Look at how tan you are." One of the benefits of Florida. It will fade in a few months, I'm sure. She took in the new lines in her mom's face, the way her body hunched over, and how heavily she leaned on her cane. "What happened?" "Oh, I fell." "It's nothing. I'm on the mend." Her mom waved it off while screeching the screen door open again to lead them inside. "When did you fall, Mom? Why didn't you tell me?" Savannah's stomach roiled. Had she missed a message? "A few months back. I didn't want to worry you. All those exams were coming up, and I knew you were working hard." "Mom, you should always tell me." Her mom waved like her movement would make the conversation float away on the wind. "Come on, Dad is looking forward to seeing you." "How is he?" "Oh, he has his good days and bad days." They entered the dark house. Dust floated in the small beams of light the crack in the curtains allowed in. It took Savannah a moment to adjust her eyes to the dimness, and her mind to the polar opposite of everything she remembered. Her parents had always been older, but they were spry and active. She had half expected it to smell like homemade bread or cookies like it had when she was younger. Yet the air felt stale and dusty, like they hadn't opened the windows since she had visited last Christmas, no, the year before. Finals had worn her out last holiday season, and then she had to add that winter class so she could finish in April rather than June. "There's my girl." Her father slurred his words slightly. He clicked off the TV and held his hand out to her. "Come. Sit. Tell me about school." "Hi, Daddy." Savannah kissed her dad on the cheek and carefully squeezed him before sitting next to him on the couch. "I'm all done. I am now a certified physical therapist." "I'm so proud of you." Tears filled his eyes, but he blinked them back and ignored them. "I wish your mom and I could have been there to see you graduate." "It was boring anyway," she said, waving it off. Of course she would have loved to have them there, but would have felt horrible if they had tried. The trip would have been too much on her dad, and now she understood, on her mom as well. "I'll go get us something to drink," her mom said and limped out of the room. "Dad, how long has Mom been like that?" she whispered as soon as her mom was out of sight. Her dad's gaze followed where his wife disappeared, and then turned back to Savannah. "Don't you tell her I told you," but she fell back in January on the icy steps while checking on the critters. "What did she break?" "Her hip." He grunted and turned to look out the window, but the curtains blocked the view. And I couldn't help. He kicked the walker next to him with a vengeance, more than just the moment justified. I learned a lot of innovative techniques at school, Dad. I'll be able to help both of you. He nodded, but didn't bring his gaze back to her. His pride had been injured, that Savannah understood and didn't blame him. She set her jaw in determination. She would get her parents back to health and their ranch too. Is Will still coming around? She asked after the family's hired hand, who had been with them for more than a decade now. We had to let him go. Savannah knew by his tone that the conversation had ended. Her mother wouldn't talk of her own tribulations, and neither would her dad talk of his. She had to get the full story from the other. She dropped her head in frustration. Being back home would be quite the challenge. I'm going to help Mom get those drinks. Her dad nodded, and she went into the kitchen. Her mom looked up from the task of juicing lemons as Savannah entered the room. I remember when I would make a pitcher of this every day in the summer. I always loved your lemonade. Can't get anything like it anywhere else. Here, let me. She eased the lemon out of her mom's hand, unable to watch her struggle. Thanks, honey. I'll get it back. Don't worry. I know you will, Mom, and I'll help. She smiled, seeing the pride glowing in her mother's eyes. She had always been such a strong woman. What's going on with the ranch? Her mom sighed, a sure sign she didn't want to talk about it. Without Dad, we had to sell off our livestock. We're renting out the back 40 to the Petersons, but it doesn't cover much. Then she cleared her throat, when I was laid up, we ended up selling most of the other animals. We had to let Will go, and neither of us could get around. Savannah nodded. She needed time to process, so she finished the lemonade, poured some into 3 glasses, and set one in front her mom before sitting next to her at the kitchen table. We might lose the ranch, Savannah. Her mom hung her head. She didn't cry. She never had in front of her, but right now Savannah saw she needed to. I thought it had been paid off generations ago. We had to get a loan to cover medical expenses. Savannah bit her cheeks. Her parents would never admit it, but she knew it had been a hardship to pay for her college, even with the scholarships she had earned. I'll call Roger tomorrow, Mom. We won't lose our ranch. I'll make sure of it. Roger was the family's lawyer, and she knew he would play it out straight for her. The next day, Roger explained the situation. They were 2 months behind on their mortgage, but it wasn't that large of a one. In fact, it was almost exactly as much as her car payment. She loved her car, but not more than her family's ranch. Savannah nodded with decisiveness, and immediately called her best friend. Julie had returned to their small hometown to teach at the elementary school where they had met. She had looked forward to having Julie close by again. Her best friend had always been there for her, and Savannah didn't hesitate to ask her for help. Julie followed Savannah into Casper. Savannah haggled with the salesman until she not only got rid of the large monthly payment for her car, but also came away with a few grand for what she had already paid on it. It happened to be exactly what she needed to pay the 2 months her parents were behind. I'm impressed with your negotiation skills, Savannah, Julie said once they were back in the car. How are you going to get around now? I'll drive my dad's old truck. Mom has her comfy sedan. She can't drive a stick right now anyway. And Dad can't drive at all. This going to get you enough to pay the mortgage every month? Julie eyed her while they sat at the stoplight. I have enough saved up for a month or 2, but I need to find a job. There was more than just the mortgage. Savannah didn't want to think of how much she would need to repair everything. I was kind of hoping you would say that, Julie said with a smile before watching the road as the light turned green. Savannah watched her best friend. She knew that look. What do you have up your sleeve? Nothing. Just Will told me last night that an old buddy of his needs an in-house physical therapist. In-house? Physical therapists don't usually do house calls. She crossed her arms while her friend drove them through the city streets of Casper. Well, if the price is right, I can't imagine what the difference would be. She shrugged. I guess that's so. Who is this old buddy? Well, Julie giggled nervously, it happens to be Ryder Reynolds. Savannah's stomach did a flip, and her heart stopped before kicking up speed. Why did it have to be Ryder Reynolds? Chapter 2. The guttural yell built strength as it erupted from Ryder. It sent his daughter scurrying from the room, and his mom narrowing her eyes. Her hands shoved into her hips as she glared at him. Ryder Thomas Reynolds. There is no excuse for this behavior. I don't care if you can't remember me, or if you can't walk. You will not act like this under my roof. Then take me to my own house. Surely I have one of those. He clenched his teeth, hating the tone of his voice directed at the woman who had been caring for him since his release from the hospital. Oh, you do, but who would be there to take care of you, not to mention your poor daughter who you scare every other minute with your belly aching. I didn't raise such a complainer. She humphed and strode from the room. Maci, come see Grammy. I'll get you some chocolate milk. Guilt ripped at Ryder's gut. He couldn't remember his mom, his house, not even his own daughter. Who forgets their daughter? His head pounded and swam. It whirred so fast and loud that he couldn't think. He reached over to grab the bottle of pain pills his doctor sent him home with. The movement caused agony to spear his knee, wait, not his knee, a chunk of metal that replaced his knee. Right now, he wished he had just died in the accident. His daughter probably would be better off without him. That thought stopped him cold. A deep sense of love clutched at his heart. She didn't deserve his anger. He grit his teeth. Somehow, someway he would fight through this. He would find a way to regain his memory and be there for his daughter. She already lost her mom from what he was told. She shouldn't have to lose her dad too. He swallowed the pill with a gulp of water. If only his knee and head would stop hurting so much, maybe he could concentrate on healing his memory. He hoped the physical therapist that his supposed old high school friend had dug up would help. At least the therapist was willing to come out to the ranch, one less thing he would have to ask his mother for. He heard the vehicle pull up and wished he could get to the window to catch a glimpse before he met the person face to face. Savannah turned off her dad's truck with a sputter in front of the Reynolds ranch. The horses in the corral peeked their noses out and greeted her with snorts and whinnies. She hadn't been there since the party her senior year in high school. A moan escaped her lips. That was not what she wanted to remember right this moment. Leaning over, she looked into the rearview mirror while she swiped a few wayward strands of hair that had blown loose on the drive-over. Less than a week back in Wyoming, and her tan had already begun fading, and freckles popped back out on her nose. She wrinkled it in disgust before scooting out of the truck. Her boots hit the ground, still wet from the recent rains. She smoothed down her slacks and straightened her work blouse, all the while deeply breathing in the fresh spring Wyoming air with a hint of the tangy smell of horses she loved. She hoped it would settle her nerves. She told herself it was just first job jitters, but if she was honest with herself, the handsome cowboy she hadn't seen in 8 years played a role. Yet when she had arranged to come over today, Mrs. Reynolds had told her Ryder had amnesia from the accident with the bull. The thrumming in her chest, as confusion pummeled her. She didn't know whether to be relieved or saddened that he wouldn't remember that fateful day so long ago now. Either way, the nervous flutter continued as she slung her medical bag over her shoulder and slowly made her way to the large covered porch. Just as she reached the steps, 2 dogs zoomed past her with a girl of about 7 squealing after them. When the girl saw Savannah, she screeched to a halt, skidding in the mud. "Hey," the girl said as she wiped the hair out of her eyes, leaving a trail of mud along her forehead. "Hello," Savannah said. She pushed down her surprise. There had been no mention of Ryder being married or having children. Wouldn't she have talked to the wife rather than Ryder's mom? Disappointment unsettled her stomach even as she reminded herself she was only here for a job, a much-needed job. "I'm Maci May." "Who are you?" "It's nice to meet you, Maci May. My name is Savannah James." She held out her hand to the young girl, who took it in her muddy one, giving it an earnest handshake. Savannah did her best not to wipe the mud off on her pants, reminding herself she didn't wear her jeans. "Are you here to see my daddy?" The girl cocked her head to the side and grinned, a small dimple poking in on her right cheek, just like Ryder's. "Yes, I actually am. He won't remember you, ya know." The girl's eyes clouded over. Savannah fought back an instinctual urge to bring the girl into her arms. "So I heard. That must be difficult for you." The door opening on the porch interrupted them, and an older version of Mrs. Reynolds stood there, regal as always. "Maci, don't be bothering Miss Savannah, I mean Dr. James. Go on and finish your chores." "But Grammy," she protested. Mrs. Reynolds narrowed her eyes and hardened her lips, which sent the girl running in the direction the dogs had taken. "I'm sorry. That girl has been half wild since her mom left over a year ago. We've done our best, but she needs stability." She wiped her hands on her apron. "Well, come on in. He seems to be in a decent mood today. Hopefully, he'll take it easy on you." Savannah's heart lurched with a variety of emotions. The poor girl's mom ran out on her. Her dad lay in bed with no memory of her, and her grandma seemed stressed and overwhelmed. Then, of course, she now knew Ryder was single. She pushed the thought back. She had a job to do. "It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Reynolds," Savannah said as she made it up the steps to her. She held out her hand, only to remember the mud on her palm left over from Maci May's little fingers. "Ah, I see Maci got to you. I'll show you the bathroom so you can clean up." Walking into the house sent waves of memories through Savannah. She knew exactly where the bathroom was, for it all happened right there in the hallway. Mrs. Reynolds waited expectantly, so Savannah pushed her memories as far away as she could. She didn't want them to surface once she saw Ryder. Heat traveled up her neck just thinking about it. She washed her hands to distract herself. "I really appreciate you coming all the way out here to do this. With my husband gone and Ryder not able to walk, not to mention drive, I can't get him into town 3 days a week." "That's totally understandable. I'm sorry to hear about Mr. Reynolds." Savannah always had liked the gruff old man. "Yes, it's been a difficult couple of years with losing my husband, then Chelsea dropping off Maci and just taking off." The older woman looked up at her with wide eyes. "There I go talking too much again. Let's get you to Ryder. He's looking forward to being able to use that leg of his again." "I can imagine," Savannah mumbled, thinking of how much this family had suffered in such a short time. It made her count all of her blessings, and reasserted her aspiration to fix up her parents' ranch and help them find their vigor for life again. "Well, here we are." Mrs. Reynolds knocked on the door to what used to be Ryder's room, and still was, she guessed. "Ryder, Dr. James is here to see you." Savannah stepped out from behind Mrs. Reynolds and caught her breath. Ryder lay in bed, his knee raised with a blanket thrown over it. Even in his t-shirt and sweatshorts and almost a decade older, he still took her breath away. His deep brown eyes held hers before taking all of her in, as if he tried to place her. Surely he didn't remember her, if he couldn't remember his mother or his own daughter. The room darkened as if a spotlight centered on the cowboy in front of her, and nothing else. "Please, just call me Savannah," she said breathily. Ryder felt like the air got punched out of him when the doctor stepped out from behind his mom. If he had known the doctor would be a long-legged young filly with such natural beauty it took his breath away, he might have agreed to see a physical therapist sooner. His hands clenched the sheets under him, as he forced himself to focus on the reason she stood in his room. "Oh, posh hun, you paid the price for that degree, and you'll be given that privilege. Right, Ryder?" "Huh? Oh yes. Pleasure to meet you." He held out his hand. The woman seemed to hesitate, before striding over with her hand leading the way. Her long, graceful fingers grasped his, and he couldn't help but notice the starting of blisters on her palms. He wouldn't have thought a doctor would be using her hands for the hard labor required to earn blisters like that. "It's nice to see you again, Ryder." Her clear blue eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. Oh, we've met before? He clenched his jaw. The constant inability to remember people and events they spoke of grated on his last nerve. Dr. James went to school with you. His mom walked to the dresser and picked up a thick folder. Here are those papers. She handed them to Savannah. I'm sorry I couldn't figure out how to email them to you. These will be fine. Thank you. The doctor immediately opened the folder and began reading. Outside, the dogs barked and Maci squealed, the daughter he couldn't remember. He wanted to remember her more than he wanted to walk, but the doctors said they couldn't help with that. I better go check on Maci. Give me a holler if you need anything, his mom said as she pushed her way through the door and disappeared into the hall. That left him alone with the physical therapist, who had pulled up a chair next to the bed and immersed herself in the paperwork. She smelled like the fresh spring air his mom let in every morning. He wondered how he knew her and how he could forget a gal with such a simple beauty. Yet, he couldn't remember his own daughter. He grit his teeth, and the sound sent those startling blue eyes right to his. Are you in pain? She asked, brows knitted. No. I mean yes, he said, not sure how to answer the question. His knee killed him. His head pounded and his heart, it hurt him the worst, but there was no cure for that. You taking those regularly? The doctor nodded to the bottle of pain pills on his bedside table. No, only when I absolutely need to. My head feels stuffed with cotton enough as it is. Those pills make it worse. She watched him as if she calculated every word he had spoken. How well did we know each other? The question popped from him before he could stop it. He despised the fact that he didn't know what past they had shared. A sensation nagged at him, like he should remember something about this woman. She shrugged beautiful thin shoulders. The freckles spattering her nose gave her a sweet innocence, and he couldn't help but wonder if she really was as innocent as she looked. Were we friends? He tried again. You were a few years ahead of me. Her foot bounced on the ground, and her hands fumbled with the stack of papers. Your good friend Will dated my best friend Julie. Will? Ryder nodded. The guy had stopped by last week. Seemed friendly enough. The physical therapist watched him. What had she said her name was? Something that made him think of beautiful rolling hills and freedom. Savannah. Her eyes seemed to fill with indecisiveness, and she chewed on her bottom lip. You two had been inseparable in high school. He played football. You rode in the rodeo. When you left for college, he got a job at a local ranch and went stir-crazy without you, at least until Julie and I graduated. Then they got married. Ryder rubbed his head. His brain felt as if it was being pulled through a winter soggy field. Let's talk about your knee. Savannah cleared her throat, seeming as uncomfortable with the past as he was. He nodded. You had a full knee replacement. I have seen many of these, though not in someone as young as you. She pointed to his knee. May I? Ryder pulled the blanket off his knee, biting back the disgust he felt every time he looked at the ugly, puckered scar down the length of it. Cool, gentle fingers touching his inflamed skin sent shockwaves through him. His eyes shot to her face as she concentrated on manipulating his knee. With your muscular structure. She paused as her cheeks turned a delightful pink. She looked back down to his knee. Your rate of healing should be much quicker, though still just as painful. I like quicker. He didn't mean for his voice to sound as deep and breathless as it did. Readjusting himself to sit straighter in bed, he scrambled to cover the look he knew filled his eyes. I mean, there is so much to do. I can't remember anything, but I have this desperate itching to get onto a horse. You always did. Ryder's heart hammered with the wistfulness that filled her eyes with the words. What he wouldn't give to know his past. Tell me. Though you found the money in bull riding, you loved being on horseback. You melded with your horse canter. The two of you looked like one as you rode. I always wanted to race on canter. She covered her mouth as her eyes widened. When she stood, the chair toppled over. She muttered under her breath as she picked it up and replaced it against the wall. You going? He hated the fear that lined his voice. Yet, she had been the only one who had given him a sense of who he was, rather than repeating memories that he felt no connection with. More than that, she gave him hope that he would and should get through this. I need to go over your reports before I know how to proceed. She tapped the papers under her arm. Oh, he said, staring at her. How often will you be coming out? 3 days a week. Her hand rested on her chest, and he wondered if her heart pounded as his did. I'll see you in 2 days then. He knew he should smile. He knew he should thank her, but all he could do was stare. Maybe he had forgotten how to act around beautiful women too. All he knew was that the next 2 days would crawl by agonizingly slow. Chapter 3. Savannah could barely concentrate on her work the next 2 days. She hit her thumb at least 3 times while repairing the fence. She sliced open her leg while picking up the sheet metal that had fallen off the old chicken coop. The torn pants angered her more than the scratch on her leg. Stupid cowboy. She spat the words out, startling the birds that had been nesting in the tree she rested under. Even though the spring air was still cool, her brow beaded with sweat. She couldn't get that intense look in Ryder's eyes as she left on Monday out of her head. It reminded her too much of the way he looked at her after he had finally kissed her. He had said he would call. He had said he would see her soon. He had said that they would have a life together. Her phone alerted her with the telltale jingle of its alarm. She pulled it out of her pocket to turn it off and lurched to her feet. Time had gotten away from her. She only had a half hour to get to Ryder's, and it was a 20-minute drive. The shower she took didn't last long enough to clean the dirt from under her short fingernails. She sighed in frustration as she pulled her wet blonde hair into a ponytail, grabbed her medical bag, and strode out of her room. Her parents kissed her cheek when she bade them goodbye, her mom asking her to pick up milk on the way home. As she drove to the Reynolds place, she went over the procedures she would go through with Ryder. Focus on the job. Leave the past where it should lie, forgotten. Maci sat on the porch steps with a workbook on her lap and watched her pull up. Savannah? She tossed the book aside and ran up to her. You came back. Well, yes, Maci May. As I will 3 days a week for the next few months, until your dad is riding those horses again. You can get him riding again? We used to ride together all the time. Well, of course. Your daddy will be as good as new in no time. Savannah patted the girl's head as she turned toward the porch. You mean you can fix his memory too? Savannah's heart sank into her roiling stomach. She stopped, turned, and squatted in front of the girl. I can't fix that, sweetie, but don't you worry. His memory will return. You really think so? The girl looked toward the house. He used to say I was his whole world, and when he looked at me, I knew it was the truth. Now his eyes are blank. Savannah laid her hands on the girl's shoulders. Don't you give up on him. Do your best to remind him of how things were. You are still his whole world. He just needs time to remember how to show you. I hope so, she said and kicked at the ground before slowly walking back to pick up her book. What are you working on? Savannah lowered herself to sit next to the now solemn girl. Math. Maci stuck out her tongue. Let's see. Oh, subtraction. Savannah flipped through the book a little. You know, math was always easier for me when I thought about things in real life. What do you mean? The girl looked up at her with those puppy dog eyes so much like her dad's. Well, like this one, 23 minus 19. We had a cattle ranch when I was younger. So I would pretend if we had 23 cows and sold 19 of them, how many would be left for me to feed? Well, that's easy. You would have 4, Maci answered with a grin. Exactly. Savannah winked at the girl. You got this. The girl wrote down the number, and then mouthed the next problem. I have 32 eggs, 27 hatch. How many are still eggs? Maci wrote down the answer and moved on, now focused. You'll have to tell me your secret, Mrs. Reynolds said from the door as she opened it wide to let Savannah in. I've been trying to get her to complete that same page all day. Good afternoon, Savannah greeted, and then looked back at the girl before walking into the house. I remember what it was like to be young. It didn't make sense to me why I had to know something symbolic like numbers. Making things real helped. I'll remember that. She nodded. Ryder is expecting you, anxious to get working on that knee. It will take time and hard work, but his knee will heal. I hope the rest of him does too, she murmured as the ring of a landline echoed from the kitchen. I better go get that. Savannah's heart ached. First Maci, then Mrs. Reynolds. Did Ryder know how much he affected their lives? A stab of guilt pierced her. It wasn't Ryder's fault that he had no memory of them. In fact, it must be difficult for him to have no idea who everyone is. She had to leave the past where it belonged and see him as he was now. When he called her to enter after she knocked on the door, her eyes met those intense deep brown eyes, and she knew trying to forget was useless. Memory loss or not, he still had her heart. Hi, she said, standing lamely in the doorway, her old shy high school personality pushing to the surface. Hey, Ryder said. His eyes didn't mask the way he admired her. Ready to help get this knee working again? Time's a-wasting. That's why I'm here. She swallowed, wishing she could keep focused on just that. Let's start with some initial measurements. She had him bend his knee and measured the angle. Pain in her patience always left her cringing, but seeing Ryder's grimace about did her in. Then a small smirk played at the corner of her lips. Maybe it was deserved that she had to torture him back to health. After all, he had tortured her with a kiss and promises with no follow-through. You like seeing me in pain? Ryder asked. Though his tone sounded as if he teased, his eyes held hers in true wonderment. No, just got lost in a memory. Ah, must be nice. He pulled his gaze away to stare out the window. Savannah put the measurement tool down and rested a hand on his leg. Do you have any recollection at all? He slowly met her eyes. Flashes that leave traces of emotion, but no real concrete images. His eyes bored deep down into hers. Does that make you uncomfortable? Or maybe you pity me? Savannah pulled her hand away at the harshness in his voice. The only thing I pity is that poor bull. He probably broke his leg hitting your hard head. She turned from him to hide the expression on her face as she put the instrument away in her bag. The sound of his laughter, though, brought her jerking back to watch him. His face scrunched as he did his best to hold it in, but soon it burst forth again. It was a laugh that echoed through the house and brought both his mom and daughter running into the room. They watched him with wide eyes and open mouths. Is he okay, Grammy? Maci tugged on her grandmother's shirt. Of course, honey. He just hasn't laughed since his accident. It's been long overdue. A smile tilted up the corner of her mouth. You know, Savannah, Dr. James, I think you're a miracle worker. She took Maci's hand, pulling the child behind her as she left the room, leaving a shocked Savannah and a still laughing Ryder. Even when his mom and daughter came running into the room looking like they had just seen a cow jump over the moon, Ryder couldn't stop the laughter. It sent shockwaves of pain lancing through his head, and still it didn't hamper the mirth that burst from him as if it were his only grasp on reality. Finally, he held his head and took in some deep breaths before looking into the blue eyes of the beautiful doctor. A tentative smile curved her full lips as she handed him his glass of water from the bedstand. You feel better now? She raised an eyebrow. Actually, yes, I do. He took the glass from her, liking the feel of his fingers slipping off hers. It wasn't that funny. She watched him, the unsureness in her eyes only making him want to spend more time with her. Oh, it was. It was the most honest thing anyone has shared with me since I lost everything. You haven't lost everything. She took the glass back and set it on the table. You'll regain the use of your leg. Your head will heal. You still have your family and friends that care about you. Her words shocked him. They stung, and all of a sudden he felt like a bratty child. He didn't like it, but he saw the truth in her eyes. He pushed the sting down. And you, are you a friend? Right now, I'm your physical therapist. She turned abruptly to rummage through her bag. Had he offended her? Her back stiffened, and her lips set in a firm line while avoiding eye contact. She was cute, even upset or distracted or whatever she was right then. She handed him a few pages with pictures outlining exercises. You'll need to do these 3 times a day, even when I'm not here. Ice your knee afterwards every time. Is that an order? He teased. You want to get better? He nodded. Then you won't forget. Now this is the first and most important exercise right now. She led him through the list of exercises, not showing any sign of delight or remorse as he gritted his teeth against the pain. He tried to concentrate on doing each exercise correctly, but his attention kept following her long fingers and the blisters on her palm that were turning into calluses. Her left thumb was bruised and swollen, as if she had hit it with a hammer. In the midst of one of her explanations, he took her hand in his and traced a finger along the reddened skin on her palm, the scratches and the bruised thumb. The action brought her words to a stop as she stared at him with what looked like a mixture of horror and curiosity, but she didn't pull her hand away. What have you done to your beautiful hands? He asked. She stared at him for a moment. The phone rang from the kitchen, and she blinked her eyes a few times before responding. Fixing up my parents' ranch. By yourself? His gut twisted. Why did he feel the desire to help her with that? What? Do you still think a girl can't do ranch work? Her lips thinned, but her eyes still held a sparkle. I could never have had that thought. His mom stormed into the room, already spitting out her words. That was the 3rd time someone has called today, and hung up as soon as I answered. His mom's eyes immediately went to where he held Savannah's hand. The doctor quickly pulled her hand back into her lap and lowered her eyes. His mom's eyes narrowed before she turned back toward the hall. Must just be the wrong number. Sorry to interrupt your appointment. The room hung in heavy silence after she left. I need to get back in my own place, he muttered. You'll get there, Savannah said before focusing on leading him through the next exercises, pretending as if nothing had happened. Where is your place, by the way? She asked several moments later while he continued reps of pushing his knee down against a towel. You don't know? He asked her, wondering again how well they knew each other. I haven't seen you since. Her eyes narrowed as she said the words, but she quickly let the expression go. For 8 years. Oh, he said as he watched her trying to read her mind. Maci will be 8 soon. He barely heard her sharp inhale before she started packing up her case. He wished he didn't have amnesia, and knew why talking about their past made her clam up. Savannah finished storing all of her tools and paperwork before meeting his gaze. She's quite the girl, you know. Yes, she is. He couldn't help the smile that turned up his lips. Just that morning, Maci had come in to read him a story she wrote about a horse. The horse was lame, but another horse helped it strengthen its leg. It ended with them galloping together into the sunset. His fists gripped the blankets under him. I wish I could do more for her, he growled. He felt Savannah's gaze on him, judging more than likely. He raised his narrowed eyes to meet hers, only to find an openness. It's none of my business, Ryder, but children really don't need much more than love, acceptance, and presence. Just be present with her. She picked up her bag and slung the strap over her shoulder. Her blonde hair framed her perfect heart-shaped face. They stared at each other for a few moments. She looked like she wanted to say more, but he wasn't in the mood to pry. In fact, he wasn't in the mood for much at all. His knee hurt, his head ached, and he felt useless. Just be present, she said. What in the world did that mean? I'll ask your mom to bring you an ice pack. Do the exercises again tonight and ice afterwards. Then repeat them again 3 times tomorrow. I'll see you Friday. He nodded, gritting his teeth to keep the angry retort from exploding from his mouth. She left, and he wished his regret would leave with her. These moments of guilt that ripped through him in angry torrents were killing him and leaving wedges between him and everyone he should be caring about, if only he could remember who that was. Savannah left, feeling defeated. Somehow she had brought Ryder to the high of laughing for the first time since his accident, only to leave him so angry he clenched his jaw against the words she could see he wanted to shout out. She took a few breaths before entering the kitchen where Mrs. Reynolds spoke with a dusty cowboy. They both turned to look at her when her steps hit the tiled floor. "All finished?" Mrs. Reynolds asked. "For today. He has a list of exercises to repeat 3 times a day and should ice after each one." Mrs. Reynolds had turned to the freezer and pulled out an ice pack. "Oh, Dr. James. Please, just call me Savannah. I'm actually not very comfortable with the doctor title, and I've known you a lot longer than I've had my degree." "Well, if you insist." "Savannah, do you remember Leroy? He's been working with us since Ryder went off to college." "Yes, hello again, Leroy," she said as Mrs. Reynolds excused herself to take the ice to her son. "Savannah, it's always a pleasure," he said as he took her hand gently, giving it a second look. "You've been working?" He nodded toward her roughed-up hands. "Trying to fix up the ranch. It's been a bit neglected." He nodded. "Let me know if you want some help. I have time in the evenings when I've finished with Mrs. Reynolds." Savannah eyed the man, quickly noticing he still wore no wedding band. He had been a few years older than Ryder, so she hadn't known him well, but in their small town everyone knew just about everyone. "Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate the offer. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what needs to be done. Just let me know. I hear the Petersons are leasing your back acreage." "Yeah, the cattle became too much for my parents after Dad had his stroke. It's a shame. You've got a mighty fine piece of land." "My parents have done their best." She shrugged and fiddled with the strap of her bag. "Well, I'd be happy to help with whatever needs to be done. I've got some men working for me now. We can get quite a bit accomplished." He handed her a card. She arched her eyebrows, impressed at how he had grown his company in the last 8 years. "Very professional." She smiled at his slight shrug. "I'll definitely keep you in mind as I assess the damage." "What damage is that?" Mrs. Reynolds asked as she came back into the room. "Savannah is fixing up her ranch. I've offered my help in the evenings, of course." "That's very kind of you, Leroy." "Well, it's not my ranch. I'm just helping out my parents right now. They'll be on their feet again soon. You're making it yours, and one day it will be by all rights. It was great to see you again, Savannah." He donned his hat and tipped it toward her before turning to the door. "See you tomorrow, Mrs. Reynolds." "Thank you, Leroy." She watched him leave and then turned her brown eyes to Savannah. "Thank you for making these trips out here, and for making my son laugh today." It was shocking, but wonderful to hear his laughter fill the house again. He hasn't laughed like that since. "Before the accident?" Savannah tried to finish the sentence for the older woman, as her eyes glazed over in memory. "No, since his wife left him." She hung her head. "I know he's in a sour mood right now, but try not to hold that against him. The doctor said that it should dissipate as he heals, something about where he got hit on the head." Savannah nodded. Head trauma can alter personalities. Though he had always been a bit more on the serious side. Mrs. Reynolds met her gaze, as if she tried to read her mind, and shook her head. "He needs to get out of that bed and moving. That boy could never sit still, and it's probably adding to his already sour mood." "I'll work on that with him on Friday," Savannah said with conviction. "What better way to get him doing more with Maci?" "Thank you, Savannah. You have been quite the lifesaver." "Just doing my job," she said with a smile and started to head toward the door. "I'm sure you're going the extra mile. Look forward to seeing you Friday, dear." "See you then." She walked out the door, and just as the screen slammed behind her, Maci May came running around the corner. "Did you get him walking yet?" she asked as she panted from the run. "That's going to take time, sweetie, but he's making progress." She bent down to meet the girl at eye level. "I have a plan for Friday, though." Savannah told Maci of her plan to get her dad outside and doing something with Maci. The girl squealed in excitement. She still bounced around and waved ecstatically while Savannah backed up and pulled down the driveway. Watching her jump and wave in her rear view mirror, Savannah realized that her heart had already wrapped around that little girl. How had she gone and got herself attached to Ryder's daughter? Savannah tried to barricade her heart. She couldn't let herself fall for Ryder again, and yet she didn't just want to walk away. Either way, none of this would end well for her. Chapter 4. The next couple weeks passed by quickly for Ryder. He didn't want to admit it, but he counted the days by Savannah's visits. He did his best to control his rages while she was there. Though she still seemed distant and avoided talking about any past concerning both of them, she shared what she knew about him. More than anything, he appreciated that she didn't treat him like an invalid or look at him with pity. In fact, she was quite hard on him. Like now, as she pushed his knee further than it had gone since he became a bionic man. Bursts of white-hot pain shot through him, but he gritted his teeth and focused on the cool hands touching his skin instead. "You need to breathe," Savannah said as she held the stance. He blew out the breath he held, only to suck it back in. Savannah released her hold on his knee with a light laugh. "You know, you should tell me when you're in so much pain you can't breathe. We don't have to push this hard. It shouldn't be a blow to your massive ego." "I don't have a massive ego," he said as he puffed out his chest. "Show me a bull rider who doesn't." She smiled as she wrote down a few notes in his file, and then stuffed the folder into her bag. "Done for the day?" He cringed at the sound of desperation in his voice. "Have you been outside yet?" She arched an eyebrow. She had instructed him to spend at least an hour outside every day, walking on crutches and breathing in the fresh air, well, as fresh as a horse ranch can get. He wouldn't tell her, but he enjoyed being outside amongst the horses. It spoke to him on a deeper level than his memory loss. Being with the horses, especially his, made him feel at home. His mom had told him that the only way she still had the horses was the monthly checks he had sent to her every month to pay Leroy and his guys. He looked over at the family photo on his bedstand, at the older man with an arm draped across his shoulders. His dad. He wished he could remember him. The huge hole in his life where he should fit in opened like an abyss. A father's tough love and sound advice were exactly what he needed right now. A horse whinnied, and he had the instinct that Maci was mounting her horse right now. Leroy had been taking her on rides at his request. Seeing her on horseback made it worth it, and he appreciated Leroy's dedication to his family. "I'll take that as a no," Savannah said, interrupting his reflections, and he realized that he had been lost in thought without responding. "Here." She handed him his crutches and stepped out of the way. He felt a surge of anger at being reliant on such inadequate devices. Yet it was better than the stupid walker he had to use in the hospital, and for the first couple weeks at home. He felt like a silly old man using that contraption. Now he just felt like an invalid. He clenched his jaw to control the rage, and focused on moving toward the beautiful physical therapist who watched him closely. "You know, you just might be able to start trying some weight." Her statement stopped him short. "Really? You willing to try? Are you kidding me? I've been ready since I woke up in that dang hospital." "Then let's do it." She set her bag back down and knelt in front of him. He didn't understand why it made him uncomfortable to have her at his feet, but it did. She took the foot of his injured leg in her hand and looked up at him. "Okay, follow my motions. Land lightly, and I mean very lightly, on your heel. Good. Now roll your foot flat. Use your crutches to hold most of your weight while you shift weight from your other foot to move it. Now roll up off your toes gently." He followed her instructions. Though it sent small jolts of pain up his leg, it hadn't hurt nearly as much as he expected. "Well," she asked, sitting back on her haunches. "Manageable. Let's do more." "I like your attitude, Cowboy." She stood with a smile. "Now let's see that walk all the way down the hall." Savannah critiqued his walk to where his mother waited with the phone in her hand, her mouth open. Well, look at you. His mom's eyes misted with pride. Ryder looked up and smiled at her, enjoying his mom's reaction. Now I wish I didn't have to tell you the news I just received. He stopped abruptly, the movement sending shooting pain up his leg. What news? Savannah laid a hand on his arm. He was unsure if it was for physical or emotional support, but the feeling of her touching him when she didn't have to caused his heart to race faster. He almost forgot the news hanging over him. Your realtor, Melanie, just called. She said your house was broken into. Oh no, Savannah said as she gripped his arm tighter. Ryder felt like he should have more of a reaction, but he couldn't remember his house or what he had in it. He had no attachment to it at all. Do I need to go out there? I would say that you should, son. If nothing else than to arrange for any repair work needed and decide what you're going to do with it. The way you're looking today, you might be able to return soon if you wanted to. His mother's voice fell as she ended the sentence. He knew she probably wondered what she would do all day without him and his daughter to care for. Though his memories hadn't returned yet, he began to feel the love he had for her and his daughter. Being in his own house with some privacy sounded wonderful, but he wasn't sure he was quite ready to leave the ranch yet. Besides, he doubted his beautiful physical therapist would travel 3 times a week out to Casper, and he was getting quite used to seeing her so much. I was planning on processing the garden and planting our summer crops today, but I can put that off. Or you could call a friend? His mother watched him with hope dancing in her eyes. He didn't understand why his social life was such a concern for his mom. He may have had friends, but with no memory of what those friendships were, he just felt uncomfortable around strangers. A friend, Mom? Yeah, like Will. He's always saying to call him if he can help in any way. Ryder gritted his teeth. Sure, the guy seemed nice enough, but the idea of sitting in the car with a complete stranger for an hour and a half both ways, trying to come up with something to say, or hearing stories he can't remember would send him to the loony bin for sure. Will's a great guy, Savannah said, letting her hand glide off of his arm. It's Friday though, and he won't get off work until late this evening. It would be best if you could get there before places closed. Even your realtor said she would meet you there. She sounded very helpful. Maybe she would come pick you up? Mom, I'm not going to ask some lady I don't know to drive all the way out here. Well, of course you know her. Ryder growled low. Just because I used to know someone, doesn't mean I do now. Why don't you get it? He angrily hobbled toward the front door, putting too much pressure on his leg but not caring. He needed his independence. This coddling made him feel like he was going crazy. He crutched down the steps, landing too hard on his injured leg. The jolt sent pain intense enough to bead his brow with sweat. That physical pain he could handle a whole lot better though, than the fact he couldn't remember anyone or anything. Keeping his eyes leveled in front of him, he took in long, even breaths. The anger built up inside of him, and he didn't want to release it on the woman taking soft, purposeful steps toward him. She's just trying to help, you know. Her voice drifted toward him. No judgment nor pity tainted her words, just a simple statement of facts. Of course I know that. She doesn't understand what it's like to be surrounded by friends or family you can't remember. It's hard enough with her and Maci. And me? Her question stopped him, and he found himself searching her unveiled eyes. You're different. He noticed his voice calming, his anger cooling. What does that mean? She folded her slim arms over her chest. I don't feel uncomfortable around you. He stated the words with slow purpose. Why is that? He reached to touch her, but drew his hand back before he did, acting like he was just going for an itch on his arm. You say it how it is. You don't go on and on about the past. You don't expect me to remember anything from it either, and you don't look at me like I'm a sick puppy dog. Well, you aren't sick, and the past doesn't matter. All we have is right now. Exactly. He nodded his head. The thought hit him like the smack of his rear end in a saddle. He wanted Savannah to take him to his house. In fact, he would rather Savannah take him than his mom or anyone else. He knew it would be overstepping boundaries, and they were just getting along. "I see those wheels spinning," Savannah said, her eyes narrowing. "Out with it." Ryder swallowed a laugh and focused on his daughter bouncing on a horse in the corral. She looked so at home up there, like she belonged in a saddle. His legs itched as if they too wanted to be in one. He closed his eyes and could remember the feel of cantering on his gelding. A slow smile spread his lips. "I can remember what it's like to ride." His voice sounded deep even to him with the memory. "That's progress, isn't it?" He nodded. "I will be able to ride again, right?" "I don't see why not. I wouldn't recommend any more bucking broncs or bull riding, but we don't even need to think about that yet." The stab of pain at the thought of no longer bull riding ripped through him. He didn't know why, but obviously it was instinctual. "Is that what you needed to say?" she asked again. He turned to look at her, the sunlight catching in her blonde hair and shining on her freckles. She was a natural beauty, refreshing and full of fire. "No." "Well, I'm not going to keep asking. You can tell me or not, but you're going to walk over to the corral and watch your daughter ride while you do." "Yes, ma'am." He laughed. He didn't know what kind of women he liked before his accident, but this spirited cowgirl made his head spin. They walked slowly, him learning how to regain the use of his leg. He sifted through words until he came up with the right way to ask her the favor. "Do you have more patience?" At his question, Savannah's pace faltered before she quickly recovered. "Not at this time. I just returned to the county." "So you don't have plans after this?" "Actually, I do." Ryder stopped to look at her. "You have a date?" She laughed. "Didn't I just say I just got back to the county?" "Yeah, gather you did, but that could mean a long line of dates." She shook her head. "Just ask. Would you drive me to my house so I can assess the damage? I would pay you the same hourly rate." Savannah bit her lower lip before reaching for the fence they had made it to. "Look at me, Daddy," Maci called out. He nodded at his daughter before turning his attention back to the beauty beside him. "You know, that little girl wants your attention and approval like nothing else in the world." Savannah's words bit like sparks from a hot fire. Ryder watched her, wishing that her statement hadn't sent jabs of guilt and rage racing through him. "And I want nothing else than to remember her," he growled. "But that hasn't happened." Savannah tore her eyes away from him, watching his daughter push the horse faster around the corral. Several moments passed before she spoke. "I'll take you if Maci comes with us, and you'll only pay for the gas." She pushed off the fence and ducked under it to make her way to the girl. "Beautiful riding, Maci. You look like you were born on a horse." "Really?" his daughter asked, and went into an animated discussion of what new skills she had learned. Ryder tensed and released his jaw. How could this woman feel more at home with his daughter than he did? Why did she get under his skin and speak his worst fears like that? He appreciated her direct ways, but sometimes her words burned like a branding rod. The problem was, she was right about just about everything. The worst problem was all he wanted was to be near her, no matter how angry he might get. By the time Ryder, Maci and Savannah all piled into her dad's old truck, Savannah had been kicking herself for agreeing to the trip. What had she been thinking? She had agreed to being stuck in a truck with Ryder for over 3 hours. Yet he really had no other choice, besides calling favors on friends he couldn't remember. Her heart squeezed tight. She couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have no memory of anyone or any of her past at all, especially not of the sweet girl who presently sat between them. "This is exciting." Maci bounced in the middle seat, looking from her dad to her and back again. "We haven't taken a trip together for quite a while." When Savannah saw Ryder stiffen and clench his jaw, she decided to do the asking. "Why is that?" "Oh well, Daddy," she glanced at him before hurrying to continue. was always busy with rodeoing. I pretty much lived with Grammy after for a while now. Savannah squeezed the steering wheel. She knew exactly what it was after, and how a mother could leave such a sweet girl was beyond her. After knowing Maci for only the few weeks she had been visiting, she dreaded the end of the sessions and not seeing the child anymore. Even now she had to push the thought away before her emotions got the best of her. Ryder sat stiffly beside his daughter, looking out the window. Savannah wondered what was going on inside his head at the moment. Why he couldn't just let himself reconnect with the girl confused her. "Can I bring some of my stuff home, Daddy?" He turned toward her, searched her eyes for a moment and then nodded. "Oh good. I've missed my bike. It has a pink basket on the front and tassels on the handlebars. Daddy taught me to ride it 2 years ago. He said I was the best 5-year-old bike rider he knew." Pride sparkled in her eyes. Savannah chanced a glance at Ryder and saw a hint of the dimple in his cheek. There was the glimpse of hope she needed. As they neared the city limits, Savannah handed the directions Mrs. Reynolds had jotted down for her to Maci. "Want to be my navigator?" "You bet." Maci took her job seriously as she read the instructions to her. "Does any of this seem familiar to you, Ryder?" He shook his head. "No, in fact it feels quite claustrophobic." "You never liked living here, Daddy. You use that word all the time, claustropho, whatever. You moved here for Mommy." She covered her mouth and looked straight, not making eye contact with anyone. "Why do you always do that when you talk about your mother?" Ryder asked her gently. Savannah held her breath as she turned down the street his house was on according to the directions. "You always get so mad whenever I talk about her." She looked down at her folded hands in her lap. "Well, I won't get mad anymore. I can't even remember what happened. She just left, Daddy. She got tired of you rodeoing, and I guess she got tired of me too. Otherwise, she would have taken me with her when she went off with that big city guy." Savannah blinked rapidly, not wanting her own emotions to add stress to this conversation that she really shouldn't be a part of. Ryder still sat staring at his daughter, the look in his eyes reminding Savannah of a horse just realizing that it was stuck in a loading chute with no idea of what would happen next. "You passed it, Miss Savannah. It's the blue one with the white picket fence and long driveway." Savannah turned around and pulled up the driveway of an expensive-looking newer home. It was on the largest piece of property on the block. As she pulled down the long asphalt driveway, she noticed that even with Ryder being gone for well over a month, the yard still looked pristine. When they stopped in front of the house, Maci wiggled in anticipation of getting out. "Maci, remember what I said? The house was broken into. I'm not sure what is still there or what is damaged. We have to be safe." "Of course, Daddy. I just want to see if my bike is still there." He touched Maci's face, and Savannah held her breath. It was the first sign of affection she had seen him make with her. "Maci, if it isn't there, I will buy you another one, any bike you want." Maci's lip trembled. "But I want that one. It's the one you taught me on." She threw her arms around him. He looked up at Savannah briefly before letting his arms wrap around his daughter. It took a while for Ryder to hobble to the front door, but he hit the garage door opener his mother had given him from his truck. Savannah quickly made it to Maci's side, unsure of what to expect. Yet as the door slowly raised, it seemed like the room hadn't been touched by the thieves. "My bike?" Maci squealed and ran to the pink bicycle. "Would you mind staying out here with her while I check the inside just in case?" Ryder asked her quietly. "Of course not," she said. As they neared the house, she was glad he had the idea, for the front door windows had been busted. "Be careful. You're not exactly steady on your feet yet." Ryder smirked, his dimple showing itself. "I'll be fine." Savannah watched him slowly walk using his crutches as support, and bit her lip. He was pushing his knee too far at once, but before she could say anything, Maci came pedaling out of the garage. "Watch me," Maci called out while riding around the driveway on her bike. Ryder disappeared into the house. Savannah turned her attention to Maci and praised the girl's skills. She was back in the garage with Maci searching through boxes when a car drove up the driveway. Maci pulled Savannah behind a tall box and peeked out from behind it. "Why are we hiding?" Savannah asked, wondering if the girl trembled, not from excitement but from fear. "I think that's the lady Mommy didn't like. Daddy says she's our realtor, but Mommy said all that gal wanted was Daddy. Now she's the rodeo queen and is always talking to Daddy at the rodeos. Mommy wouldn't like that, but I guess that doesn't matter anymore." "Oh," was all Savannah could get out. Her face had flushed and then something tugged at her heart, something close to jealousy. She couldn't be jealous of the lady, could she? "It is her. Hurry, we have to tell Daddy." The girl pulled Savannah in the door that led into the house, but she stopped just inside the entrance. They had entered into the hall, a long narrow space now filled with disaster. Family photos had been flung onto the floor with what looked like Maci's mom scratched out of each one. Broken glass littered the hallway, and words had been spray-painted on the walls. Savannah craned her neck to read them, "Ride or die." She shook her head. The whole thing sent chills down her spine. She instinctively pulled the shocked girl toward her. "Why would someone do this?" the girl whimpered. "I don't know, sweetie, but I would say they were sick or not in their right mind." She smoothed back the girl's hair as she wondered the same thing. Chapter 5. Ryder stood inside the house in shock. The place was in shambles. Lamps and vases were broken and shattered. Pictures were ripped up with their glass shards littering the wooden floor. He found it odd that every picture of his ex-wife had been mutilated so you couldn't make out her face. He tried to recall what she looked like but came up blank. A sinking feeling filled him. Being in the house felt strange, but when he looked at the walls, the hairs raised on the back of his neck. Words spray-painted and carved over everything read, "Ride or die." What in the world did that mean? Who would break into and destroy someone's home, threatening ride or die? It didn't make sense, and that scared him more than anything. He heard a car pulling up, and worked his way back toward the door, thinking it might be the sheriff he had called before he left the ranch. Yet, a woman stepped out of the fancy car. He could smell her perfume before she even made it halfway to the door. Looking back into the house, he wondered if he had the chance to remain hidden, but one more peek toward the lady and his heart sank. A smile fit for the screen spread across her heavily made-up face, and he knew she had seen him. "Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" The overly sweet voice reached him just as he took a step back, so he shifted his weight and took a step forward instead. "Hello." He clenched his jaw, wishing he could remember something, a name, a memory with her, anything. "That's not the greeting I expected." She closed the last few feet between them. Ryder couldn't believe the amount of makeup the lady wore, or the fancy clothes and high-heeled shoes. It struck him as odd, and her nearness made him uncomfortable. "What's with the old truck?" The lady giggled. "I didn't see you as one to scrape by with an old beater." She reached out to touch him, but he felt frozen and trapped in another world. "It's mine," the soft but firm voice said from behind him. He turned to see Savannah carefully navigating through the broken glass with Maci on her heels, hiding behind her legs. "Oh, I see," the lady said, and he noticed an unpleasant shift in her voice. "Well, hello, Maggie May. You don't need to hide from me. We're old friends, aren't we?" This has been a traumatic visit for Maci. Savannah eyed the other woman with barely held-in contempt, a fact that sent Ryder's heart pulling for her. Ryder watched the whole scene as if he wasn't a part of it. He couldn't seem to grasp the situation and his role in it. "Ryder, you going to introduce me to your friend?" The lady's voice had sweetened to a fake intensity that sent him wanting to flinch from its high pitch. Savannah took one look at him and then stepped forward. "I'm Savannah, and you are?" "Why, I'm Melanie. I'm sure Ryder has told you all about me." "Actually, he hasn't." Savannah crossed her arms. "Oh well," the lady said hesitantly, losing her perfect smile for a moment. "Ryder has amnesia." As Savannah said this, she searched his eyes. He nodded to show her his appreciation, because at the moment, he had no idea how he should be reacting. Oh, it's starting to make more sense now. He disappeared off the face of the earth after that last bull ride. I went to visit him in the hospital, but he had already been transferred. No one said anything. I'm the one who called his mother. It took some digging to find her number. Savannah glanced at him again. Should he say something? What though? Thank you. I know Ryder appreciates you for letting him know about the house. Savannah saved the day again. And who are you again? You seem to be doing all the talking for Ryder. I'm. Savannah started, but seeing her falter, Ryder leaned closer and wrapped an arm around her. The look she gave him caused the whole world to disappear. That is until another car pulling up distracted them all. Oh good, the sheriff. Now we can settle all of this and go home. Ryder sighed, feeling quite at ease with his arm around Savannah. This is your home, Melanie said, giving him a strange look. Yeah, he reached up and scratched the scruffy beard he had let grow in. I'm staying with my mom right now. Not quite up to par yet. I can set up home care for you, and a cleanup crew, a cook, and whatever you need. There is no reason for you to be confined to your mom's house. A cleanup crew and glass installers would be great. He looked up just as the officer approached. Thank you for coming, officer. I heard you had a break-in. Is anyone hurt? The deputy pulled out a notebook, but one hand kept close to his holstered gun. No, sir. No one was home, Ryder answered, feeling more at ease with the man's addition and with a purpose. When did this break-in occur? I'm not sure. I haven't been home for quite some time. Months, Daddy. Like more than 6. Maci poked her head out to whisper. Yes, a long time. My realtor here, he nodded toward Melanie, called today to let me know. The deputy turned to Melanie, and Ryder saw his eyes shine in appreciation for her beauty. It all seemed fake to him. What brought you here, miss? Melanie. She held her hand out. I'm Mr. Reynolds' land manager. I stop by every couple of weeks to make sure the landscaper and others are doing their jobs and keeping the place up to standards. They spent the next hour taking the deputy through the destroyed house. He took pictures and wrote notes. Ryder had no idea how to answer all of the officer's questions, but it seemed Melanie had an answer for everything. Had he really known her that well? By the time the officer left, Maci had packed her bike and 2 boxes into the back of the truck. Maci waited in the cab of the truck, nodding off against Savannah's shoulder. Ryder wanted to be in the truck with them, but Melanie kept a steady conversation going. Finally, the pain in his leg became too much. Melanie, I appreciate you arranging everything. I really need to get off my leg now. It's been a long day. Oh well, I can clear off the couch so. They're waiting for me in the truck. I need to go home. This is your home, Ryder. Not in some small ranch town with your mom and a ranch girl who is driving you around in an old clunker. I don't mean any disrespect, but I know where I belong. You and I. Melanie paused. For a moment she actually seemed unsure of herself. We were dating. Ryder couldn't stop his jaw from dropping, though he hastily closed it. I do apologize, but I have no memory of you. She reached out and touched his arm, letting it slide down to his hand. I can help you remember. Why don't you send them on? I can bring you back to your mom's tomorrow if you still want to go. Ryder, leaning heavily on his crutches, back toward the truck, his heart racing. Sure, the gal was pretty in a heavily made-up way, but he didn't know her. It doesn't feel right. We'll catch up later. Always the gentleman. She stuck her lower lip out in a pout. I know your number now. We'll catch up soon. He nodded and hobbled as fast as his throbbing knee would let him. That lady scared him more than the person who had destroyed his house. Shivers of apprehension traveled down his spine as Savannah drove them away from the place Melanie called his home. Chapter 6. Savannah had so many questions racing through her on the drive home, but it really was none of her business, so she kept quiet. She couldn't quell the feeling of rightness, though, as she drove back to their small hometown. Maci now slumped against Ryder, who wrapped an arm around her. Luckily, her Grammy had the foresight to send her with food which she had eaten while they had waited for Ryder to finish talking. Ryder shifted with a groan. He reached out toward his knee with his free hand. "You shouldn't have been on it that long." "Well, I don't see that I had a choice." He shrugged. "You can act tough now, Cowboy, but you won't be tomorrow. You'll need to stay off it for a few days and ice like crazy." In technical terms, what does like crazy mean? Savannah glanced at him just as the headlights of a passing car went by, just in time to see that dimple in his cheek. It made her remember how good his arm around her had felt back at the house. The movement had shocked her and Melanie, she could tell, but once that shock wore off, she couldn't deny how right it felt. She couldn't go there. Every time she thought about it, she remembered those months of heartbreak after he left. Months she had waited for him to call her. Until finally Julie had told her he was getting married. Married. Her heart still seized when she thought about it. She had never understood why it had been called a broken heart until that moment. Then she felt the cracking, until all that was left of her heart were shattered pieces that never really did fit back together. She had tried dating, but no one had ever made her feel even close to what she had felt for Ryder. She passed it off as she just didn't like city boys, telling herself she would find a cowboy once she returned home. Glancing at Ryder, she never could have imagined the first cowboy she saw would be the one who made her feel whole, and yet could never be hers. "Thank you for doing this for me." Ryder broke the silence as they entered town. "I do plan to pay for your time. It took a lot longer than I thought. You filled up my truck. That's good enough." She kept her eyes forward, not that she could see him with just the dim dashboard lights. "Please, Savannah. Let me pay you. I went over my accounts the other day. I have plenty, and I know times are hard on your family. It's nothing I can't handle." She stiffened. "Besides, you don't pay friends for favors." Ryder turned toward her. She could feel the intenseness of his gaze. "Is that what we are? Do you consider us friends?" Something akin to hope filled his voice, and as much as she never would show him, she did have empathy for him. She shrugged. "Sure. Savannah, I'm caught in a difficult time right now, but There's nothing to worry about, Ryder. We're good." She really didn't know what he was going to say, but she could see it going one of two ways. One way, she would get her heart broken right then, and the other would end in a broken heart eventually. Neither one did she want to go through. When they pulled up into the Reynolds ranch, she carried Maci inside. Tucking the sleeping girl in bed, her heart tugged. She took an extra moment to watch Maci snuggle deeper into the covers and murmur in sleep. Without thought, she bent forward and kissed her on the forehead. It was then Savannah heard movement at the doorway. Ryder stood there watching her, a peculiar and intense look in his eyes. Savannah caught her breath, feeling like she had been caught doing something she shouldn't have. Ryder ducked his head, and then winced as he crutched his way to his room. Mrs. Reynolds came in behind him. "That took longer than expected," she whispered. "Yes, it did. It wore everyone out." Savannah took one more look at the sleeping girl. "I see that. She's quite the girl, isn't she?" "Yes, I can imagine she can wiggle her way into even the hardest of hearts." Then Savannah glanced toward Ryder's room. "I should check on his knee. He was on it too much today. He's quite the man too, you know," Mrs. Reynolds said, a shining glint in her eye. "He needs to ice it too." Savannah chose to ignore the comment, at least with her words. Her face felt on fire, and she was sure her cheeks had pinked up quite nicely. Mrs. Reynolds chuckled. "I'll get the ice. You go on ahead." Then she turned toward the kitchen, giving Savannah the time she needed to collect herself. After calming her nerves, she knocked lightly on the closed door. "Yeah," Ryder called out in a voice full of exhaustion. Savannah peeked her head in. Oh, I didn't expect you to still be here. He pushed himself up slightly in bed. He had already changed out of his clothes and lay in bed clad only in shorts. Savannah did her best to avoid looking at his strong pecs and washboard stomach, but they kept pulling her back in. I just wanted to look at your knee real quick. Your mom is getting some ice. I'm hoping you didn't damage it by pushing too hard today. I'm fine, he said, his voice now sounding amused. You act like you haven't seen a man without a shirt on. Heat filled Savannah. She felt it racing up her neck and into her cheeks where it set fire in her eyes. She stared right at him. On second thought, I'm sure you are fine. Ice yourself several times a day. I'll be back for our appointment on Monday. She turned on her heel abruptly. Savannah, Ryder started, but embarrassment fueled her steps. She hastily escaped, before having to run into Mrs. Reynolds and explain her sudden departure. Anger coursed through her, but if she was honest with herself, it was more embarrassment, for she hadn't seen Ryder without his shirt on for a very long time. His muscles had grown into hard-packed beauty that she couldn't tear her eyes off of. Even now, heat still filled her cheeks. Thank goodness she had 2 full days until she had to look him full in the face again. Chapter 7. Ryder ground his teeth and held back a growl of frustration. Ever since the day Savannah had driven him to his place, she had seemed to do just about anything to avoid being alone with him. That entire weekend he had planned what to say to her, how to ask her what he wanted to, but she never gave him the chance during his next appointment, nor during that whole week. Instead of the alone time with her that he craved, she invited Maci to join them for every session. He loved his daughter and grew more and more attached to her by the day, but her constant chatter during his appointments with Savannah began to frustrate him. Is it giving you pain today? Savannah asked, her sweet voice lined with concern. He shook his head. The only pain he felt was not in his knee. In fact, after it recovered from the long day at his house, the pain had seemed to lessen daily. Let's go for your walk, Daddy. Why don't you run ahead? We'll catch up, he pushed, hoping even for a single moment alone with Savannah. I could set out little things for you to find, like a scavenger hunt. The girl bounced up on her toes. That's a wonderful idea, he said, a spark of hope building within him. Maci squealed as she ran out the door. Savannah smiled as she put everything back in her bag. I wish I had her energy. She closed the bag and stood, waiting for him. You and me both. His voice sounded heavy as his throat went dry with nerves. You seem to be having more though. Maci tells me that you are walking around the ranch a lot more now. The walls are quite boring to stare at. He swallowed as he pushed up to his feet. Savannah, The phone rang from the other room, momentarily distracting him. He tried again, but her blue eyes finally met his, and all the words he had practiced for the past 2 weeks flew out the window. Ever since you drove me to my house, I have been thinking. Ryder, you have a phone call. His mom entered the room, holding the cordless house phone. Ryder's jaw hurt from the strength of clenching his teeth, as he bit back the angry words that threatened to rip from him. He wasn't about to go back to yelling again. His frustration came from more than being interrupted during the one moment he finally got to be alone with Savannah. He also feared who would be on the phone. Melanie had called several times in the last 2 weeks. Each and every conversation had been awkward. She had plenty to say, but he struggled with any response. He wanted to ask her not to call anymore, but with her caretaking his house and scheduling all the repairs, he also didn't want to upset her. He took the phone, his eyes never leaving Savannah's, and blew out a breath before saying, Hello? Hi, Ryder. It's Will. Hi, Will. Ryder sifted through what little memory he had. Will, his buddy from high school, and as Savannah widened her eyes in curiosity, he remembered. Will was married to Savannah's best friend. Hey, buddy. Julie and I wanted to invite you over for a barbecue Saturday night. Oh, a barbecue? I'm not driving yet. The idea of getting together with a bunch of people from his past that he couldn't remember sent his heart racing. He sat back down on the bed. We figured that. Which is why Julie is calling Savannah right now, asking her to pick you up on her way. It's not going to be big. Just the four of us. No stress. Oh, just the four of us. He looked up at Savannah, all of a sudden feeling a twinge of excitement for the idea. Well, Savannah is actually here right now. Oh, really? Savannah's there? The hint of amusement and suggestion in his voice actually made Ryder wish it was more than just for an appointment that she was there in his room. Even now, with him able to get around, Savannah said the bed made the treatments easier, and he didn't mind her in there. Not that they had been alone anyway. Hold on. Julie wants to talk with her, Will said. I'll see you Saturday, Ryder. See you then. He handed the phone to Savannah, whose brows knitted together. Julie wants to talk to you. He watched her as she talked to her friend. He could tell that she chose her words carefully, eyeing him from time to time. His palms started to sweat, and his heart raced as he listened to her, hoping she would say yes. Not that he was excited to spend an evening with friends he couldn't remember, but the idea of getting Savannah alone for the drive there and back, and being with her all night, socially, made the rest all worth it. When she hung up the phone and handed it back to him, she searched his eyes. How do you feel about this? She asked. This? Ryder choked out the word. Did she mean them, this? The barbecue. I know it's hard on you to be around people you don't remember. He shrugged. What do you think? I think it would be good for you. You can't stay holed up here for the rest of your life. She sat next to him on the bed, her eyes filling with empathy. It's been over a month, and your memory hasn't returned. You might have to. She looked down at her hands and then back to him. It might be a good idea to move on, start anew. Start anew. He repeated, reaching out for her hand. I like the sound of that. Not that it didn't bother him that he couldn't remember things, especially his daughter's first steps, first words, or his dad, but somehow, sitting here next to Savannah, it didn't seem all that bad to have no memory of the past. The innocent, open look in her eyes pulled at him, but once again the phone ringing brought him out of the trance. What is with that dang thing lately? He growled, glaring at the phone in his hand. The ringing stopped and the phone he held said, in use. Savannah laughed, a beautiful sound that brought his attention away from the phone and eased his frustration. You're loved, always the popular guy. I was, he asked, not believing it. You bet. His mom's footsteps padded down the hallway again. He groaned, not keeping the sound in this time. If it's that realtor again. It's not her, his mom said as she nodded toward the phone in his hand. But you might think about charging up your cell phone. I'm starting to feel like your secretary. She patted his arm and smiled at Savannah before leaving the room. Ryder clicked on the phone, and he heard his mom hung up the other line. Hello? Hey Ryder, it's Jake. How's it going, bro? Jake? Ryder shook his head. It wasn't a name he was familiar with. Mel told me she saw you and gave me your mom's number. Still no memory. Sorry, man. Thank you, he said as he felt the irritation filling him. What kind of protocol was there for dealing with people who remember you, but you can't remember them? I'm not sure how this all goes, but we were good friends on the circuit. You had my back and I had yours. The words unsettled Ryder, though he couldn't place why. He remained awkwardly silent, unsure of how to respond. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know I was here if you needed anything. It's getting into the busy months, but if you need something, just holler. You'll have my number in your cell, or I could give it to you now. I'll charge my phone up. I'll be close to you in 2 weeks, have an event in Casper. I could stop by on my way out and say hi. The guys are all asking about you, even that bugger Derek. He's bucking mad that you won that title, and the money even though you had the accident. That was one crazy ride, bro. I won the event before I was injured? Yeah, man, You didn't know? I need to catch you up, brother. Tell me I can come visit after Casper. Maybe. Give me a call as it gets closer, Ryder procrastinated, wondering how to get out of what sounded like a very uncomfortable situation, and yet a large part of him was interested in his life in the rodeo. His mom couldn't tell him much, and Savannah, the only other adult he spoke to, didn't know about any of it. Sure thing. You got this, just another bull to ride. Ride or die, right? Call soon. The line went dead, and Ryder just looked at it. What's wrong? Savannah took the phone from his hand, listened to it, and then shut it off. That was a friend from the rodeo circuit. He stared straight ahead, unsure of what to make of it all. Jake? Anything come to surface? He shook his head. He seemed nice enough. He's going to be at a rodeo in Casper in a couple weeks, wants to visit. That's nice. She paused and touched his hand. Does that scare you? Scare? Nah. He sat up straight. Yet trepidation did fill him. It all flashed then. The words painted all over his house. He widened his eyes in realization. What is it, Ryder? He ended the call with ride or die. Ryder watched the slow dawning cross her face before she grasped his hand. Do you think he's behind the break-in? I'm not sure. He sounded normal, and whoever did that was not okay in the head, you know. Yes, I know. She nodded. Could there be a motivation for him? Without my memory, I have absolutely no idea. Whoever broke into my house obviously hated my ex-wife. He wiped down his face and scratched at his beard. He needed to shave. Maybe your mom knows this Jake guy, Savannah asked. Let's go find out. He rose slowly, grabbed one crutch, and hobbled down the hall. You're getting better at that every time I see you. Does that mean I can get rid of the crutch? He stopped, and Savannah almost ran into him. If you feel ready, I say let's do it. He could feel her words blowing against him. If I can tolerate walking, how long until I can ride? One step at a time, cowboy. She laughed and gently pushed past him. Savannah took calm, discreet breaths as she walked with Ryder out to find Maci. She was glad his mom hadn't been able to help much, except to confirm that Jake and he had been close, that Ryder had talked about him a lot. All Savannah had been able to think about was being inches from him, smelling his forest scent, and feeling the heat pouring off his body. She thought about what she had promised Julie for the next day. She knew Ryder needed to get out, but it had taken so much work to avoid being alone with him these last 2 weeks. It would all be for naught when she picked him up tomorrow, on what just might as well be called a date, not that she would ever admit that. Daddy, look. Maci came running over with a paper in her hand. A rodeo. Here in town. It even has events for kids. They won't let the girls ride bulls, but I could barrel race. Please, Daddy. I want to rodeo like you. Savannah's heart ached for the girl who wanted to be just like her daddy. She remembered when she first wanted to ride in a rodeo. Maci, racing isn't something you can just decide to go do. You have to learn skills and practice. Savannah watched Ryder, wondering if memory returned or if some things were just so innately woven in him that it was impossible for him to forget. I can learn, and I will practice. Maci squeezed her hands together as if in prayer. Ryder hung his head. Maci, I appreciate you wanting to rodeo, but I can't help you yet. Maybe next year. But Daddy, Maci said, her lower lip trembling. I'll teach her. Savannah's words shocked her as much as it seemed to shock the man next to her. You will? Both Maci and Ryder asked at the same time. Yeah, I used to barrel race. She shrugged. Wow. Really? Maci said. Yay? I'm going to tell Leroy. She ran off toward the barn. You did? Ryder looked at her in shock. In high school. Once I moved to Florida, I packed in too many classes to have time to even think about racing. I wasn't the best, but I know enough to teach Maci. A small warning reminded her of all the work needed on her parents' ranch, but she shrugged it off. I'll pay you the going rate for lessons. Ryder nodded. Why are you always trying to pay me for friendly favors? Because I have the money, and I don't want to take advantage of you. You are very giving with your time, and with Maci. I like her. She's a great kid. She is. Not sure how I got so lucky. Savannah didn't wonder. He may not fully remember his daughter, but she could see him being a great father nonetheless. What she did wonder was why she kept making excuses to stay in Ryder's life longer. Ryder's heart pounded when he heard Savannah's old truck pull up. She was a few minutes late, and that wasn't like her. He had feared she wouldn't show. He limped over to Maci, who was cuddled up with his mom on the couch watching a movie. Getting around without his crutches actually took longer than using them, but the sense of freedom made up for it. Have a good night with Grammy, sweetie. He kissed her head as she stood on the couch to give him a hug. We're watching a cartoon movie. Have fun on your date with Miss Savannah. It's not a... The knock on the door stopped him, but it made him wonder. Was this a date? Enjoy your time out with friends, son. This is good for you. His mom stood up and kissed him on the cheek. Thanks, he said, feeling like he had just raised his gelding. Don't keep her waiting, and here. His mom handed him the flowers in the vase on the table. Mom, it's... Just give them to her and don't hurry home. Enjoy yourself. It's not as bad as you think. She laughed. Ryder smiled and pulled at his shirt collar, feeling odd in something besides a t-shirt and sweats. He started toward the door when the phone began ringing. I'll get that. You just go on. Thanks, Mom. He smiled at her and then one more time at Maci, who waved before turning her attention back to her show. As he reached for the door handle, he heard his mom say, "Oh, hello again, Melanie. I'm sorry, Ryder is out right now." The name spurred him through the door, and he quickly shut it behind him before even saying hello. That eager to get out, huh? Savannah eyed him with a wry smile, but then she looked at him closer, and he thought he saw a blush creeping into her cheeks before she turned toward the truck. Good evening, Savannah, he remembered to greet her. He listened to see if his mom would race after him. When he didn't hear the door, he sighed and slowly followed Savannah, who was opening the truck door for him. Hey, shouldn't it be the other way around? That would be a bit ridiculous in our situation, wouldn't it? She raised an eyebrow. He finally looked at her, realizing that she had left her hair down. Her flowy blouse billowed around her, calling even more attention to her hip-hugging jeans. Wow. She rolled her eyes and started to walk away. Oh, these are for you. He handed her the flowers. Savannah bit her lower lip before reaching out to take them from him. Thank you, she whispered and breathed them in. The look on her face made him happy that his mom had shoved the flowers in his hand as he left. They climbed up into the truck and were a mile or two down the road before Ryder swallowed and spoke. So Will and I were buddies in high school. He dated Julie during that time too? Yep. We're 2 years younger than you two, and they didn't start dating until your senior year. So did the four of us hang out all the time, he asked. He had been wondering this for a while, but never seemed to find the right moment to ask. Savannah focused on the road. He almost repeated the question, thinking she hadn't heard him, but then she licked her lips and spoke. Not very often. You were busy. She smirked a little. Busy? Like with the rodeo? More like the rodeo queen. A laugh bubbled up from her, though it sounded strained. Oh, I see. He rubbed his now smooth cheeks. Did I have a thing for rodeo queens or something? He muttered his words, but Savannah obviously heard him. Was your wife one as well? Ex-wife, a woman I don't even remember. Not that I heard, but who knows? Who else are you talking about? She glanced at him before returning her attention to the road. My realtor. Oh, her voice faltered for a moment. You have a thing for her? No, I don't actually. Now at least. Now, she asked. She said we were dating before? Oh, I see. Savannah's shoulders slumped as she kept her eyes on the road. Then she shoved her shoulders back and said, "That's nice." Is it? Her reaction at first gave him hope. She's nice, but I don't really think she's my type. Your type? Savannah glanced at him before looking back at the road. She's pretty and chic and perfect looking all the time. Yeah. Weird, huh? Savannah glanced at him again before bursting into a fit of laughter, which broke the tension, allowing them to ease into the night. Anything I should avoid talking about tonight? Savannah eyed him as she pulled up into the driveway of a cute little house in town. It had a large yard, but it still felt closed in to Ryder. Just be yourself, Ryder. I know this is hard for you, but even if you don't remember Will, you will find the same qualities in him that drew you two together in the first place. What if he's a rodeo queen? He's no rodeo queen. I think this will be much easier than you fear. She laid her hand on his. Their eyes met for a moment. Then she pulled her hand off and slipped out of the truck. He clambered out of the truck himself, hoping Savannah was right. Yet right now, the way his blood pulsed and pounded, it wouldn't matter if he couldn't stand the guy as long as Savannah was near. Savannah smiled while she watched Ryder and Will. They had hit it off, just like old times. As the night progressed, she could feel Ryder relax. Yet she felt Ryder's constant gaze, which deepened every time their eyes met, putting her heart in a perpetual race. It seems he has his eyes on you again, even after all these years. Julie nudged her as they walked into the kitchen to grab the dessert. The poor guy doesn't know his past. He has no idea what he really wants. Savannah shrugged. You haven't told him about? No, and I won't. He doesn't need to know, and I don't need to remember. It took me years to get over that. Oh, you're over him? Her friend chided her. I've never heard of you seriously dating anyone while you were in college. Well, I was busy, and Florida guys are different than Wyoming cowboys. That's the truth, but still no excuse. Julie looked at her. He's obviously into you. Why don't you just let it happen? And then go through that loss once again when his memory returns? She shook her head. No thanks. So what? You just going to abandon him once his knees all healed? I'm not abandoning anyone, and I kind of just committed myself to training his daughter to barrel race. Savannah toed the ground, unable to look her friend in the face. Just like I thought. You're finding excuses to stay around? No, I'm not. I actually really like the girl. She's pretty amazing. Sure. Julie handed her 2 plates full of strawberry shortcake, and then picked up 2 herself. You just call me once you two kiss again. You're not listening. Savannah rolled her eyes. Oh, I am. In fact, I'm listening to you better than you're listening to yourself. Savannah followed Julie out to the deck where the guys were lounging, enjoying an early summer night. She couldn't help but breathe in the fresh mountain air, once again grateful for being back home. Yet her best friend's words played in her mind. Was she not listening to herself? Ryder smiled in appreciation as she handed him his dessert plate. His long fingers traced off hers as he took it, and his eyes, dark chocolate brown, held onto her with a depth that wouldn't release. So, are you back in town for good now, Savannah? Will's words tore her away from the gaze that had held her hostage. I sure hope so. I have to find a job, though. Hopefully, I won't have to commute too far. You have a job? Ryder's words sounded deep, almost possessive. Of course, she laid a hand on his shoulder before taking her seat next to him. I'll need full-time employment in order to stay here long-term and hopefully get my own place. Parents driving you nuts? Julie asked. The air in that house is so stale now. All they do is mope around. It's suffocating me. Ryder watched her intently, and she felt like she could read his eyes. He wanted to know why she never shared this with him. Would you want to stay on their ranch? Will asked. I have a buddy that builds small cabins at a fair price. Maybe. Eventually. Right now, there is so much more to do to get the ranch up and running again. I don't have the finances for a big project like that. Savannah wouldn't meet Ryder's eyes. His gaze was too intense. Why did she feel guilty for not sharing this information with him? He was her patient. You didn't share personal woes with a patient. When Ryder released his gaze from her to turn toward Will, she felt let loose, but in a way that made her flutter as if lost and floundering. What do you consider a fair price? Ryder asked Will. Well, it depends on the size, of course, but he does great quality work and beats any of those big companies that come in from Casper. Ryder, Savannah half whispered in a warning. What? He held up his arms in innocence. You think I'm happy living in the same house with my mom? Well, no, but you have a house. In Casper. I never understood why you moved out there. Will shook his head. You hate the city. That's what Maci tells me too. Couldn't stand it. Sure, it was fine and dandy when you had your rodeos, but when you told me you were moving there, I knew that gal got you. That gal? Ryder asked. Yeah, your ex-wife. I knew you had your responsibility to her and all, but the city? How did you ever manage that? According to my daughter, I wasn't home much. Savannah watched Ryder move his gaze toward the snow-covered peaks glowing in the moonlight. Well, you are now. Just like you promised. Will leaned back into his chair. What do you mean? Ryder brought his eyes back to his friend. Well, I mean you promised your girl that the ride you had your accident on would be your last ride. I did? Yeah, Will said with a nod. Who else knew about that? Savannah asked, her heart pounding. Could the break-in be about that? Only a few, I'm sure. You're not a big talker. Plus you had this crazy notion it was bad luck to call it your last ride, guess not so crazy. How about some coffee? Julie asked, taking the plates from everyone. I'll help, Savannah said, knowing that Julie wanted to talk. Once they were in the kitchen, Julie started the coffee and then turned toward her. What's with all of this? There was a break-in at his house in Casper. And that makes him paranoid about who knew it was his last ride? It was not a normal break-in. The person trashed the place, scratched out his wife's picture, and left graffiti all over the place. Ex-wife? Graffiti? Julie furrowed her brows. The same phrase over and over, ride or die. That's freaky. Exactly. Savannah twirled her hair in thought. It makes me wonder if someone is upset he was going to stop riding, but who could that be? Who would benefit from him continuing to ride? It sounds like some TV drama to me. Julie took out 4 mugs. Wait, didn't he win that last event? I'm not sure. I think he did, and I believe the prize was $1 million. Really? Savannah felt her heart hammer. That was a lot of prize money. Was that why he kept trying to pay her more? She shook her head. This wasn't about her. Do you think someone is after the prize money? Someone is definitely after something. I hope you get that knee of his in shape soon. He might need to be fully healthy if this person catches up with him. Savannah swallowed and nodded. She hadn't thought about the person following him to their small town, but with the idea, her first thought was of Maci. They had to figure out what was going on before the trouble affected that precious girl who had already had too much to deal with in this life. Chapter 8. Ryder had noticed the change in Savannah during dessert. She had seemed almost protective of him. The irony made him smile, though he couldn't deny it felt good. He couldn't tell from one moment to the next if she might be interested in more or not. Something stood between them. He could feel that, but had no idea what it was. Maybe it was because she didn't want a broken man. And he felt broken and tainted. As they drove back to his house, he wanted to talk with her, wanted to see if he could get past that invisible wall, but something stopped him every time he went to open his mouth. So you glad you came? Savannah asked. Maybe the heavy silence had become too much for her as well. Yeah, Will's a great guy. I can see why the old me liked him. And the new you? She chuckled. Yeah, I like him too. He laughed and eased back into his seat. Whenever they talked, the world just seemed to right itself. Thank you. My pleasure. He turned to look at her. Really? Sure. You two were so close in school and Will's been missing you. He watched her closer. Is that all? How about you? Oh, I had fun too. It's always wonderful to hang out with my best friends. Ryder wondered if he was included in that best friends part. Yet if she did consider him one, why didn't she share things about herself? Savannah? She kept her eyes focused on the road. Why? He shook his head. How bad are things at your ranch? Her hands tightened around the steering wheel, and she let out a long breath before she answered. It will be fine. I'm handling it. It's not something you should have to do alone. My parents are both laid up right now. My dad's recovering from a major stroke, and my mom broke her hip this winter. They'll mend soon. Ryder clenched his jaw. Anger coursed through him. Why hadn't he known about this? Here he was asking her to do him favors, traveling all the way to his mom's ranch, driving him to Casper doing lessons for Maci, and she was struggling to fix up her parents' ranch and pay their mortgage. Will had filled him in on more of the details when the girls went in to get the coffee. Why didn't you tell me? His voice sounded low even to him, and he knew he needed to get control of himself before he exploded and pushed her away. Had he always had these issues with anger? That would have been unprofessional. Her lips set in a hard line. As unprofessional as driving my daughter and me into Casper, or giving her riding lessons, or taking me to a friend's barbecue? Okay. You have a point there. He stared at her, expecting her to continue. You have enough to worry about without me burdening you with my troubles. So it is trouble. I have it under control, but thank you. You are a stubborn, independent woman. You know that? He laughed. So I've been told. A small smile creased her lips. I like it. He turned toward her, his heart pounding. I like you. She glanced at him with wide eyes and returned her attention back to the road. Ryder, Her phone rang from a cubby in the truck. Who could be calling at this hour? Her voice quivered. Could you please look at it? Ryder picked it up. It says Mom and Dad. Savannah swerved the truck over to the side of the road and took the phone from his hands. What happened? She said as a greeting. Ryder watched her bite her lower lip. When? Her hand squeezed the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white in the glow of the dash lights. I'm coming now. Lock the doors and get Dad's shotgun. Ryder's heart pounded as he listened to her. She sounded calm, but he could see the tension in her posture and the thinning of her lips. He hoped that whatever was going on was a wild animal and not a person. When she ended the call, she dropped the phone on the seat in between them. I'm sorry. I need to go home. Want to call Will to ask for a ride back? Are you serious? Obviously, your parents are in trouble. I'm not leaving your side until I know all is safe. He leveled his eyes with hers. Tell me what's going on. An invisible agreement passed between them. She nodded her head and then pulled back out to the road, this time heading toward her family ranch. They woke to the sound of someone knocking our fences over with some sort of vehicle. All they saw were lights and shadows. The cows are loose. They aren't ours. We're pasturing them for Peterson's. Are they okay? No one's hurt? They're fine. Though I worry about it causing my dad to have another stroke. She bit her lip. Who do you think would have done something like this? Probably a bunch of restless kids. She shrugged, but he could tell she worried about it being more. They pulled up into her driveway a few minutes later. The place was in shambles. Cows milled around in the yard, mooing and munching on what was left of a garden that looked long forgotten. Savannah rushed from the truck and sprinted over the wood-littered ground to the front door before Ryder could even slide out of the seat. "Mom? Dad?" she called out. Ryder did his best to catch her without injuring his knee further. His jaw hurt from clenching it. He couldn't believe something like this could happen in a small town, and he hated that it had happened to Savannah's family. What if she would have been home? The thought sent his blood cold. Knowing her, she would have run out there with the shotgun she now held. What would the people responsible for this have done then? A shiver shook his body. "We need help to corral the cows," she stated simply as he met her on the porch. She was quite the sight in her flowery blouse, tight jeans, and holding that shotgun with her loose hair blowing in the breeze. He stopped to suck in the breath he had lost, along with any response. "Would you call Leroy?" She narrowed her eyes. "Ryder?" "Yes, sorry. Yeah, I actually charged up my phone." He awkwardly pulled the tiny thing from his pocket, searched for Leroy's number, hit the call button, and held it to his ear. Savannah watched him a moment more, and then started combing the area, shooing cattle she came across. "Hello?" came the cowboy's muffled greeting. "Hey, Leroy? Sorry for calling so late, man. What's going on?" "Someone destroyed the fencing at Savannah's family's ranch. We need help rounding up the cattle. Would you mind?" "I'll grab a couple guys and we'll be there in about 10 minutes, Leroy said, and Ryder heard him rummaging around. "Let me get the address for you. I know where it is. See you in a few." The call ended, and Ryder stuffed the contraption back into his jeans. He followed the flashlight to where Savannah seemed to be studying tire tracks. "You know how to read those?" he asked as he hobbled next to her. "I like to pretend I can." She laughed dryly. Headlights pointed down the driveway, and they both shielded their eyes. "I can't imagine that's Leroy and his guys already. It didn't take me that long to walk to you." Ryder stepped protectively closer to Savannah. "Probably the sheriff. My mom called him before me." "Good." They met the sheriff at his vehicle. "Wowee, someone sure did a number here." "Thank you for coming out," Savannah said. "Good to see you back, Savannah. Sorry to meet on such circumstances. Who's that next to you?" "Well, I'll be Ryder Reynolds. The celebrity has returned." The sheriff slapped Ryder's shoulder. Ryder did his best to stand his ground, clenching his teeth at the pain of doing so. "Sheriff? Sheriff? You act like you didn't romp around with my boy all throughout school." "This is Will's dad, Ryder." Ryder nodded, once again being reminded of his lost past. Ryder had a head injury. His memory hasn't returned yet. She reached out and slid a hand down his arm to hook a finger around his for a split second. "But it will." "That's a bugger, son." "Well, I'm sure my Willie boy is happy to have you home." "We just came from there, sir." Ryder nodded. "Isn't that like old times? So, what are you thinking about this? Some kids drinking?" "Could be." Savannah shrugged. "I haven't had the chance to really check it out yet." "You got help coming to rally these cows?" "Leroy's on his way," Ryder said, glad he could be of some help. The sheriff nodded. "Well, let's see what we can see." He lit up a floodlight and began his search. Minutes later, Leroy and several guys showed up. He strode right over to Savannah. "Are you hurt?" he asked, touching her shoulder. "No. I wasn't here, and my parents are shook up is all." "Is the west pasture intact?" he asked. "As far as I can tell. Thanks, Leroy. I'll be sure you get paid enough to compensate for the emergency call." Savannah touched his shoulder in appreciation. "Don't you worry. It'll be added onto your next paycheck. Consider it done." Ryder met Savannah's shocked expression. No argument. Leroy studied him a moment before excusing himself and whistling for his guys. "Savannah," the sheriff called from near the damaged fence. Savannah could have made a faster pace, but she stayed near Ryder as he hobbled toward the sheriff. "What did you find?" she asked. Well, if this isn't the craziest thing. It looks like words. The cows have made a mess of it, but it looks like it reads, "Ride or die," Savannah and Ryder whispered at the same time. "Does that mean something to you?" the sheriff asked, looking from Ryder to Savannah and back again. Savannah fought to keep her cool. Outside she hoped to seem calm and collected, but inside her mind swirled with fear and confusion. How could the person who broke into Ryder's home in Casper have now damaged her parents' property, and why? Ryder stood tense beside her. She could hear his teeth grinding. By the end of this mess, he might not have any teeth left. She leaned over to him and whispered, "Stop grinding your teeth." He turned glaring eyes toward her and hobbled back toward the porch. Who knew what went on in his head, but right now that was the least of her worries. Yet why couldn't she take her eyes off him? Then it hit her. What if they went to his mom's ranch next? "Ryder," she shouted. He turned, and the look of him standing there in the glow of her porch had her sucking in a breath. If only things were different. "We need to get you home." She rushed over to him, the sheriff on her heels. What if they went there next? "Maci?" Savannah nodded, fear running down her spine in a cold rush. "I'll take him," the sheriff said. "That way I can call backup if needed. I can't do much more here until morning, when I can see better anyway." He turned toward his car. "Savannah," Ryder said, reaching for her hand. "I'll be fine. Please call me as soon as you know Maci and your mom are safe." "Promise." He squeezed her hand, and then hobbled to climb into the sheriff's truck. With a small wave they sped down the drive. She sent up a silent prayer that the girl she had gotten so attached to and her Grammy were safe and unharmed. Unable to sit still, she started picking up pieces of the fence. Who would do this, and why? Why were they now attacking her? What had she brought back to her parents? The thought still plagued her, until she heard the scrape of boots behind her. "You should be in bed," Leroy said as he laid a heavy hand on her shoulder. "I can't just leave it like this." She blinked, and wondered how long it had been since Ryder and the sheriff had left. Shouldn't she have heard from them by now? "All the cows we could find are safely corralled now." "Thank you, Leroy. I'm not sure what I would have done without you. You're a tough woman, one of the toughest I've met. You would have figured something out, but I'm glad you asked for help." "Thank you." She squeezed the hand still on her shoulder, wondering at the gentleness in his eyes. "After the sheriff makes his report, I'll be back to help you repair this." "Oh, that's a nice offer, Leroy, but I can manage." "No need to pay me. I would feel better knowing you had help." "That's sweet, Leroy, but..." Her phone ringing startled her and she fumbled it out of her pocket. "Ryder?" "Hey, Savannah. All is well here. Maci's okay. Sleeping like a baby, and so is Mom. We couldn't see anything out of place." "Good." She felt like she could finally breathe. "Are you okay? I think I could drive. I could come back over?" "No. You shouldn't drive just yet. I'll be fine. Leroy's still here, and I'll lock the house up before I go to bed." "Oh, Leroy's still there?" His voice sounded tight. "Yes," she said, catching Leroy's scrutinizing gaze. "They just got the cows fenced in. Thank you for calling him again." "Anything for you, Savannah." "You should get some rest," Ryder urged. "I will. Thank you. Sorry to ruin the night." "It wasn't ruined. Just wish I could be there with you. I'll call you tomorrow." "I'd like that." "Good night," she said, wishing Leroy wasn't watching her like he was, because she felt like a silly, lovesick schoolgirl. "Good night, sweet Savannah." She ended the call, feeling self-conscious with Leroy watching. A smile tugged at her lips. He called her sweet Savannah. "I don't mean to be stepping on toes, Savannah, but is there something between you and Ryder?" "Why do you ask?" She met his eyes. "I was just wondering if I had competition." Savannah sucked in a breath as heat filled her cheeks. What a pickle she found herself in. Chapter 9. The next day Ryder drove over against her orders, but she couldn't deny she was happy to see him. "Well, disobedient patient, how did the knee do on the drive?" She met him at the truck. "Just fine, Doc. Not a worry." "Humph," she said and turned away before he saw her smile. "Well, the words are definitely what we thought they were." "What is that supposed to mean anyway?" "As I said before, they must not be in their right mind because it doesn't make sense." He reached out as if to take her hand, but leaned against the truck instead. "On top of that, I've had 2 more phone calls from fellow rodeoers, all ending the conversation with the same line." "No way." "All of them?" she asked, disbelief washing through her. "Yep, 3 now. Though my mom thinks Jake's in the clear. She said he was a sweet, honest boy. Looks can be deceiving at times." She looked closer at him. "We need to jar that memory of yours. I've actually done some research and found a group called Unforgettable Cowboys. It might be a good place for you to reach out. I also have been considering something. If you have an idea, Doc, I'd try about anything right now." "Why are you calling me Doc all of a sudden?" He chuckled. "Just came out and I think I like it." "I'm not sure I do," she muttered as she walked back to the fence she was mending. "So, did you have an idea on how to jar it?" She stopped, looked him in the eyes and nodded. "We need to get the cowboy back into the saddle." "Yeehaw," he shouted. "When?" "We'll give your knees a couple days while we work on exercises specific to riding." "Sounds good to me. Until then, let's get this fence back up." "You don't need to do that, Ryder. Leroy is buying supplies right now to fix it." She couldn't meet his eyes saying this, and immediately felt him tense. "Savannah James, I'm staking my claim." She turned toward him with wide eyes. "If you're talking about me, cowboy, then you're mistaken. For I'm not a piece of land to claim, and I choose where and whom I am with and who I accept help from." Indignation filled her as she strode away from him. How dare he just assume she was his for the taking? He broke her heart before, whether he remembers it or not. She wouldn't just let him claim her for the taking now. Leroy's truck bumped up the driveway. As much as she wanted to go hide and let the men hash out their egos, she had the responsibility to stay. Her mom worked hard in the kitchen making lunches and lemonade for the guys, and her dad said he was coming out to help too. She had to stay. Besides, cowgirls don't hide from hard work. After checking on her parents who slowly prepared to join the work, she returned to find both men glaring but working beside each other. The sheriff took pictures and will be sending them to the detective in Casper. "They have to be related," Savannah said as a way of a greeting. "What mess did you bring her into, boy?" "Did you really just call me boy?" Ryder threw down the piece of fence he was working on. "What if I did?" Leroy smiled. "Really?" Savannah stood between them. "You two either grow up or go home. In fact, why don't you go home because I don't want to look at either of you right now." She turned and stormed back toward the house, the group of men watching her leave. Several of Leroy's guys snickered, and Ryder grunted. For a split second she felt bad leaving him out there with that pack of wolves, but she knew he could handle his own, even injured, and he earned that. Ryder's gut twisted. He knew the second the words came out of his mouth that he had crossed the line. He hadn't meant to say it like that, but the thought of Leroy making a move on Savannah caused his mind to whir in a cacophony of anger and jealousy. Why would Leroy think he even had the chance with someone like Savannah? Yet why did he? He pounded the hammer with ferocity, taking his aggression out on the fence. This was all his fault. Leroy had hit the nail on the head with that one. If he hadn't asked Savannah to drive him to Casper, the person after him never would have known about her. At least that's the only reasoning he could think of. They must have had his Casper house under surveillance and grabbed her license plate number to track her down. That settled it. He was going to sell his house in Casper. He didn't want to live there anyway. Maci wanted to stay on the ranch, and he liked it there. He would call Will later today to get the number of his builder friend. No way would he be leaving Savannah when he brought this mess on her, even if she did choose Leroy. Savannah did her best to stay away from both men that day. By the time the fence was mended, each of them had hard lines around their eyes. She felt obligated to them for helping and would be sure they got paid, even if it took her several months to get it to them. Leroy politely said his farewell, denying need for payment once again. Said he would take a dinner instead. She didn't respond to the comment, only shared her appreciation for his help again. Ryder's eyes burned into them the whole time. A part of her wanted to give him something to really think about, but she wouldn't lead Leroy on. He was a nice guy, just not the guy for her. Ryder, on the other hand, was the only man she had thought about for the past 8 years. Yet, she couldn't allow herself to open up for that pain again. Where did that leave her? Alone, fixing a ranch by herself for the rest of her life? She growled her frustration. Once her anger had diminished, she realized that Ryder hadn't meant to be offensive with his comment. Still, she bristled. He needed to learn to mind his tongue. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel the warming that filled her at his meaning. He wanted her. Fear coursed through her, shielding her heart. She would have to see what transpired after his memory returned. Everything could change then. He might realize he wanted his ex-wife back, or that rodeo queen realtor, or someone else entirely, someone besides her. She had to jar that memory of his. It could mean solving this mystery that was becoming dangerous, as well as knowing if they could make a go of whatever was between them. First things first, though. She had to get him ready to get back on a horse. Chapter 10. The next week, Savannah spent extra time exercising Ryder's knee, and then she would stay late to train Maci on barrel racing. By Friday, the 3rd day of Maci's training, the girl already had improved by leaps and bounds. That's right. Stay centered on sugar plum, and cut right back by that barrel. Don't be afraid of it, Savannah instructed. Maci went through the routine, closing in on the barrels, decreasing her time by over 10 seconds since her first one that day. She's improving. Ryder nodded. She's a natural, Savannah said with a smile. She couldn't contain her pride in the girl. You know? She turned toward Ryder. They had slowly gotten back into their more comfortable patterns. She's doing this for you. I know. He watched his daughter, and she followed his gaze. One of the reasons I'm not returning to the Casper house. Really? She turned toward him again. He looked her in the eyes. Really? How will the rodeo queen take that news? She probably won't be too happy about it. I'm sure she'll try to convince me that I need to try it out again. Savannah arched an eyebrow. I'm not going there. He looked away again. Once things are in place, I'll ask her to stop calling. There won't be any reason left to stay in touch. You sure? What if your memory comes back and you realize there is? Her heart pounded as she asked the question, but she kept her eyes on Maci, who now lay over Sugar Plum, giving her pets and murmuring encouragement. A girl after her own heart. That won't change? My memory might return, but my heart will stay the same. He reached up and touched her face. She covered his hand with hers and allowed herself a brief moment of soaking in the caress before stepping away to give Maci some last-minute pointers for the day. She walked back over to Ryder, whose eyes had never left her. You ready to do this? Am I ever? Whatever I have to do to prove to you. It's not that easy, and you know it. She strode away, wishing it were that simple. For if it were, what would be keeping her from allowing him to wrap his arms around her? Yet with the past hanging over their heads, as well as that ride-or-die crazy person, beginning a relationship right now had the potential for a truly disastrous ending. Leroy had saddled up Ryder's horse for him. Even as much as the task had probably irked him, Leroy smiled as he handed her the reins. You're doing a good thing there with Miss Maci. That girl is something else. I agree. She's quite the special one. Well, I better let you get on with your next lesson. If you think of anything you can teach me, you just let me know. He tipped his hat and disappeared into the barn. Savannah's stomach twisted. She didn't like letting people down, but she needed to let Leroy know that it would never happen between them. Was it possible to do it without hurting his feelings? You know, you shouldn't lead him on. Ryder stood there watching the other cowboy walk away. I'm not leading him on. And how do you know I don't want to? She led the horse into the middle of the ring. What's that supposed to mean? You really are considering? He met her eyes. You're egging me on, aren't you? Mount your horse, cowboy. She held the reins and soothed the horse as Ryder shook his head and approached. Hey there, Cantor. Remember me, old boy? The horse turned his head to nudge Ryder. I don't remember you yet, but I will. I've heard we have quite the story. Ryder kept up his soft talk with the horse as he slowly slipped his leg into the stirrup. Savannah watched, time slipping away until she was back in high school watching Ryder mount Cantor for the first time. It was that moment that she fell in love with him, though she wouldn't have admitted it, and she sure wouldn't voice it now. Seeing him with his horse again, though, stirred up all the old emotions. She couldn't pretend they no longer existed. Ryder felt the saddle shift as put his weight into the stirrup. Swinging over his injured leg, he slowly eased it into the other stirrup, putting weight on it gradually. He spoke to his horse soothingly, familiarity washing over him in a soothing balm. How's it feeling? He turned toward Savannah. Had he imagined her voice sounding breathy? Good. Really good. Savannah smiled, a smile that broke barriers, a smile that sparked something inside of him. Maybe she was right about getting back on the horse. Maybe this was just what he needed to jar his memory. Take him for a walk. Go easy. Savannah stood back. Ryder clucked and shifted his weight. Cantor slowly ambled around the pen. Each rhythmic step set in motion washes of emotions, not necessarily specific memories, but a knowing like he knew he loved this horse. He leaned forward and stroked his neck, letting himself feel the closeness. Yea, Daddy, Maci called. When he looked at her, he could feel the unwavering depth of love he had for his daughter. A tear threatened, but he felt the cowboy in him as well and blinked it back. Love you to the stars, sweet girl. Maci dropped her mouth open, and then ran to Savannah, whispering frantically. As Savannah's eyes rose to meet his, he saw her trepidation. Again, no specific memories filled in, but he knew what he felt now, he had felt before, whether he had ever acted upon it or not. When their eyes met, he read the love in hers too, though it was masked by fear. He would make sure to rid her of all the apprehension she carried. They were meant for each other, and he would make sure she gave them that chance, no matter how long it took. For now, he closed his eyes and let the emotions waft over him. Love, anger, fear, excitement, jealousy, they all mingled together into a jumble that he couldn't distinguish. His heart stepped up a notch and his eyes shot open. Too much at once. Cantor must have felt his uneasiness, for he pranced and danced about a bit. Ryder leaned forward and stroked his neck. It's all right, boy. You want to run? I'm not sure you should push your knee that much to start off with. Ryder turned at the sound of Savannah's voice. He had forgotten he had an audience. He read the uncertainty in her eyes and smiled. Immediately, the look on her face changed, and he felt a shot of ego burst into him. I think I got this, he said. Then he squeezed his heels into Cantor and clucked. Cantor lunged forward, eager to run, but Ryder's knee couldn't hold the position, sending him back into his saddle. Which shouldn't have been a big deal, but the moment his weight shifted, putting pressure at the rear of the saddle, Cantor reared and then bucked. Something innate in Ryder had him holding onto the saddle horn with his right hand. The back and forth motion seemed to dislodge memories with each snapping movement. Ryder eased forward, putting his weight back in the stirrups and off the saddle. By the time Cantor settled, Ryder's mind swam with memories, a whirlpool of them from boyhood to the present day. When Cantor stopped, Ryder eased off the horse, feeling dizzy with the invasion into his once empty mind. Are you okay? Savannah had raced over and laid a hand on his arm, trying to search his eyes. He couldn't meet her gaze right then. Too much went on within him. Yeah, and he's fine, he muttered. Phew? She sighed. Then what's going on? What happened, Daddy? Did you miss rodeoing? Maci came running up to him and wrapped her arms around him. Emotion consumed him. He pulled her into his arms, breathed in the smell of her hair, and clung to her, fearing the memories would fade. He saw her birth. He saw her first steps. Heard her first words. His eyes didn't care if he was a cowboy or not, for they filled with tears. I love you, Daddy. Maci must have felt the connection immediately, because she clung to him with just as much fervor. I love you, my Maci girl. He pulled her face back, so he could look into her eyes and remember the moment. You remember, don't you, Daddy? You remember. She squealed that last statement loud enough it brought his mom outside, and even Leroy from the barn. Some things, yes, he said, and then laughed out loud. As Maci ran off to meet her Grammy, he wiped his eyes and then met Savannah's intense gaze. Thank you, he said. I didn't do anything, she said in a whispery voice, a voice that soothed him, caused his overactive brain to settle and calm. You did everything. Without your help with my knee, encouraging me, getting me back in the saddle, he tore his gaze away to watch his daughter. I would never have remembered her first steps or first words. You would have. She squared her shoulders. Your belief in me is incredible. He turned his attention back to Cantor, stroking his neck. And what got into you, huh? I was wondering the same thing. Savannah came over, laying her hand on the horse so he knew she was there, and then stroked him until she came to his saddle. She squeezed a hand under the blanket and moved it around at the back where his saddle sat. Ouch, she said and pulled her hand out. Let's get this saddle off. Ryder loosened the cinch strap and took off the saddle. He hobbled with the added weight as he carried it to the fence rail. By the time he returned, Savannah had the blanket in her lap and upside down, feeling around. Here, she said and pulled at something. What is that? Ryder took the shiny item from her hand. Once it was in his hand, he realized it was one of those monster staples used in construction. What in the world? How did that end up in there? I don't know. Yet, her eyes immediately looked to where Leroy had vanished into the barn once again. Ryder bit his tongue. If he said something now, she might see his words as an act of jealousy, even if her actions had caused the thought to enter his mind. There's been a lot of weird things happening lately. She turned her blue-eyed gaze back to him. Have you ever wondered if your accident was not an accident? The words shocked Ryder, and yet the thought felt familiar. His memory was too fresh to put any stock into the feeling, though. I'm not sure how. Well, from the report it says that both the bull rope and the flank strap didn't release as is normal. I haven't heard of anything like that happening before. He shrugged. It could be a rookie mistake. But you aren't a rookie. True? The thought sent a tingle of unease down his spine. He didn't want to think about the accident, nor the staple, as being human-caused. His memory, or at least parts of it, had just returned. Come on, let's forget about this for now and celebrate. Without thought, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her temple. Then, realizing what he had done, he stepped back, smiled nervously, and led Cantor into the corral before he did something that would really push her away, something he wanted to do with every cell of his body, kiss those sweet lips. Chapter 11. Ryder's mom made a special dinner in celebration. Both she and Maci begged Savannah to stay. Indecision played within her until she saw Ryder's dimple, making the word yes pass through her lips without thought. She never could resist that dimpled smile of his. A good portion of the night centered on Ryder sharing memories that came up and getting clarification from his mom and Maci. Savannah could only offer details on a few memories, and for that she was grateful. At a lull in conversation, Ryder dipped his head and scrunched his eyebrows. Had they been alone, Savannah would have asked what thoughts troubled him. Here, though, in front of his family, she didn't feel it appropriate. So she bit her cheeks and watched him. Finally, he looked up at her first, then his daughter, and then his mom. I've made a decision. About? his mom asked, a slight hint of worry on her brow. About the house. Of course I'll need both of your consensus, he said as he looked from his mom to his daughter. Maci set down her fork and looked at him with a serious expression. Okay, Daddy. You like being here, Maci? He asked her. Yes. I get to ride horses every day, and the dogs and the open land and no people staring at you and freedom. She looked at her Grammy, who gave her a warning expression at her raised voice. Well, some freedom? And you? He turned his gaze to his mom. If Savannah could have snuck away right then, she would have. She felt like an intruder on a private conversation. Well, of course. This ranch is all I have left of your father, and it's where you grew up. I meant, do you like having us here? The right side of Ryder's lips turned up in amusement. Well, it feels empty when Maci isn't running around. I am glad you charged up your cell phone though. She tried to look stern, but a sparkle danced in her eyes. Are you going to keep asking questions or tell us your plan? Ryder laughed. Okay. I want to sell the Casper house. It's full of? He glanced at Savannah and then down to the table, painful memories. Instinctively, Savannah reached out and touched his thigh under the table. When he looked up at her with his brown eyes intense and smoldering, she slowly pulled it back, but he caught it before her fingertips left his leg. I want to start anew. He let his gaze burn into hers for a moment longer, and then looked at his mom and daughter again. If I'm correct, I had a plan for after my last ride, and especially if I won that prize money. You did, Daddy. You did. Maci could barely contain her sitting position as she jumped in excitement. Something about raising rodeo livestock? Yes. You said we would move back here if Grammy was okay with it, and you would stop being gone all the time. You would work on the ranch growing rodeo bulls, and I think you should grow barrel racing horses too. It's raise, dear, not grow, Mrs. Reynolds said, though her voice was full of emotion. I'll give you the master bedroom. She slyly glanced at Savannah before looking away. I don't need it anymore, but you will. I'm not taking your home from you, Mom. He laughed. But I thought? I want to build a cabin here on the property. We'll still be around, but each will have our own private space. He squeezed Savannah's hand he hadn't released, and heat raced through her veins, setting her heart on fire. He was serious, and the way he held onto her hand made her feel a part of it all. Could this really be happening? Why then did fear chill the fire running through her? I like it. Mrs. Reynolds nodded her head. Where would you like me to build the cabin? Ryder asked. Not too far away. I want to be able to walk there for many years to come. They talked of specifics with Maci chiming in here and there, but Savannah's attention wavered. She thought about what this all meant, and Ryder including her in it, the way he looked at her, even after his memory returned. He had shared a piece of his plan earlier, but including her in the planning conversation made it all seem much more real. Well, some of his memory, at least. Would he ever remember all of it? Would he remember that fateful kiss, or maybe it was only fateful to her being as he got married so quickly afterward? It was too much to think and wonder and place herself in the midst of. She needed space and to return home. She had called her parents, but as the sun sank behind the mountains, she became uneasy. She didn't feel comfortable leaving them alone in the dark. Who knew if something like the night before would happen again? Savannah piped up. Thank you so much for the wonderful meal, Mrs. Reynolds. She stood. May I help you with the cleanup? Mrs. Reynolds waved her away. Not in your dreams? I appreciate you more than you will ever know. Please say hello to your parents for me. Of course, she said. You're leaving already? Maci asked. What about dessert, and? Ryder stopped mid-sentence and cleared his throat. I need to check on my parents. Ryder's eyes widened and he nodded. I understand. I'll walk you out. Bye, Miss Savannah. Maybe you can come to dinner tomorrow night? Maci gave her a tight squeeze. Savannah lowered down and returned her hug. Maybe not tomorrow, but it was a pleasure having dinner with you. Well, you'll be back for my riding lesson on Monday, right? I wouldn't dream of missing it. You have your race in just 1 week. I can't wait. She clapped her hands. You'll cheer me on, right, Daddy? Are you kidding me? I'm your biggest fan, Maci girl. Can we stay for the carnival afterward? Maci asked. Yes, and there's a dance, said Mrs. Reynolds as she raised her eyebrows and looked purposefully at Savannah. Sounds like a pleasant evening. Ryder opened the door for Savannah. Good night and thank you for dinner again. Savannah waved one last time and headed out the door. The door closed behind them, and Ryder took her hand on the way to the truck. As natural as the action felt, it sent tingles throughout her and sent her heart to fluttering. So what do you say? Ryder asked once they arrived at the door to her truck. 2? Would you go to the dance with me? Ryder tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She bit her lip, feeling like the high school girl all over again. How she would have fainted at this back then. Even now her knees felt weak. Ryder, just say yes. I'm not going into this with any expectations from you. Liar, she said with a laugh. Hey, he said defensively. Then he let out a chuckle. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm not rushing you. We can take all the time we need. He leaned in, but passed her lips and kissed her temple before whispering in her ear. Just say yes. Yes, she heard herself say as her body quivered. Thank you. He kissed her hand before opening the door for her. Call me when you get home? Savannah raised an eyebrow. Well, at least text. Crazy things are going on and I worry about you out there. She nodded. I get it. Okay. I'll let you know. Thank you. Talk soon. He waved, watching her as she pulled out of the driveway. Savannah's body shook almost all the way home. She felt as giddy as a high school girl going to prom. When she got home, she texted Ryder even before getting out of the truck. Home safe. All is well. Thank you. Miss you already. His reply made her heart leap. After checking in on her parents watching the evening news, she practically skipped her way to her room and immediately called Julie. Yep, high school. A smile covered Ryder's face as he leaned back against his pillow. Savannah hadn't responded to his miss you already comment, but he could see the smile he knew it caused her. He wasn't sure why she kept pulling away or what fear she had, but he would conquer it. He needed Savannah in his life. His cell phone rang. With his thoughts on Savannah, he didn't even look at the caller ID. He just answered in a breathy, excited, "Hey." "Hey to you too, charming." Melanie's voice grated on his good mood. "I got your call. Thanks for returning it. I need to ask you something," he said, doing his best to keep the irritation from his voice. "I would be happy to answer any of your questions." Her sultry tone made him feel uneasy. He needed to get this over with, and probably should have contacted another realtor. "Would you sell my house?" "You mean the ranch?" Hope made her voice increase to an even higher pitch. "No, the Casper house." "Oh, I thought you might consider what I said and try it out again." "No. The city life is just not my style." "Well, you really can't call Casper a city. I thought you loved it here." "My ex-wife did, not me." "So is this something you can do?" "So you have your memory back?" Her voice sounded like a pout. "Parts of it," he said, gritting his teeth. He just wanted her to answer him so he could get off the phone and go back to thinking about Savannah before it was time to read Maci to sleep. "Well, I guess that's good. Gets you closer to returning to the rodeo circuit. It's been boring without you." "Yeah," he said, biting his tongue. He didn't want to make the announcement public yet, and he had already seen that telling this gal anything would go through the circuit like a prairie fire. "So how soon can you list my house?" "If you're sure, I can get the paperwork done and be up to see you in 2 days." You don't need to travel all that way. The thought of her on his mom's ranch made his gut twist. Then Savannah really would think something was going on between him and the rodeo queen. Well, I doubt you have a fax machine, and the mail would take such a long time. The housing market is hot right now. You want to jump on it right away. Text me your address and I'll see you then. Great to hear from you, Ryder. I'll look forward to seeing your handsome face. Bye. She hung up, leaving Ryder stunned and unsure about what just happened. He shook his head. It didn't matter. She would sell his house. Then they could move on their separate ways. Daddy, I'm ready, Maci called from the doorway with 2 books in her hands. Was that the creepy real lady? Realtor, sweetie. She sells houses. Oh, you're having her do it? He shrugged. She helped us buy it. Seemed fitting. Humph? I don't like her. Ryder laughed and scooped her up, hobbling carefully down the hall with her in his arms. He plopped her down on her bed and tickled her. Once they calmed down, he tucked her in. Well, who do you like, Miss Picky? Savannah? I like Miss Savannah. Me too, Ryder whispered, and then snuggled up with her to read from her favorite book, Charlotte's Web. Hey, Daddy. Yeah, Maci girl. Since we're staying here, can I go to normal school next year? Ryder's heart clenched. They had always homeschooled her, because of all the traveling he did. In his selfishness, he never thought about her actually wanting to go to school. Is that what you want? Yes, I think so. I want to at least try it. Then we'll do it, sweetie. She snuggled into him. Thanks, Daddy. Now let's see what Charlotte is going to spin next. After tucking the covers around his sleeping daughter one more time, he stood there watching her. She was his little miracle, and he would do whatever it took to make up for the years he hadn't been present, and for her mom running out on her. A twinge of anger and heartache twisted his soul. That was one memory he could have done without. Chapter 12. On Monday, Savannah made sure she left time for a shower before her appointment with Ryder. She chose her outfit with extra care, and even touched her wrists with her signature honeysuckle perfume. It felt unprofessional, but she couldn't help it. After talking with Julie, she wanted to rid herself of fear, and just allow things to progress as they would with Ryder. She wanted to forget the years of pain. After all, it was just one kiss. It's not like he had promised to marry her. Justifications for his actions kept playing in her mind while she said goodbye to her parents. Her mom walked her to the door, and Savannah was happy to see she didn't rely on the cane anymore. Even with all of her complaints, it was obvious her mom had been doing her exercises. Whatever, or should I say whoever, is making you smile like that, honey, you need to grab him up. You aren't getting any younger, and finding love in this small town is a blessing. Thanks, Mom. Savannah rolled her eyes. Her mom had married late, and her procrastination made her fret for her only daughter. Savannah knew this, but that didn't make hearing it any better. I'm guessing it's that Reynolds boy. Didn't you have a crush on him in high school? Okay, Mom. That's enough. I'll be home for dinner. You sure? Well, if you are invited to stay, do it. No hard feelings here. Thanks, Mom. Love you. She kissed her mom on the cheek and escaped into the fresh Wyoming air. Breathing it in, she felt like the world was right. No more weird visitors had shown up. Her parents' health improved with each day, the ranch was starting to look normal again, she had enough to cover the bills, and Ryder, well, that was still in the making. As she reached for the truck's door, she noticed something strange. She backed up to gain a better look at the truck. Then she circled around to the other side. So much for it being a fantastic day, so much for no more visitors. She pulled out her phone and clicked on Ryder's number. Hey, sweet Savannah. I won't be making it. What's wrong? He asked, his voice deepened with worry. I have flat tires. She kept her tone even, though as she said it, she scoured the ground for tracks. Oh, that's no biggie. I'll hop in the truck and be there to change it for you in a jiffy. I know how to change my own tire, Ryder. The problem is, I only have one spare. She sighed, finally realizing not saying it only would anger him once he found out. Someone slashed all 4 of my tires. You've got to be kidding me. She could hear him scrambling on the other end. Call the sheriff. I'm on my way. Ryder, you don't need. I'm not arguing with you. I'll see you soon. He ended the call. Savannah didn't know if she should be furious or grateful, so she ignored both feelings and called the sheriff. While she waited for him and Ryder, she searched the ground to see if she could find any wayward prints. The only boot prints she clearly saw all looked like hers, yet a myriad of others joined the mix along with hoof prints. Her driveway still held signs of the chaos from the other night. A tingle ran up her spine. This was the second time that person had come after her. What would happen next? Ryder clenched the steering wheel. Why would this person, who was obviously after him, keep terrorizing Savannah? It didn't make sense. It made his heart seize to think he was the one responsible for this trouble to come to her. How far would this person go? Her property and now her truck had been attacked. Would she be next? He let out a roar, the wind from the window whipping it away. He wished he could take Savannah home with him, protect her, but he knew she wouldn't leave her parents with all of this happening. He couldn't blame her, but it was starting to become unsafe for them to stay there too. By the time he made it to her place, he had worked himself into quite the fear-drenched tizzy, and nothing stopped him from striding to her and bringing her into his arms. I'm okay, Ryder. Her words sounded annoyed, but she wrapped her arms around him too. It's not like she would admit it if she wasn't okay, so he was going to hold her anyway. Any tracks or signs? You didn't see anyone? No, not a car has driven up the driveway all day. It must have happened last night or early this morning. I just hadn't needed to be around the truck until it was time to leave for our appointment. He looked toward her truck, and his jaw went slack seeing it up on blocks and 2 of the 4 tires already off. Did you, Savannah James, you need to allow me to help you. She shrugged. Your knee is still healing. No sense in just sitting around. Besides, my dad was out here until just a few minutes ago. Ryder knew she hadn't let her dad help, and he knew she would tell him not to as well. That's why he picked up the lug wrench and went to work, ignoring her protests. His knee could handle this, whether it pained him or not. The sheriff pulled right as they loaded the last tire into the back of his truck. He went through all the procedures before he lifted his cowboy hat and scratched at his sparse hair. I just don't know, Savannah. 2 occurrences like this make it difficult to say it's a coincidence. It's those same people that vandalized my place in Casper. It's my fault. Ryder tensed beside her. It's not your fault, Ryder, but I agree. I think it's connected. I'll call law enforcement there again. We might need to get some investigators out to deal with this. You let me know if you need help with anything, Ryder said, thinking that he might just hire his own investigator. The idea settled within him. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. I'll be in touch. You be careful now, Savannah. You and your parents keep your eyes and ears open. The sheriff patted her back. We will. Thanks for coming out again. He tipped his hat and got into his truck. As they watched him drive away, Ryder slipped an arm around her. You sure you're okay? You and your parents can stay with us. Savannah laughed, squeezed him and walked away. That would be interesting to say the least. We'll be fine, but I do appreciate you taking me and these tires into town before we go to your place. I called Louis, and he has 4 tires on hold for me. You don't need to worry about my appointment. Yes, I do. How do you think I'm paying for those tires? She smirked. Besides, I promised Maci I would be there for her lesson today. Savannah? Don't Savannah me. A promise is a promise, and her event is only days away. Plus, it would help keep my mind distracted. Well, if you say it that way, he teased. Good. Let me check in on my parents, and then we can go. Ryder followed her inside the house. He realized then he had never stepped inside Savannah's house. The few memories he had didn't involve this house. Nothing here felt familiar. He wondered again how much he and Savannah had hung out. A few fleeting memories passed through his mind, but try as he might, he couldn't rope them. She remained quiet as they drove into town, and as much as he wanted to ask her more about any past they may have had, he needed it to be the right time. She was as flighty as a young filly, and he didn't want to scare her off. He climbed out of the truck with her when they arrived at the tire shop. A guy close to their age came sauntering out. "Well, look who you brought in. Good to see you, Ryder." A sense of pride rushed through Ryder as he realized he recognized the guy. "Louis, long time." He caught Savannah's smile as he hugged one of his old friends from school. "Here you've been showing those bulls a thing or two all over the country." Louis hooked his thumbs in his belt loops. "Well, one of them showed me up quite well." He nodded toward his knee and rubbed the scar on his head. "You're in good hands then. Rumor is this gal's a doctor now." "Physical therapist," Savannah said with a shy smile. "Just the same." He winked at her and then headed back toward the garage. "I've got your tires here, Savannah. Go on inside and Mary will take care of all the fun paperwork. Your man and I will change out these tires." She stuttered. Ryder waved her toward the office with a smile. He didn't mind the assumption, and in fact he liked the sound of it. "Take it easy on your knee," she said. "Yes, ma'am." He tipped his hat as she, looking shell-shocked, walked into the office. "Well, you finally landed her, huh?" Louis asked, hefting a tire into his arms. Ryder tried to go for one, but the big guy took it from him. "Nah, you heard the doc. I'll take care of it. Don't want you in the doghouse." Ryder's ego might have been a little damaged, but the thought of Louis thinking he and Savannah were an item, something he was going to make happen anyway, was like a soothing balm. From the way Louis spoke, it sounded like Ryder had been after her years ago. "See," he wanted to tell Savannah, "it's not just me that sees we're good together." Chapter 13. Savannah was still in shock with Louis calling Ryder her man. Ryder didn't correct him either. He just smiled and took it like it was a compliment. In fact, he still smiled all the way to his house. When they arrived, Mrs. Reynolds met them outside. "Well, did you sign the papers?" "What papers, Mom?" "Oh, well, your realtor came by with papers for your Casper house. I didn't know how long you'd be gone, so I just sent her on to Savannah's." "Why'd you do that?" he muttered under his breath. Savannah could feel the frustration pouring off of him. "How long ago?" "About 40 minutes. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be a problem. I knew how much you wanted to get this thing over with." "Mom, in the future, things like this are why I have a cell phone." "Oh, I never thought of that. Again, I do apologize." Savannah's heart raced thinking of that woman with her parents. "I need to go back." "I'm sorry." "No apologies necessary." Ryder grabbed her arm and started leading her back toward his truck. Maci came running around the corner. "Are you ready for my riding lesson?" Savannah's heart ached. She squatted down next to the girl. "I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go take care of something. I'll do my best to get back before dinner, so we can still ride. If not, I'll be back tomorrow and give you a double lesson." "But you promised." Her voice quivered. "I know, Maci. I'm sorry." Savannah reached for the girl, but she backed away. "You're just like her," the girl said through a scrunched-up face. "Now, Maci May, that is no way to treat Miss Savannah," her grandmother said. "If you want to be mad at someone, you be mad at me. It's my fault she has to go back. Come inside and let's talk this out over some chocolate milk." Maci's lower lip stuck out and trembled. She looked toward Savannah one last time, and then followed her Grammy into the house, her head hanging low. "Ouch," Savannah breathed out once they were back in the truck. "That really stung." "I'm sorry. She'll be over it by the time we get back." She's just been through a lot. I'm assuming she was meaning her mother. Yeah. His jaw muscles twitched. She sure did a big number on her. On both of you. Savannah slightly touched his arm before placing her hand back in her lap. Well, I'm sure I deserved it, but Maci, she didn't. I can't imagine how any mother could just leave their child, especially one as amazing as your Maci girl. It makes me happy to hear you talking about her that way. She really likes you, hurtful words or not. She's a jewel. Savannah quieted then, wondering if she could repair the damage with the girl. She would have a difficult time trusting anyone again after being left like that. Determination filled Savannah. She would do whatever it took for Maci to consider her safe and trustworthy. Thinking about the women in Maci's life, her thoughts traveled to the perfect rodeo queen now sitting with her parents. Why did your realtor travel an hour and a half for you to sign papers? She could have just emailed them to you. Huh, I never thought about email. I just want this whole thing over with. Savannah eyed him. Sometimes men were so naive to the ways of women, it was almost frightening. She knew exactly why Melanie drove all the way out here, and an ember of red-hot jealousy burned in her gut. I don't like the idea of her at my parents' house. I know. Me neither. My mom meant well, but... Ryder eyed her. I'm not mad at your mom or you. I just don't like it. They pulled up in her yard. A fancy car parked next to her truck sitting on blocks, a rude reminder of the different lives they led. Walking into her house, she heard the annoyingly high-pitched voice that wanted to get into the man's pants beside her, at least according to Maci. She almost laughed at the memory, but her blood ran cold seeing that woman sitting on the couch next to her parents. Oh, hi honey. Melanie here was telling us how much she likes our ranch. I'm sure she was, Savannah said through her teeth. It's very quaint and almost historical. I could get them out of their debt and set up in a wonderful house in town with more than enough to live on for the rest of their lives. The sickly sweet, too perfect smile made Savannah want to punch her pretty teeth out. The aggression she felt was unnatural, yet uncontainable at the moment. Ryder must have picked up on it, for he wrapped an arm around her, holding her back. Melanie, I believe we have business to discuss. Would you come out to the porch with me? Of course, Ryder. You're the reason I made this trip after all, but what a pleasant surprise to meet Mr. and Mrs. James. Here's my card. She handed it to her mom. Please do call me when you are ready. She sashayed past Savannah. She swore that the woman's expression changed to one of hatred for the split second it took Melanie to pass by her. Ryder kissed Savannah's temple before he followed the bamboozler out. Once the door had closed behind them, Savannah met her parents' eyes. You're not seriously thinking of selling, are you? Sit down, honey. Let's talk. Her mom sat on the couch and patted the seat next to her. What's to talk about? This is your home. You worked hard for this ranch. It has been your whole life. It has, but now it's too much for us. Her mom looked at her dad. He jutted his chin out, and she knew the words hurt him. I can handle it. Haven't I been taking care of things since I returned? Savannah's fists dug into her hips. You've been wonderful, Savannah. You work so hard for this ranch. Her dad's eyes clouded. But, Savannah added for him. But we don't want you to have to devote your life to a piece of property and barely scrape by. You went to school for a long time to earn your doctorate. You can't run a ranch and have a career like you want. Her mom's eyes held sympathy. I can hire help once I get full-time employment in town. She felt her jaw jut out just like her dad's. Is that what you want? Does this ranch mean that much to you? If it does, we will find a way to keep it. Her dad nodded. What do you mean, find a way? I covered all the late payments. We didn't want to put more stress on you. Her mom looked from her dad to her. The Petersons are pulling their cattle. Because of what happened the other night. Savannah bit back the tears. She caused this, or whatever trouble followed her from Casper did. It's not something we have to decide right away. We have a couple months, but it's something to think about. Her mom stood and came to her side. You really want to live in town? Savannah asked in disbelief. We've thought about it. A house in walking distance to the stores with a yard big enough for a garden, and a covered porch where we can watch people pass by. Her mom smiled. Savannah couldn't believe it. Her parents had sacrificed everything for this land, and now they just wanted to give it up. We will continue this conversation, but one thing is final. She took a step closer to them and lowered her voice. If you do decide to sell, you will not be using that harlot out there. Savannah, that was not a nice thing to say. Melanie is a very nice lady. She's poison, and I won't hear any more of it. Savannah couldn't believe the vehemence of her own voice, but it showed just how much she despised the woman, or how jealous she really was. Savannah wanted to escape outside, but no way did she wish to see that woman again. She had to trust that Ryder knew what he was doing, though she wished with all she had that he had chosen a different realtor. What if that fake woman changed his mind? Ryder did his best to keep his voice friendly. He could hear Savannah's voice, not the words but the tone, and she wasn't happy. The woman in front of him droned on and on while pointing to different things in the paperwork with her perfect, salon-painted nails. How did she keep the polish from chipping off while working with horses? A few memories popped up while they spoke, nothing really lasting or important, just chance conversations while at rodeos, or her showing him and his ex-wife houses, nothing to show them ever dating. He watched her closely, wondering why that was. Had she been lying? Ryder. She gave him a look that let him know she took his staring the wrong way. She reached for his hand. Shall we celebrate by going out to dinner tonight? I already have plans, thank you though. Is that all you need? She blinked a few times, as if she wasn't used to being turned down. With her? She nodded back toward the house. You know, someone of your stature should have a more show-worthy gal on your arm. I'm not one for meeting the expectations of stature of the high society, Melanie. What I care about is my family and living the life that I love. Think she will be happy to follow you on the rodeo circuit? She won't understand. She'll end up leaving you just like the last one. You need someone who understands you. I do need someone that understands me. And Savannah understands him more than anyone. Melanie, though, seemed appeased by his comment, as she gathered the papers and stood. We're all done, he asked hopefully. The paperwork is finished for today. I already have some prospective buyers. When I seal the deal, there will be more paperwork, and at that time we will celebrate. I won't take no for an answer. She blew him a kiss, and then waggled her hips while she walked to her car. How did she walk like that? It seemed very awkward. When her car started, Savannah slipped out the door to stand by him. She glared at Melanie, who waved as if she were riding her horse in a parade. She tried to convince my parents to sell our ranch. She spat the words out. You're kidding me. His heart hammered. If Melanie ruined what he had been building with Savannah, he wouldn't be able to keep his temper in check. No, I'm not. They are actually considering it. Savannah, I'm sorry. Are they in that much trouble financially? The Petersons are pulling their cows. His pounding heart fell to his stomach. That was his fault. He knew it. I'll cover the rent they paid until we get someone else to fill it. That's not your responsibility. Now let's go make your girl know that I won't let her down. She walked to the truck, not turning even when he argued. Of course it is. All of this mess is because of me, or whoever is after me. I brought you into this. I won't let it ruin your chance at having your ranch. That's the thing, she said as he opened the door for her. My parents have a point. What's that? He stood his ground while she climbed in. When she nodded for him to get in, he closed her door and walked as quickly as he could to his side. So? I can't run a ranch and work as a physical therapist. Why not? He started the truck and backed out. You know it's a full-time job to run a ranch this size. You hire people. He shrugged. That's what I said. Then we'll find a way for you to keep it. Savannah dropped her head into her hands. I just can't think about it anymore right now. I need to ride. That can be arranged. He planned out the ride in his head. I miss Serenity. She was the best barrel racing horse. What happened to her? Ryder asked. My parents had to sell her. She looked out the window, and he wondered if she hid tears. I'm sorry, Savannah. You can ride any of ours anytime you want. Thank you. Maybe I'll ride Sugar Plum tonight to give Maci an idea of just how fast she can go. I'm sure she would like that. I know I would. Ryder had no idea how he could get Savannah to allow him to help her, but he would find a way. Chapter 14. The day of the junior rodeo event, Savannah woke up sore from riding with Ryder and Maci. She stretched in bed and savored her worked muscles. It felt good to get back in the saddle. Really good. The sun still hid behind the mountains, creating a beautiful dawn. She wanted nothing more than to sit with a cup of coffee and enjoy the beauty, but she had a lot to do today. She had promised to lead Maci through one more round before the event, so she had to finish all the repairs she had planned early in the day. An out-of-area rancher was stopping by tomorrow to look over the acreage to rent. She had to make the back pasture look supreme before then. They needed that income. Otherwise her parents were sure to sell. She quietly snuck from the house in order to not wake her parents, and once again she entered the fresh mountain air with a deep inhale of gratitude. She couldn't move to town. The years in college had quelled any desire to live in a city or even in the limits of her small hometown. Savannah needed space, open land, mountains, and the rich, fresh scent of freedom. When she had finished checking the south perimeter around the ranch, a truck pulled into the drive. She didn't expect anyone, so the sound sent her heart racing. Yet as she rounded the corner, she saw Leroy step out of the truck. His dark Stetson hid his eyes, but his stance said it all. He was here to talk. Savannah took in a deep breath, tried not to blame him for the staple in Ryder's saddle blanket, and approached him. Morning, she called out. Morning, Savannah? He hooked his thumbs in the belt loops of his Wranglers. How can I help you? She leaned up against his truck, weariness filling her and the day only half over. Well, you can start by letting me know if it's true you're selling your ranch. His voice filled with disbelief and blame. Where'd you hear that from? She pushed off the truck and planted her fists against her hips. That realtor busybody that keeps showing up. She stopped in town and blabbed on and on about it. Savannah's fists dropped to her sides and clenched until her knuckles ached. I thought you were here to stay. He almost sounded hurt, but she shook it off. I am here to stay. This is my parents' ranch. They have the final say, and right now they are worried about? She stopped herself and eyed him, distrust filling her. What if he was the one behind the weird happenings? She shouldn't be sharing her parents' situation with him. Why don't you trust me, Savannah? He edged closer and tipped his hat up. Small lines showed at the corner of his eyes. Even in his 30s, he still had handsome qualities that made cowboys appealing. He didn't have her heart, and he was right, he didn't even have her trust. Why do you seem so interested in me and the ranch all of a sudden? Answering with a question took the pressure off her for answering his. She didn't want to place blame on the Reynolds foreman. After all, he had provided them with quality work for many years. You've always held promise, Savannah, and once I saw you when you returned. I couldn't help but attempt. Promise, huh? He shrugged and smiled. I see you have your eyes set on more expensive wares, but I still haven't given up. He might end up being too green broke for you. Savannah had to laugh, otherwise she probably would have said a few choice words to him. Money isn't important to me. What is important to you, Savannah? He sidled up closer to her, even reached a hand out but let it drop before it touched her. Savannah opened her mouth to respond but found she had no words. What was important to her? Images of her parents popped up, Maci and Ryder, her friends, riding. Was life really that simple? Is there anything else I can help you with? Leroy nodded. I get it, girl. I won't let you go this easy, though. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. If your parents do decide to sell, please let me know. I'd like to have first dibs. He tipped his hat, smiled a knowing smile, and climbed back up in his truck. No, she didn't trust Leroy. Something about the guy seemed misleading and sneaky. Did he want her or her family's ranch? Or something else entirely? Ryder watched Savannah encouraging his daughter while she ran the barrels. Two things came to his mind. One, Maci might actually have a chance at barrel racing. She was really good. Two, seeing Savannah with his daughter caused him to want her even more. The kind patience she showed Maci spoke of love, and that affected him far more than he would have thought. Did you see me, Daddy? Maci trotted over, a killer smile spread across her face. Was that awesome barrel racer you? He teased. Oh, Daddy. She rolled her eyes, but the joy in her eyes shone brightly. You are going to shock the town. Maci squealed and trotted back over to Savannah. Leroy stepped out then, and Ryder's back went rigid. He didn't like the fact that a man he had trusted with his family's ranch now seemed treacherous. Could his jealousy be clouding his judgment? The smile the cowboy gave Savannah, made his skin crawl. Maybe it was just jealousy, but he wasn't going to trust the guy farther than he could throw him. After Leroy took Sugar Plum to ready her for travel, Savannah turned toward Ryder. The shy smile that graced her beautiful full lips and the glow in her cheeks were meant for him, not Leroy but him. He threw his shoulders back and let the feeling fill him and appease his ego and his heart. I don't want to get her hopes up, but that girl of yours has a good chance, Savannah said, leaning against the fence next to him. I was thinking the same thing. The important thing, of course, is the experience for her. Of course. He leaned forward. Though winning does have its benefits. Savannah laughed. Money isn't everything. Nor is prestige and bragging rights, but it's still pretty cool. So then, Mr. Hotshot, tell me why you would retire at the height of your career. I haven't told very many people, but right there, he nodded toward Maci, skipping toward them. She's my reason. You're a great dad, Ryder Reynolds. Savannah squeezed his arm as she passed him. Ryder turned to watch her, enjoying the natural sway of her hips and her strong, confident steps. Her compliment meant more to him than any other one he had ever received, and it solidified his plan for the evening. Is it time to get ready, Daddy? It sure is, Maci girl. Are you ready for this? I'm nervous, but yes, Savannah has made me ready. She's pretty great, huh? She's wonderful. Do you think she's mad at me for the unkind words I said to her the other day? Maci looked up at him. Nope. She understands. I thought so. She slipped her little hand in his and stopped walking. Daddy, are you going to take Savannah to the dance tonight? Would that be okay with you? Yes. I like her. I mean, I really like her. Me too, Maci girl. Then you need to get her for us. We need her. Ryder saw the seriousness in his little girl's eyes, and he realized she was right. The dogs ran past them, and Maci let go of his hands to chase them, letting out a squeal as she did. He shook his head. That girl of his kept him on his toes. Savannah caught his eye from the front porch. She looked good there, on his ranch with his family. Would she be willing to give up her ranch to live on his? The question stopped him as he realized how far he went with his daydreaming. First things first, tonight, and dancing with Savannah. Chapter 15. Savannah shook out her hands as she stared at herself in the mirror. She felt like a girl on prom night, yet she wore jeans, a sleeveless billowy blouse, and boots instead of a gown. She had tried on a few sundresses and then chastised herself. She couldn't be out there coaching Maci in a dress. Tonight wasn't about her, it wasn't about Ryder, it was about Maci. Plain and simple. Her quivering body didn't believe her. She needed to focus on the first task. After Maci's race, then maybe she could give attention to the fact that Ryder asked her to stay for the dance. She blew out the breath she had been holding and tried to ease her nerves as she walked out to say goodbye to her parents. "Whoa, look at you," her dad said from his chair. "Beautiful, just like your mother." "Thanks, Dad. You even have makeup on. He must be something special." "Mom," Savannah said, wishing heat hadn't filled her cheeks. Maybe they would just think she had gotten sun earlier today. "Is he picking you up?" her mom asked. "No, they had to get there early to get Maci checked in. He offered to come back by afterward, but that's silly. Besides, this way, I can leave whenever I want." "Always my sensible girl." Her dad nodded. She kissed him on the cheek, and then her mom. "Please call if you hear or see anything strange. Don't hesitate. Honey, you don't need to worry about us. You just have fun and enjoy that man of yours." "He's not mine." She sighed. "He would be if you let him." Her dad winked. Savannah laughed. "Maybe, Dad. There are other things in play, though. Don't wait too long, dear." "Good night," she said as a way to shut down the conversation. "Love you both." "Love you too," they both said as they waved farewell. The drive to the fairgrounds only took 10 minutes, not near enough time to calm her nerves. The parking flowed out from the lot to along the road. She was lucky enough someone pulled out just as she drove up, leaving a spot close to the entrance. The walk to and from didn't bother her, just doing it in the dark with all the strange things happening lately sat uneasy on her. The rodeo was still an hour away from starting, but the stands were full as she walked toward the staging area. Several people called out her name or said hello. She smiled and waved, but eagerness to see how Maci handled her nerves drove her forward. As she entered the area, she heard Maci's squeal and saw her, hair in curls and pretty in pink, running to her. Joy like nothing Savannah had ever experienced filled her as the girl wrapped her arms around her. The emotion overwhelmed Savannah, leaving her eyes moist and throat constricted. "You are beautiful." Savannah knelt down, not caring that her jeans would get dusty. "Thank you," Maci said and let go of her to twirl around. Ribbons streamed from her hair, her shirt, and even her pink cowgirl boots. Then she leaned forward and whispered in her ear. "I'm really nervous." "No one would ever believe that. You look full of confidence." She pulled her close with one hand as they walked together toward the waiting sugar plum. "You are going to rock this event, girl. Just you wait until you hear that crowd go wild for you." "You really think so?" Her wide eyes looked so open and trusting. She hated to get the girl's hopes up, but how could the crowd not love her? She did. The realization hit her then. She had fallen in love with Ryder's daughter. "I know so, sweetie." "Daddy." "Savannah's here." Maci ran toward Ryder. Savannah looked up. Her eyes, still watering, looked over Ryder, dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt that clung to his tight pecs and broad shoulders. He pushed his black Stetson up so he could watch her advance with those dark chocolate eyes of his. Eyes so intense that Savannah couldn't tear her gaze from them. Ryder whistled low as she neared. Gorgeous. Heat filled her cheeks. How could he make her feel so sexy in jeans? "You don't look too bad yourself, Cowboy." She knocked into him a little, and he pulled her against him. His scent filled her senses, leaving her lightheaded and giddy. "Everything all set?" "Yep, Sugar Plum is warmed up and Maci is geared up. She goes second out of a dozen girls." "Daddy said second was easier than first or last," Maci said with a shrug of her slim shoulders. "You'll get to watch the first girl to get a feel for how it will go. Then you will race, and not have to be nervous as long as if you were riding later," Savannah explained. "Well, that makes sense. Why didn't you say it that way, Daddy?" Ryder laughed. "Boys and girls just talk differently is all." He started to rough up the girl's hair, but she stepped back and glared at him. "Grammy spent a long time getting these curls in. I get it." He held up his hands. Let's get you on Sugar Plum to keep you both warmed up. It won't be too long now. Your age range goes first." When the announcer welcomed everyone, and they said the Pledge of Allegiance, and listened to a very talented teenage girl sing the national anthem, Savannah's heart thundered loud enough to almost drown out the music. She felt almost as nervous as if she were racing. She never raced that young, never even thought about it until high school. It had been a fun 4-year run, but then college came and Florida didn't have many rodeos. Seeing Maci's lips trembling as she sat in the saddle ready to jump through the gate brought back so much of her own experiences. She didn't want the girl to have to go through that, but as a racer, it was a part of life. She leaned up and told Maci, "Ignore the crowd. It's just you and Sugar Plum and those 3 barrels. Nothing else exists." The girl narrowed her wide eyes, staring down the barrels in the arena. Her lips thinned and her back straightened. "That's my girl," Ryder said before standing back and draping an arm around Savannah. "You're trembling," he whispered into her hair. "She's so amazing, but I think I'm as nervous as she is." "She doesn't look nervous though, does she?" Pride choked his voice. "No, she has your look of pure determination." "I look like that. Every time you sat in that bucking chute, that same narrowed, focused calm that your girl has now covered your own face." "Huh." He pulled her tighter, as the announcer gave a quick pitch about Maci May Reynolds. The crowd cheered as soon as she broke into the arena. The girl sat Sugar Plum perfectly, leaned at just the right moments, rounded the barrels with only inches to spare, and brought Sugar Plum into a gallop for the final sprint. The loud crowd stood with a roar, and the announcer broadcasted her time as a full second faster than the girl before her. "Oh my goodness," Savannah said under her breath. "I'm in trouble, aren't I?" Ryder asked, and Savannah nodded her head. An exuberant Maci trotted over to them. "Did I do okay?" "You had beautiful form, sweetie." "I'm very proud of you," Savannah said. "Beautiful form?" "She raced those barrels like a pro." Ryder reached up and lifted her off Sugar Plum. "Now let's see how you place against the other girls." Savannah let them have their bonding moment as she led Sugar Plum back to the staging area. "I'll take care of her." Leroy came up to Savannah and gently slipped the reins from her grasp. "You trained her well, Savannah. That girl has a chance." It was her hard work and determination. Not to mention, she has a natural talent. "I would agree." He nodded. Savannah started to back away. She wanted to be with Maci, to hear the news of how she placed. "You'll save a dance for me later?" I'm going with Ryder." "That don't mean a thing. I'll come looking for you." He tipped his hat and led the horse away. Savannah shook her head. She could worry about that later. In a matter of moments, she was back by the 2 people she was beginning to realize meant the world to her. "How's it look so far?" Ryder leaned in close. "Not even close." Her eyes widened. Maci, though, had no clue she sat in first place. She cheered on each girl like they were her best friends. "How could you not love that kid?" "How many more?" Savannah asked. 3, he said as another girl burst through the gates. The girl, who looked to be much older than Maci, ran well. It would be close. As they announced the score, with Maci still on top, both Savannah and Ryder blew out a breath. They looked at each other and laughed. He reached for her hand and she squeezed it back. The support felt wonderful, and the contact felt right. They were in this together. The next girl flew into the arena, and Savannah's heart clenched knowing the girl would be faster, but then at the last barrel she leaned too far. The barrel wobbled and finally fell over. The poor girl sobbed as she walked her horse out of the arena. "That poor girl. I just want to give her a hug," Maci whispered to them. "You are a sweet girl. Maybe you will get the chance," Savannah told her. The presenter announced the last girl to run, last year's champion and winner of so many barrel racing awards. Savannah lost count. "Wow, she's good to get so many awards. I bet she'll win." Maci's statement held no animosity or disappointment. Shame filled Savannah. Maybe she shouldn't be wishing so hard for Maci to win her very first race. She would already be in second place, something she didn't think the girl understood. The reigning champion put in an excellent run. It was too close for Savannah to say one way or the other. Ryder squeezed her hand as the announcer called out the time. The girl was 0.02 of a second faster than Maci. Savannah watched Ryder for his reaction. He nodded his head and smiled, a look of relief passing over his face. Maci cheered as loud as she could when the girl was announced the winner. Then the announcer continued, and in second place is a newcomer and one to keep watching, folks, Miss Maci May Reynolds. That's me. Maci covered her mouth. How what? Tears filled her eyes. You got second place in your first race, Maci girl. I couldn't be more proud of you. Ryder picked her up into his arms, kissing her head while hugging her close. I love you, Daddy. I love you to the stars, Maci girl. Savannah wiped at her eyes. Ryder caught her and pulled her into the hug. There was no stopping the tears then. The moment was perfect. Being at the rodeo felt natural for Ryder. He talked to others with ease, remembering a good portion of people who knew him. His memory returning awakened his confidence. So much so, in fact, every time he looked at Savannah, he knew tonight would be the night he kissed her. The anticipation heightened the emotional event that much more. Watching his daughter race sent his heart to his stomach, and a crazy vibration from the tip of his toes to the top of his head. Everything centered on her. The rest of the world ceased to exist, well, except for the rapid breathing of the woman beside him, joining him in cheering his daughter on. Pride overflowed in Ryder as Maci raced. She was a true natural. Having Savannah by his side during it all, and then the group hug, had solidified the fact that he felt like they were a family, more than any memory he had of his ex-wife. Truth filled him then. This was where they all belonged, together. Now, sitting in the stands with Maci between them and his mom next to him, it felt right. The calf roping event just ended when Maci proclaimed she was hungry. Can I have a corn dog? For my barrel racer, anything. He looked over at Savannah. How about you? Why don't you come with me and find something you want too? Savannah shrugged, but she stood, letting her hand rest on his daughter's head. You want something, Mom? Some of that funnel cake that you love? You remember. She dabbed at her eyes. It's so good to have your memory back, son. Yes, that would be lovely. We'll be back in a few. He smiled at his family, people he now understood just how much they meant to him. As they walked, Ryder reached for Savannah's hand. She eyed him curiously, but didn't take her hand from his grasp. Her continued touch sent his arm tingling and hope filling his heart. They didn't talk much while waiting in line, but he didn't need that. Just being close to her made everything perfect. I'm so proud of Maci. I about passed out when I thought she might win first place, Savannah said, watching him. Me too. I'm glad she didn't. Ryder ran a hand down his now clean-shaven face. Really? Why? Starting your career in a sport being on top makes it really difficult to keep that level of intensity. And well, makes you feel like a failure if you don't always get the winner's spot. Savannah deepened her gaze. Is that how it was for you? Ryder shrugged, but it was. Watching his daughter, and the anticipation of her winning, reminded him of those years of fear of failure. It never ended. Even his last race, he thought, but then the memory faded. That still was one of the memories that he couldn't pin down. Once they had their food, hands laden, they made their way back to the stands. Right as they neared the arena, the announcer called out the first bull rider. Ryder stopped, transfixed as he watched the rider in the bucking pen shoot out into the arena. The event lasted only 8 seconds, but it caused Ryder's gut to clench. He remembered the feel of jumping off a bull after a great ride. He remembered the smell of dust, sweat, and leather. Is it strange watching from the sidelines? A familiar voice startled him from his memory. He and Savannah turned, and instantly Ryder recognized Jake. Hey Jake. So your memory is returning. Good. He gave him an awkward slap hug around all the food in Ryder's arms. And your appetite. Ryder laughed, feeling at ease with his old friend. None of the earlier apprehension filled him. Not all for me. Maci and Mom are here. Jake smiled. I wouldn't mind seeing the cutest girl in the stands. Then he eyed Savannah, or should he say, looked her up and down. Ryder's chest felt on fire and his gut twisted. Jake had a reputation with girls, but he never seemed to be interested in long-term relationships. He never had a girlfriend as long as Ryder had known him, at least not that he remembered. This is my Savannah. Ryder stuttered out, stepping closer so their arms touched. To his relief, Savannah smiled up at him in a very reassuring way. I would shake your hand, but they're a bit full. It's nice to meet you, Jake. You as well, Savannah. Jake raised his eyebrows when his gaze went back toward Ryder. Well, come on and see my little star. So that was her that everyone keeps talking about, the second-place barrel racer? I didn't know she raced. Savannah's been training her for the past few weeks. Ryder nodded in pride. Oh, you're a racer too? I haven't seen you around. I would have remembered. Jake gave her his best smile, making Ryder watch him closer. I haven't raced since high school. She went off to college and just came back, as a physical therapist, Ryder added. And it all comes together. Jake laughed. Well, shall we go? I'm afraid I'll drop the little champ's corn dog. Ryder needed a free hand to grasp Savannah's for reassurance. I'm waiting for someone, but, he looked back toward the bathrooms. Oh, here she is now. Ryder saw the gal walk toward them, her jeans tight but shirt flowy, with an all-natural look. Beth. Her name filtered in with a few memories of running into her on the rodeo circuits. You remember Beth? Jake wrapped his arm around her. She wanted to tag along to see you. Our events in Casper aren't until tomorrow. Yes, hello again, Beth. It's nice to see you walking around, she said, nodding to his knee, with a brilliant smile that reached her eyes. Still hobble a little, but thanks to the wonderful Savannah, I'm getting around. Even been going for short rides. Back on the horse already. Should have known. Jake shook his head. Ride or die. Ryder shot a glance to Savannah, who met his gaze with wide eyes. What? Jake asked. That's not your motto anymore? My motto. Ryder filtered through memories, vaguely remembering that saying. It's the motto of all us rodeoers. Beth eyed him with concern. I guess it is a bit cryptic. Oh, sorry. Sometimes my memory still has hiccups. When he met Savannah's eyes, he knew they would talk about the meaning of that as soon as they were alone. Come on. I know my Maci girl would love to say hi. Ryder led them through the throng of people, his mind traveling 1,000,000 miles an hour as he filtered through the memories that bombarded him. Ride or die. If that was the motto of people in the rodeo circuit, did it mean that whoever was causing all the trouble was in the rodeo too? But why did that person have it out for him, and now Savannah? Chapter 16. Savannah watched Maci wave goodbye from the window of her Grammy's car. She hadn't wanted to leave, but she could hardly keep her eyes open. The exhausted girl only argued on a superficial level. Her words as they said goodbye stuck with Savannah. Now that I've raced at the rodeo, does that mean I won't see you again? She had clung to her neck while asking. Savannah had sat back, looked the girl in her eyes and said, I surely hope not, sweetie. I would be very upset if I didn't get to see you anymore. Besides, your daddy still has some work to do on that knee of his, and even the best barrel racer can use more training. Ryder had scooped Maci up in his arms then. You don't need to be worrying about this, champ. You just get some rest, and tell Miss Savannah that you'll see her on Monday. They whispered together with conspiring looks toward her, while he strapped her into her seat. Now Ryder had his arm around Savannah, and they watched that special little girl and her Grammy fade off into the distance. What was all that whispering about? Savannah asked as they turned toward the entrance to the fairgrounds. Many people dragged their feet as they walked out to their cars, but the ones that stayed headed toward the music playing in the courtyard. Nothing that you need to worry about. He squeezed her into him. Somehow I don't think that's the truth. Ryder smiled, his dimple showing. As they walked under the lights toward the dance, she could see the mischievousness reflected in his eyes. Before they neared the large group of people, Savannah pulled him aside. Jake's still here. Do you want to talk about that ride or die thing? The more thought I put to it, the more familiar it became. I think they are right. I can remember saying it quite a bit. So you think the person stalking us is a rodeo guy? Stalking, is that what this is? I didn't know what else to call it. She shrugged. It sure seems like they are telling you to get back to riding. Maybe. He rubbed his chin. Who had you told about it being your last ride? I can't really remember. The only memory of saying anything was promising Maci. Nothing else is coming up. Savannah glanced at the dancing area. Seeing Jake and Beth walk toward them, she lowered her voice and leaned forward. Do you trust Jake and his girl? Ryder eyed them before looking back at Savannah. I don't think they are an item. He's a little casual with women for my taste, but I feel like he's always had my back. I think he was as close a friend as I had since leaving town. Savannah nodded and then turned toward the approaching couple. Savannah, could you point out the ladies' room to me? Beth asked. Sure, I'll take you there. She looked back at Ryder, who nodded. Then she led the lady away. This is quite the quaint town. I wish my hometown had events like this, Beth said to start the conversation. Where are you from? Savannah asked. A forgotten little town in the middle of nowhere. Beth laughed but didn't give more detail. Savannah knew that some people needed to get away from their hometowns, but she felt so much more whole here where she grew up. How long have you known Ryder? Beth asked as they entered the restrooms. High school. He was best friends with my best friend's now husband. Now that is a small town right there. Savannah laughed. Looking at the other gal, she realized that she liked Beth. I wouldn't change it for the world. I lived in a big city while earning my degree, and I am so happy to be back here. Seems like Ryder is too. Beth smiled knowingly. Savannah felt the heat in her cheeks, and a quick glance in the mirror showed just how red they had become. You're a cute couple, Beth said. Oh well, we aren't really. Yet? You could have fooled me. He holds your hand, watches you wherever you are, includes you in everything, and the way he looks at you. She shook her head. What I wouldn't give for a man to look at me like that. Like what? Really? You've got to start paying attention, girl. He looks at you with such love and adoration and respect. It's a look of true love right there. Savannah blushed further. True love? Could that be? Yet, what else would make her not even consider other men even during her college years? She shook her head and directed the conversation off her and Ryder. What about you and Jake? Oh, we're just friends, she said as she distracted herself with washing her hands. So, how long did you have to go to school to become a physical therapist? Savannah got the hint. She couldn't help but wonder if there might be something building up to more between the gal and Jake. A slight pink had colored Beth's cheeks before she quickly changed the subject. Savannah found herself hoping that they did become a pair because she liked this woman. She was funny and sweet and full of life. Ryder enjoyed the small talk that he and Jake bantered in. It felt relaxed and comfortable. There was no way Jake could be behind all the drama following him and Savannah. So you and Savannah, huh? Is she the girl that got away? Jake waggled his eyebrows with a chuckle. I don't think so. Ryder snuck a glance toward the bathrooms. Some memories still elude me, but I don't think we ever had a thing back in high school. She said I dated the rodeo queen. Oh boy. Jake rolled his eyes. They are dangerous. Ryder laughed, unable to not think of Melanie. She called him every chance she got to talk about the house, of course. He couldn't wait until that place sold. But yeah, hoping on settling things with Savannah tonight. Ryder turned his focus back right where he wanted it. That fast, huh? You just jump right in, don't you? Not like that. Just want to make it official. Sure, Jake laughed. Ryder glanced toward the bathroom and saw Savannah and Beth exit, slowly making their way to them, deep in an animated conversation. What about you and Beth? Ryder asked quickly. Just friends, man. I know you and women, but having just one when it's the right one seems pretty awesome. Jake laughed and hit Ryder's back in a friendly pat. I'll take your word for it, brother. They turned as the girls approached. Well, an assistant doesn't have to go to school nearly as long, and they still get very decent pay, Savannah said as they made it to them. An assistant? Jake asked. Yeah, Savannah was telling me all about physical therapy. It's always been something that's interested me. Really? Jake asked. Beth nodded. Got to have a retirement plan. Not all of us win the big bucks. She nudged into Jake. Not all of us are good at investing it either. Jake laughed. That's the truth, Ryder joined in. I've got a plan though. What is it? Beth asked. Savannah settled against Ryder's side, giving him the confidence to put it out there. I'm going to invest it right back into what made me the money in the first place. Rodeo? Jake asked. Bulls? Ryder smiled. I'm going to breed the best bucking bulls in Wyoming. Don't forget about the barrel racers too. Savannah smiled. That's right, my Maci girl wants me to add racers to the list as well. Of course she does. That girl of yours is a firecracker. I loved meeting her tonight, Beth said. She has a way of working into your heart, Savannah said. Well, maybe I should invest in your plan, brother. Save me from myself. Jake laughed, but Ryder heard a twinge of seriousness in the man. If you're serious, let's talk more about that. I am, but not tonight. I'm looking forward to your small-town dance. He linked arms with Beth and walked toward the music. Ryder pulled Savannah closer. You doing okay? Yes. You, she breathed out, her eyes searching his. He nodded. Ready to go show them locals how to do it? Dance? I haven't danced since high school. Her nervous laugh chimed like beautiful bells. He swooped a loose strand of her hair behind her ear and let his finger trail down her cheek. Not yet, Ryder. He blew out a breath, squeezing the desire to kiss her further inside of him. Well, if you can follow, I can lead. He winked. I can follow, she whispered breathily, and the way she spoke it felt like she said more than those 3 words conveyed. Come on, lovebirds, Jake called from 20 feet ahead. Do you mind hanging with them for a while? He whispered to her. Not at all. Beth is really nice. Besides, it's good for you to be with friends. Speaking of friends, where are Will and Julie tonight? He asked, thinking he would have seen them. They've turned into homebodies after you left. She shrugged. Well, we might just have to end that. He kissed the hand he held, needing to touch his lips on a part of her, and then he led her to follow his rodeo friends. For the rest of the night, he didn't want to think about the trouble following them, nor ranching, nor rodeoing. He just wanted to enjoy the feeling of Savannah in his arms. Chapter 17. To Savannah, it seemed like the rest of the world faded away as soon as Ryder wrapped his arms around her during their first dance. Even with his uneven step due to his still healing knee, it felt so right. She had waited to be like this with him for 8 long years. There was no way she would let anything ruin this night, not even when she saw her. Melanie. When the song ended, Ryder walked them over to where Jake and Beth talked with Melanie. The woman had on a mini skirt and about 2 pounds of makeup, 3 if you included hairspray into the mix. Savannah could barely breathe, but she blamed it on the air thick with the gal's perfume. Ryder stiffened as soon as he noticed the woman. His arms wrapped tighter on Savannah, a fact that made all the jealous fluttering inside of her quell. Oh, Ryder, there you are. I was just telling Jake how much you were missed at the rodeo in Casper today. Shouldn't you be there? Beth asked, her dislike barely contained behind a sweet smile. Savannah found herself liking Beth even more by the minute. I performed all my duties. Melanie flipped her hair back. I didn't want to miss this quaint little dance with Ryder. Savannah's breath caught. Didn't she see his arm around her? I'm sorry, Melanie, but I am here with Savannah. I don't know what gave you the impression. Melanie's forced smile looked like it would crack her makeup as she waved Ryder's words away. Surely she could share you for just one little dance. Savannah's fist clenched, and she bit back the words she wanted to spout out. Ryder looked down at her. She saw his confusion and almost fright. Mostly, she saw what she needed to see. He had no desire to dance with the gal. Yet he was a nice guy and didn't know what else to do. So she rescued him and herself. She pasted on a smile and said, I'm sorry, but that dance took a lot out of his knee. He really should sit and elevate it for a while. Melanie's eyes hardened, blazing a putrid fire of jealousy, and then it vanished in an instant, leaving her with a fake expression of concern. Oh, poor Ryder. I'll go find you some ice. We can dance later. All four of them watched Melanie saunter away, and then met each other's eyes in pure wonder. Beth started laughing first, with the rest of them following in her wake. I'm sorry. It's so mean to laugh. Beth covered her mouth. I'll say it again, dangerous, Jake hooted. I did my best to turn her down. I don't know what else to do. Ryder wiped at his eyes and shrugged. Any other gal would have got the clue, Ryder. She's just a bit dense. Beth smiled at him. The subject quickly changed, but Savannah couldn't help but wonder if Melanie would be back. If she really was finding ice for his knee, she must have become distracted along the way. Almost an hour later, Melanie did return. The knees of her pants looked dirty, her hair disheveled and her makeup slightly mussed. She smiled that wide fake smile of hers. Well, I didn't find any ice, but you guys sure do have some really nice cowboys in this little old town. Savannah's mouth dropped, as did Beth's. Jake and Ryder exchanged a glance, but no one said anything. Melanie wiped at the corner of her lip before continuing. Well, I've got another big day tomorrow. Being the rodeo queen is so demanding. Maybe you'll stop by and see me perform? She trailed a finger around the edge of Ryder's hat. Good night, y'all. Rodeo queens. Jake shook his head after she left. Hey, they aren't all like that, Beth said. Most of them are really nice and take their position seriously. Yeah, Ryder dated our high school rodeo queen and she was nice, Savannah added in. She was? Why did you act like you didn't like her when you told me about her? Ryder asked. I didn't like her. Well, if she was nice, why not? Savannah leaned in. Why do you think, silly? She was dating you. Oh, Ryder mouthed the word, a broad smile spreading across his clean-shaven face. She wanted to feel the smoothness of his skin, but she clamped her hand down with the other. Her words were forward enough. She didn't need to add a touch, especially with an audience. Let's dance, Beth. I think these two lovebirds need a moment. Jake laughed and spun his friend in circles onto the dance floor. Savannah felt the heat traveling up her neck to settle in her cheeks and lowered her head. Are you having a good time? Ryder reached out and tipped up her chin. Yes. She lost herself in his eyes. It's nice to be home. I agree. I'm really happy I decided to stay. Me too. Their gaze became so intense, she feared and yet was excited that he might try to kiss her. Yet she felt eyes on them, and didn't want to add more to the gossip ring, especially if he changed his mind. No one knowing about their first kiss was the only thing that saved her socially for that last month of school. She wouldn't have been able to show her face if it had happened at a dance. There were some difficult things about small towns in that aspect. A breakup could break a person, and then running into them and others asking, fear pounded in her chest. Hey, Ryder pulled her out of the dance of fear she let herself get lost in. I'm starting to think you think too much. What? Your eyes get all glassy, and then your brows scrunch together. The next thing I know, you look like a scared filly. Oh. Her mind raced. She wondered if he had remembered their kiss, but didn't want to say anything. Or maybe he didn't because it hadn't been a big deal to him, or maybe Ryder was right. She did think too much. Come on, let's dance. You seem much happier when we did earlier. What about your knee? What knee? He smiled, stood, and held out his hand to lead her to the dance floor. He amazed her at all he could do with his knee still healing. He probably shouldn't be dancing, just like he probably shouldn't have ridden yet, but everyone heals at their own pace. She had to listen to what his body showed, and right now it showed her that he was a fantastic dancer. Moving Savannah around on the dance floor felt as natural as riding canter. She belonged in his arms. He could feel it, and it seemed like she did too. A tingling shot up his spine. Tonight would be the night. A tap on his shoulder interrupted his pleasant thought. May I cut in? Leroy drawled. Leroy, standing there asking to dance with his Savannah, shocked him so much he didn't respond. Savannah seemed as surprised as he was. Leroy, I told you I was coming with Ryder tonight. And I told you I would still get my dance. Leroy sounded demanding. Ryder didn't like the way Leroy stared at Savannah. It took all of his willpower not to knock that cocky smile off the cowboy's face. Not right now, you aren't. It's rude to cut in. Ryder stood in front of Savannah, his fists clenched. You may be paying my bills, Ryder, but you're not my boss. I have just as much claim on her as you do. With those words, Ryder knew exactly what he needed to say. Not only to get Leroy off his high horse, but to show Savannah he was worthy of her love. No one lays claim to Savannah. She chooses who she wants to be with and when. Tonight, she chose to be with me. Now please excuse us. We have a dance to finish. Ryder's heart pounded as he brought her back into his arms. He felt the hard stare on him, and braced himself for the punch he was sure would come. It didn't though, and the man's heavy steps echoed off the floor and toward the exit of the fairgrounds. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, and he pulled back slightly to see Savannah's face. She watched him in wonder, a slight smile on her lips, and a gaze so intense he almost gave in to his need to kiss her right then and there in front of everyone. He knew she would not want that. She wasn't that showy kind of gal, which was something he appreciated. Jake and Beth ambled over as the music ended. Ryder had wanted to talk with Savannah about what happened, but not in front of others. That was intense, brother. I was ready to have your back, but you had it all under control. Jake laughed and slapped him on the back. Thanks, man. Now that it seems all of your adversaries have vanished, I'm going to get this little lady back to Casper. She rides early tomorrow. Jake flung an arm around Beth. Best of luck. Savannah gave Beth a hug, which made Ryder feel even more proud of her. It was nice to meet both of you. You will come visit again? Sure thing. We could stop by on our way out on Monday. Jake glanced at his companion. Yes, I would like that. Beth smiled, her hands twisting in front of her. You guys traveling together? Ryder asked, trying to keep the smile tugging at his lips at bay. My truck broke down out in Cheyenne. Jake was kind enough to let me and my horse tag along for the rest of the circuit. Jake stood a bit taller, smiling broadly. It's no trouble at all. That trailer has more room in it than I know what to do with. Beth looked down as her cheeks reddened. Ryder assumed she was embarrassed to be staying in a trailer with a man. What he remembered of Beth, she was a girl with high morals, and he could bet they were still that way. There are 2 bedroom areas, she said, confirming Ryder's thoughts. No judgment here. It's nice that you can share the travels. I'm sure they can get very lonely. Savannah's words made him wrap an arm around her even tighter. It can? Jake tore his eyes off of Beth. Well, we'll see you both on Monday. I'll text you directions to my place, And we'll talk business too, if you're still interested. You know it. If I don't invest somehow, I'll wind up with nothing in the end. Well, if you stopped spending it like there was no end, then that wouldn't happen. Beth teased him. Looking forward to seeing you all in 2 days. Good luck. Ride hard and be safe. Ryder waved as they walked away. Then he met Savannah's eyes once again. A few more dances? Sounds good. She snuggled back in his arms, and he decided they could talk later. Right now he just wanted to revel in this moment, swaying with the girl of his dreams in his arms. When the band finished its last song, Ryder reluctantly pulled away from Savannah. They were the only two left on the dance floor, with most of the others fading off into the darkness. Wow, Savannah said as she looked around. I didn't realize it was so late. She pulled out her phone, and Ryder saw the time light up. Midnight. No messages from my parents. You still worry about them? Yeah. You don't worry about Maci and your mom? Of course, but my mom knows how to use a gun, and she's not afraid to. She promised to call if anything wayward happened. You're right. We would have heard something. I just feel, she shivered. Ryder wrapped his arm around her. He knew the shiver was more from fear, but it was an excuse to touch her, protect her, show her how much he cared. He slowly led her toward the exit through the deserted fairgrounds. His pulse quickened. The moment he had been waiting for since she walked into his room was coming. They walked out the exit, and he saw her truck immediately. How did you get such an upfront parking spot? I got lucky. Someone pulled out right in front of me. Nice, he said as he led her to the truck's door. Nervousness flooded through him, making the night feel like he stood in the midday sun. He pushed his hat back slightly, to see her better in the dim moonlight. I had a really great time with you tonight. Me too. I've missed events like this. Her eyes seemed to say more. He felt it, and he felt the heat from her body pouring off into him. Her hands shook as he took them into one of his. Savannah, what I said to Leroy was the truth, but I want. He licked his lips and swallowed, hoping to wet his dry throat. I want you to choose me always. She peered up at him, her eyes wide. A blaze of that fear entered them again. Do you choose me always? His heart pounded. Couldn't she tell he already had? He would show her how much he meant every word, that he would not change his mind. Leaning in, he smelled the raspberry tea she drank earlier on her breath. Her eyelids lowered and he lowered his gaze too, just in time to see her tongue dart out and wet her lips. His blood rushed through him like waves on an ocean, drowning out all other sounds. Closing the gap, he knew this was right. He knew they belonged together. His lips touched hers and liquid fire shot through him. His free hand cupped her head, bringing her closer. She pulled her hands free only to wrap them around him. The kiss melded them together, until he felt at one with her. Everything seemed right in the world. That is, until the memories brutally drove their way into him. He pulled back, furrowing his brows, confusion now pulsing through him. We've kissed before. His words were guttural and tense. Once, she said, laying her fingertips to her now red lips. Her eyes opened in fear. Why didn't you tell me? He heard the accusation in his harsh words, but he felt so confused at the moment and betrayed. I didn't, I wanted. She hung her head and gulped in a couple deep breaths. Ryder watched her, not understanding what had just happened. He went from the most joyous moment since his accident to one of terror and distrust, all in one heartbeat. I didn't want to get hurt again. He barely made out her tiny whisper, and the words didn't sink in. Hurt again? What do you mean? He shouted. Her bottom lip quivered, but she held her head up and clamped her lips shut. You lied to me. You betrayed my trust. I depended on you to tell me the truth of my past, and yet you kept the importance of us away from me. I can't believe you. Ryder lashed out. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she faced him. How should I have told you, Ryder? Tell me? How do you tell a wounded cowboy with no memory that he broke my heart? That I had spent the last 8 years trying to heal? That after just one long-ago kiss, one blissful moment, you stole everything from me and never followed through with any of your promises? How was I supposed to tell you that? She pushed him back and then climbed into her truck. Ryder stood there, the shock keeping him glued in place as the truck roared to life and spat gravel as the woman he loved sped away. The woman he loved. He loved her, and he was letting her get away. He had hurt her. A flash of memories invaded him in such a rush, he bent over and grabbed his knees. One foolish night in his youth. 3 weeks before coming home for a visit, he spent one foolish night with his now ex-wife. That one night ruined his life. No, he got Maci out of it. It hadn't ruined his life, but it ruined his chances with Savannah. He remembered her completely now. The shy friend of Will's girlfriend. The crystal blue eyes that always seemed to look beyond his exterior and into him. He remembered the one time he allowed himself the chance to kiss her, by the bathroom in his hallway. He touched his lips and then squatted, holding his head in his hands. He had returned to college, excited about embarking on a relationship with Savannah. He tried to figure out how they could see each other. He even thought about moving to Florida, at least during the off-season. Then Chelsea showed up at his door. Her eyes were bloodshot and cheeks puffy. She held out a stick to him, a stick with 2 lines on it. His world came crashing down then. They talked into the early hours of the morning, and Ryder had made the most difficult decision of his life. He chose to do the right thing for his child, and give up his chance with Savannah in order to marry the mother of his child. Chapter 18. Savannah swiped at the tears that blurred her vision, but she couldn't stop the sobs racking her body. She lost him again. This broken heart wouldn't heal a second time. It ripped apart in her chest until she gasped for breath. She sped down the highway toward her parents' ranch, wanting to get home and lock herself into her room. How could she face the day again? How could she continue to see Ryder as a patient and Maci? She cried out, her voice bouncing off the steel of the old truck. She had lost Maci too. She took her foot off the gas, coasting as she sobbed into the steering wheel, barely able to see the road. Her parents might as well sell the ranch now. There was no way she could stay in her beloved small town, knowing she could run into Ryder or Maci at any time. Her life would be filled with fear and pain. Headlights reflected in her mirror. The truck behind her honked. She sniffled, wiped her eyes, and focused on driving. She sped back up, watching the truck's lights swerve behind her as the blare of its horn still echoed. The driver must have indulged too much, but then all the past troubles she and Ryder had dealt with filtered in. Horror caused ripples of fear to race through her, slamming her gas foot to the floor of the truck. What if that was that person? The 4-way stop loomed ahead. She could go straight toward home or right back toward the sheriff's office. As the decision fast approached, she still had not made up her mind. She eased on the brakes, except the pedal went straight to the floorboard. She pumped it again and again, but nothing caught, nothing slowed her down. Another car approached the 4-way stop from the left. Adrenaline spiked within Savannah, prickling her chest in sharp pins of fear. She pushed in the parking brake, hoping for some traction. It too fell to the floor with no resistance. She couldn't stop. She was headed for a collision as she sped toward the intersection. Luckily, just in time, the other driver screeched to a halt and swerved, missing her truck by mere inches. She blew out a breath of relief, but it was short-lived. The truck behind her blared frantically until its engine revved up, and it pulled up to pass her. Savannah held her breath, trying to think of an option. The truck pulled up alongside her, the driver frantically waving. Through tear-blurred eyes, she recognized him. Ryder. A peace washed over her then. She quickly rolled down her window, let her foot off the gas again, but still coasted quickly down the road. "What are you doing?" Ryder's yell met her as the window rolled down. "You could have killed yourself back there. Pull over." "I can't," she cried, all the emotions of the night pouring out as she saw the man she loved. "The brakes aren't working." "What?" "I have no brakes." Ryder hit his steering wheel as a guttural scream escaped him. A moment later, he glanced back at her. "We'll figure this out." Yet they traveled downhill, and the truck picked up speed. Soon they would come to the curves before her ranch, curves that at this speed would mean death. It wouldn't be the first life those turns had claimed, but she didn't want the next one to be hers. "Okay," Ryder called her attention again. "I'm going to pull in front of you and slowly reduce my speed until you crash into my truck. Then I will slow us both down until we can stop safely." "What about your truck?" she yelled, fearing ruining his shiny, expensive truck. "Are you kidding? It doesn't mean anything to me." "You do." The tears let loose again in full force as she nodded. "Just brace yourself so the impact doesn't hurt you." Then he sped up until he could cut in front of her. She clenched her jaw and gripped the steering wheel, bracing for the collision. With a jolt, they made contact. She did her best to keep her truck against his, as it wanted to swerve off one way or the other. Slowly, the speed on the speedometer eased down, slower and slower until Ryder finally hit the brakes and the truck stopped. Savannah's whole body trembled. The danger had been avoided. Her love rescued her. Ryder had come for her. With shaking hands, she reached for the door, but Ryder beat her to it. With a rush, he swung open the door and pulled her into his arms, crushing her against him and kissing her head and neck and anything else he could reach. Savannah did her best not to crumple into the ground. She let Ryder hold her, let him soothe away all the fear of losing him and Maci, fear of losing her life. She clung to him and released it all. Ryder held tight to Savannah. He had almost lost her. Not only had she tried to drive out of his life because of his rash accusations, but she almost died. If that car had been a second sooner or slammed on its brakes a second later, he wouldn't be holding her right now. A second. A shiver ran through him. Life held such a delicate balance. His injury happened in just a second. He almost lost Savannah in only a second. "Don't ever run out on me like that again, crazy girl." She leaned back, her bloodshot eyes reflecting the moonlight, and her tear-stained face just as beautiful as ever. You. I had a rush of memories the moment our lips touched. It overwhelmed me, and I did feel betrayed. I shouldn't have yelled at you, though. He stepped away and ran a hand through his hair, realizing he had left his hat in the truck in his haste to get to her. "I never meant to betray your trust. I didn't even know if you would remember the kiss." Savannah hesitated. It hit me at once, most after you left. I remembered the kiss and all the promises I gave you. Savannah lowered her gaze. He strode forward and gently raised her chin so she looked at him. "I meant every one. But you got married like a month later. How can you say you meant every one and acted on none?" "I made a foolish mistake a couple weeks before our kiss. I can't say the foolish mistake haunts me, because she turned into the most amazing daughter. I would never change that." He softened his tone before he searched her eyes. "Is that something you can understand? As much pain as what happened caused me, I would never wish Maci out of this life." Ryder nodded as he swallowed down a large lump that had grown in his throat. "I can't tell you how happy I am to hear you say that." He reached over and tucked her hair behind her ears. Then he leaned forward and rested his forehead against hers. After a moment he said, "How long have your brakes been going out?" There was nothing wrong with them before tonight. They worked just fine driving to the fairgrounds. Fear took hold of his heart in a dire clutch. He pushed away from Savannah, pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, and turned it on flashlight mode. Savannah looked at him curiously, but he was focused and full of fear. If his suspicions were true, it meant their harasser had stepped it up a notch, and that was not a good sign. He pulled himself under her truck, shining the light until he found the brake line, cut cleanly through. He mumbled words Savannah didn't need to hear under his breath, and crawled back out from under the truck. Instead of pocketing his phone, he dialed the sheriff's number. While he waited for the call to connect, he finally met Savannah's intense and questioning gaze. "Your brake lines were cut. I'm calling the sheriff." Ryder had about had it with Savannah's life being in danger. He was not going to have this any longer, whether he had to hire his own investigator or not. He would not lose the woman he loved just when he finally had her in his arms again. Chapter 19. Having her truck entered as evidence put Savannah in dire straits. To get anywhere, she either had to borrow her mom's car, which left her parents without a vehicle, or call Ryder, who seemed more than pleased to drive her where she needed to go. Savannah still dealt with the fear he would one day change his mind, but he seemed to do his best to reassure her it wouldn't happen. She had spent more time at his place the last week than she did at hers, and it showed on the ranch. Today she would spend catching up on all the chores she had forsaken. Ryder had asked her and her parents to stay at his mom's, or let him put them up at the inn or bed and breakfast in town. They refused, of course, much to Ryder's frustration, she was sure. Savannah grunted as she hefted a broken fence rail back into place. This ranch work was tough on her body. She needed to find full-time work in order to get the property back where it needed to be, and she needed help. Calling Leroy would be out of the question. The cowboy avoided them both as much as possible, but at least it hadn't affected how he treated Maci. He was still kind and courteous with her, helping her learn how to care for her horse. She and Ryder still kept their eyes on him. Savannah didn't want to think he could be behind any of the harassment. Ryder had asked if she thought he should fire him after the brake incident. She felt like he could be a suspect, but he lacked the rodeo tie-in, so it left her questioning his motive, other than him wanting Savannah or her land. Why would he attack her, though? She shook her head. She had been through all the different scenarios, racking her brain trying to figure out who would do these things and why. When Jake and Beth came back through Monday, Ryder had confided in him. 1, he said, to see his reaction and gauge if he had known anything. 2, she felt, because he needed a friend to connect with. She didn't think Jake was behind any of it. He was too sincere and seemingly trustworthy, not to mention pretty normal. Whoever was behind these events had some screws loose. Of that, Savannah was sure. What are you doing? Ryder broke into her thoughts. It took her a few seconds to remember where she was and why he was there. Had she really been working for that long? Just fixing the fence. Is that what you call it? Because it looked more like you were holding that rail like a baby. She looked down at the rail still in her arms and set it down in place. I got lost in thought. You shouldn't be doing this. Why won't you let me help you? He hooked the fence back up for her. It's not your responsibility. She shrugged. But I would like it to be. Ryder took her now free hands in his. I thought we were taking this slow. She searched his eyes. We are, but that doesn't mean I can't help my girlfriend out when she needs it. I'm more than able to do so. Girlfriend. Every time he called her that, butterflies fluttered within her. I'm capable too. I never said you weren't. I just want to work alongside you. She watched him and then nodded. But if you're here now, that means I need to get ready to go to your place. This time, yes. I really appreciate this. My mom really wants me there during this appointment with her lawyer to finalize her will, and she wants to add me to the ranch's title. It feels weird, but with all that's going on, she doesn't want any loose ends. I can understand that, and you're right in not wanting Maci to have to go through that appointment. I'm happy to spend this time with her. That statement was more than true. She looked forward to spending a few hours with Maci alone. That girl had grown so close to her heart that there was no way for that bond to break. The time she spent with Ryder and his daughter always left her feeling fulfilled. Ryder couldn't stop staring at his girl. That's right, his girl. He snuck glances at Savannah while she rode in his truck back to his house. He promised to take things slow, but it became a difficult promise as time went by. He wanted her with him all the time to ensure she was safe. When she hadn't met him in the driveway, as she almost always did, his heart threatened to burst out of his chest. Every morning, he waited for her good morning text, hoping that he would receive it and something else hadn't happened to threaten her life. He was seriously thinking of hiring private security to ensure her safety and give him peace of mind. He chuckled at the thought. "What's got you snickering?" she asked him. "Just thinking how mad at me you'd be if I hired you a personal bodyguard." "Really?" She rolled her eyes. "The investigators are working on it. Not fast enough for my comfort. These things take time." "Time?" He shook his head. "Time could kill. Time could change everything. And the only thing he wanted to change was Savannah not being by his side every day and night." Maci wanted to play hide and seek. Savannah had agreed with a grin. It had been one of her favorite games as a child, too. The girl was actually great at hiding. It had taken Savannah almost 20 minutes to find her in the midst of the hay bale stack. Maci had patience. So when it came time for Savannah to hide, she knew she had better do it well. Yet when she heard a car pull up, she crawled out of her hiding spot in the horse stalls to see who it was. She didn't expect Ryder for at least another hour. The time it took her to untangle herself from under the horse troughs felt like forever. She needed to get to Maci. As soon as she could stand, she ran to the stall window. She couldn't see the car through the corral's fence. "Maci," she called out. Maci screamed, sending Savannah hopping through the window and racing toward the driveway. Running across the dusty ground, she heard a voice that sent a chill down her spine. "Melanie. Don't be a brat. Just get into the car. Your dad wanted me to pick you up." Maci screamed again, as the woman tried to grab at her. "Don't touch me. My dad would never ask you to get me." "Maci?" Savannah yelled as she hopped over the fence toward the girl. "Savannah!" the girl cried out as she started to race toward her. Melanie reached out and grabbed Maci by the hair. "Ouch! Let me go." Then Melanie leveled something shiny right at Savannah. Was the rodeo queen actually holding a gun? "Stop right there, doctor. Maggie May is coming with me. Ryder and I belong together." She nodded toward the girl. "She'll come to see me as her mom, given a chance. We'll have a happy rodeo family." Savannah's blood ran cold. It had been Melanie. The whole time, right in front of them, crazy just like Ryder predicted. Crazy, that's exactly how Savannah would describe the gleam in the woman's eyes right now. "Melanie, calm down. Put the gun away. Let's talk about this." Savannah tried to stall the gal, who frantically waved the gun about. "There's nothing to talk about. You won't be stealing my family from me. This is my family." "I'm not your family, and neither is my daddy." Maci struggled, trying to kick Melanie and pulling at her hand that held her hair. Melanie pulled her hair tighter until Maci whimpered and stopped her fight. "You're hurting her, Melanie." Savannah's voice choked, watching Maci's fearful, pain-filled eyes. "You don't want to hurt your daughter, do you? Kids need discipline. This one has been left to run too wild. Don't worry. I'll whip her into shape. Now, if you'll excuse us, we need to go find her father." Maci's eyes pleaded with Savannah. Her heart clenched as she raked through her mind, trying to find a way out of this situation. She started taking big strides, closing the distance between them. "Stop right there, doctor. I just wanted to say goodbye to Maci." She did her best to show Maci her ploy. "I'm going to miss her." "Oh well, I don't see the harm with that." Savannah jogged toward Maci, but Melanie leveled the gun at her again when she was almost within arm's reach. "Wait. You can tell her from right there." "Please, I would like a hug," Savannah tried, knowing it was a long shot. Melanie scrutinized her with the crazy gleam in her eyes. Just a few more inches, and Savannah was almost there. She could almost reach Maci's outstretched hand. She read the indecision in Melanie's expression and used it against her. In one swift movement, Savannah ran into the woman's gut. Shocked and choking, Melanie released her grip on Maci's hair. "Run, Maci. Hide," Savannah yelled, picking herself up off the ground. Maci took off in a sprint and disappeared around the house. Savannah sighed, seeing her safe, but then at that moment she heard a grunt from Melanie, and her world went black. Ryder shushed the lawyer and his mom, placing a hand over his ear. Maci girl, slow down. I can't understand you. Melanie. Savannah. Hurt. Come home now, she sobbed out. I'm on my way, Maci girl. You hide and stay safe. He turned to the lawyer. Call the sheriff. Send him and all his men to my property now. What's going on, Ryder? His mom gripped his hand. Is our Maci okay? She's hysterical. Saying something about Melanie, Savannah, and someone's hurt. Your realtor? Was she supposed to be meeting with you today? No, Ryder shook his head, collecting his things as he responded. Stay here, Mom. I need you safe. I'll call when I know something. The lawyer was talking with the sheriff as Ryder ran out the door and to his truck. He floored it, speeding toward his house, toward his daughter and the woman he loved. So many scenarios played out in his mind. Had Melanie stopped by and they had a fight? Had the perpetrator caught them all there? Was Leroy behind it? He hit the steering wheel, yelling out in guttural frustration. Why had he left them? His truck fishtailed as he made the turn into his driveway. He screeched it to a halt when he drove up to the crazy scene he saw before him. Leroy stood holding a gun at Melanie, who crouched on the ground. Savannah lay lifeless, blood staining her beautiful blonde head. Leroy, he bellowed in a rage as he threw himself from his barely stopped truck. I stopped her, man. I swear if Savannah is. The rage inside of him took control. He balled up his fists and strode toward the cowboy. Daddy. Maci ran out of the house. Baby, go back inside. It isn't safe for you. I'll take care of him. Daddy, no. Savannah saved me. Leroy saved Savannah. It's that evil woman. Melanie flinched on the ground. I just wanted us to be a family, she sobbed. The words stopped Ryder in his tracks. He looked from Leroy to Melanie, and then to Savannah. He ran to her side, checked her pulse, and squeezed his eyes shut in relief when he felt a faint pulse. Is she going to be okay, Daddy? Maci made it to his side. Her dirty face had trails of tears streaking down it. I think so, Maci girl. He brought her into his arms before looking up at Leroy, who still stood protectively between Savannah and Melanie, the gun still poised at the woman's head. He couldn't look at Melanie. Crazy. He had been right. He never would have thought a dolled-up rodeo queen would have been behind it all. Savannah moaned, and her eyelids fluttered open. I'm here, my sweet Savannah. You're safe now. Maci, she asked faintly. I'm here. I'm safe thanks to you. Good, she said, and then faded back away from the world. Sirens neared the ranch, and he hoped they would have thought to bring in the ambulance too. Sure enough, all 3 sheriff's trucks, a fire engine, and an ambulance pulled into his driveway. We need medics over here, he shouted as they piled from their vehicles. The sheriff ran over to him. Is she? She's alive. We just need to keep her that way. What happened? The older man asked. Ryder looked up at them, cuffing Leroy, who had given over the gun as soon as he was asked. Another officer consoled the sobbing Melanie. You let Leroy go, boys. She's the one behind it all, Sheriff. That's the one you've been looking for. Ryder nodded toward the woman, who bellowed out as if she had been slapped. Really? The sheriff tipped back his hat and scratched his head. She grabbed me by my hair and tried to force me into her car. Then she hit Savannah on the head with the gun, Sheriff. Maci started crying, and Ryder held her tighter. His poor girl shouldn't have had to go through that. He glared at the woman who still cowered in the dust. She had ruined his daughter's faithful trust in childhood. She had hurt the love of his life and threatened the peace of his existence. She needs help, but I want her far away from my family. Chapter 20. Ryder paced the hospital room. They had admitted Savannah after stitching up her wound because she couldn't stay conscious for more than a few moments at a time. Maci sat in the chair next to Savannah's bed. Children really weren't supposed to be in the ICU, but Ryder had no choice because he wouldn't leave Savannah's side, and his mom was finding a ride back to the ranch to get a car. The whole situation was a mess he blamed himself for. He rubbed a hand down his face. At least Melanie was in custody now, and wouldn't be able to cause more harm to his family. He let his gaze settle on Savannah, past the bandages around her head, and to the peaceful look on her face. She and Maci meant the world to him, and he would make sure they never got hurt ever again. For a moment, he wondered if his mom and daughter felt like this while he was the one lying in the hospital bed. A surge of empathy flooded him, and he turned his attention to his daughter. Her lower lip trembled as she watched the machines hooked up to Savannah. Her hands twisted in her lap, and every once in a while a tear trickled down her freckled face. He strode to her side and brought her into his arms. What could he say to help her through this? The poor girl had been through this 2 times in less than 6 months. Would she pull through with strength, or would it constantly bring her fear? She's going to be okay, Maci girl. I just keep thinking about you, and how we weren't sure if you would be okay. She sniffed and wiped at her face. You woke up, but you were different. You didn't remember me. I know, sweetie. I'm so sorry. He kissed her forehead and pulled her into his lap. But I do remember you now, everything about you. I love you to the stars and back, my Maci girl. Maci snuggled into him like she was still a small child, and he felt his heart soar. He loved the closeness they had and the bond they shared. It meant everything to him. His eyes glanced over to Savannah. He wanted her to share in that bond. What if she wakes up and doesn't remember me? Maci cried. Ryder gave his full attention to his daughter again. Then we will help her remember, just like you and Savannah helped me. What if she leaves us just like my mom did? She broke down into sobs in his arms. Ryder held her, his heart breaking at her loss and fear. Then he heard stirring on the bed. Savannah's hand reached out to grasp his. I won't leave you, sweet girl, Savannah said, her voice weak and full of sleep. Maci wiped at her eyes and blinked a few times before throwing herself into the bed with Savannah. You're awake, and you remember me. I could never forget you, nor leave you. Not my daddy either. You wouldn't leave him too, right? Maci pulled back to look at the woman he loved. Ryder held his breath and let Savannah search his eyes. I don't think I'll be leaving your dad either. Ryder let out the breath he held and brought her hand up so he could kiss it. We can be a family, Maci shouted before wiggling off the bed to do a happy dance. The excitement brought the nurses in. He smiled reassuringly to Savannah as he grabbed hold of Maci and stood back in order to give the nurses room to work. She was awake. She remembered him. She wouldn't leave them. His heart felt as if it would burst. The doctor said Savannah needed to stay overnight in the ICU for observation, even though she said she was fine. She didn't like the sterile smell and the constant activity of the hospital. Her own comfortable bed sounded so much nicer. Ryder fought them all, insisting that he stay with her. He didn't back down, and eventually the nurses and Savannah consented. Maci tried to exert that same stubbornness, but her dad still held power over her decisions. He called his mom to come to take her home. I don't want to go. She saved me. Why do I have to leave her? She ran to Savannah and sobbed in her arms. Hey, sweet girl, it's okay. I'll be out of here tomorrow, and we can hang out. You're going to have to take it easy for a few days. Doctor's orders. Ryder crossed his arms. Do you play board games or card games? Savannah asked the girl. I love playing games. I have all sorts of games. Perfect. Then it's a date. I'll miss you. Maci gave her a squeeze. Thank you for saving my life. I don't think she would have hurt you, but I would do it 1,000,000 times. Even though you know you would get hurt? Without a thought. Her small arm squeezed her again. Savannah stifled a grunt of pain from the pressure. Instead, she soaked in the feeling of the girl's love and appreciation. "I love you, Savannah." Maci's solemn face said everything needed. "I love you too, Maci." Maci squeezed out a smile before letting her Grammy pull her away. "Feel better and try to get some sleep tonight, dear." Mrs. Reynolds waved quickly before turning her attention to her granddaughter, talking about the dinner they would have in an attempt to distract her. "I love your family." Savannah watched grandmother and granddaughter leave the room. "They love you." Ryder's eyes spoke of more, but instead of saying it out loud, he said, "Your parents have been calling. They're very worried and wanted to come down, but didn't want to expose your dad to all the germs." "I'm glad they didn't. He doesn't need to be getting sick. I'll call them back." Ryder handed her the phone and watched her as she talked with her parents. Her mom cried over the phone, tears of joy, she said. Once both of her parents were confident she would be okay, Savannah told them good night and handed the phone back to Ryder. "Thank you for saving Maci," Ryder whispered, his gaze becoming even more intense. "I really don't think she meant Maci any harm, but she definitely is not stable." Savannah reached up to tenderly touch her bandaged head. "How bad is it?" "Don't worry. You're just as beautiful as always and kind. Melanie doesn't deserve your kindness." "I should have put it together." "What do you mean?" he asked. "There were clues now that I know what to look for. Things like the jealous glares she sent me all the time, her being the one to discover your vandalized house, the tire tracks in my yard, the handwriting on the notes, ride or die. I wonder why she chose that. As we found out, it was a rodeo saying. She did love the rodeo life. That's what she said at the ranch. She said that she just wanted the perfect rodeo family. She's very troubled. Hopefully, she'll get the help she needs so something like this doesn't happen again." Savannah shivered, remembering the look of crazy in her eyes. "She definitely needs it." Ryder chuckled. It seemed so out of place that her eyes widened. What in the world could be so funny? That night of the dance, when she came back with dirty pants and all disheveled, I'm not sure what you blamed it on, but I know my mind thought something else entirely. And come to find out, it actually came from her climbing under your truck. I still don't find that funny. That was so scary. It was, and that isn't funny. Sorry. It's just, I guess a person shouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. That's the truth for everything, isn't it? Savannah watched him, but she didn't think her meaning came across. As much as he had shown his loyalty and perseverance to her, fear still crossed her mind from time to time, which left her heart a little guarded. She needed to heal that wound in order to have the life she desired with her cowboy and his daughter. Ryder felt her distance herself from time to time. She still didn't trust him fully, and could he blame her? It had only been a kiss, but his sincere promises looked like empty words to her. It didn't help that he had never called to explain the circumstances to her. He had feared that just the sound of her voice might cause him to second-think his responsibility. The past was over now. There was no way he could go back and help her understand. Instead, he would have to figure out a way to put substance back to his words while still respecting her need to take it slow. Over the next few days of watching over Savannah at her house, for she didn't want to stay at his mom's, he tried to finalize a plan, but something felt like it was missing. One day, while Maci and Savannah were playing yet another round of Go Fish, Ryder went out to talk with Savannah's father. Out of the blue, the man looked at him and asked, "So have you proposed yet?" "No, sir. I would have asked your permission first." The older man nodded, a slight grin on his face. "When I first met Savannah's mother, she had no desire to settle down or put her life on hold for a man." Mr. James chuckled. "I knew she was the one for me, though, and I wasn't going to give up until I made her mine." Ryder smiled. "Like mother, like daughter. I wanted others to know that too, but I knew I needed to respect her wishes. So I scraped up the money I had and bought her a promise ring. It took some explaining, but soon she agreed to the promise of a future for when she felt ready." "That's a great idea, sir." Ryder's mind started spinning. There was one jewelry store in town. He glanced at the clock. If he hurried, he could get there before it closed. What's a great idea? Mrs. James walked in, wiping her hands on her apron. I was just telling Ryder here about the promise ring I gave you. Oh yes, it was the sweetest thing and probably what made me finally agree. I was a stubborn girl back then. Hold on. She left the room and returned only a minute later. Here it is. She handed the simple, narrow band to Ryder. He turned it around in his hand until he saw the inscription inside, S.J. and R.R. forever. Those are our initials, Mr. James said. Huh, Ryder said. That's funny. They're the same as Savannah's and my initials. You got it. Mr. James winked at him and leaned back in his chair. Ryder handed the ring back to Mrs. James, but she closed his fingers around it instead. I think you might have more use for it than me now. She squeezed his hand and walked back toward the kitchen, wiping at her eyes. Ryder clasped the ring, feeling its weight burn into him, and constructed a plan. The plan built inside of him, and it took him 2 weeks to perfect it, but perfect it he did, every single minute of it. A part of him knew that putting this much thought just to a promise ring meant that he would really have to step up his game for the real proposal, but Savannah was worth it. He drove up to her house 5 minutes before 6. As he walked up to her door with a large bouquet of wildflowers, he swiped his wet palms on his jeans and swallowed to wet his dry throat. Would she see his nervousness? Her mom answered the door. She's just about ready. Come on in. Thank you. As he stepped through the doorway, she leaned over and whispered, Tonight's the night? Yes. He smiled, hoping to dispel the quivering inside him. You'll do great. She'll remember this for the rest of her life. She drew him into a hug, and then patted his arm. Hello, Mr. James. Good evening, Ryder. Big night tonight, huh? Yes, sir. Ryder nodded, feeling the pressure increase with the questions. You taking her to the city? No, sir. Something Savannah will like even better than a night out in the city. Just testing you, son. He chuckled. Ryder then focused his gaze on the hallway, wishing for Savannah to walk out and save him from the interrogation, and to not overhear it. He wasn't disappointed, for she stepped out of the dark and into the room as a ray of sunshine, brightening everything around her. Ryder gasped, trying to cover it with a slight cough, but he couldn't take his eyes off Savannah's long legs disappearing under a sundress that flowed over her. Her eyes met his shyly. He strode to her in under a second. You are beautiful, he whispered reverently, handing her the wildflowers. Thank you. Not too much, she asked. Never too much. He traced a finger down her arm to hold her hand. Ready? Yes, she said with a nod. He tore his eyes away from her long enough to glance at her parents, who unashamedly watched them and said, Thank you. Have a good night. Savannah released his hand to kiss her parents goodnight. Her mom took the flowers from her. I'll put these in water for you. Now you two have a great night. Ryder took Savannah's hand and led her to his truck. He opened the door for her and shut it after she settled in her seat. Walking to the driver's side, he shook his hands out. The smile she gave him as he climbed in about made him break down and give her the ring right then. Did my parents seem like they were acting weird to you? He shrugged. Maybe it was because you look so gorgeous. She smoothed her dress out. It's weird to wear a dress. The last time I did was at my graduation. I wish I could have seen that. Me too. She reached over and set her hand on his leg. Ryder smiled, vowing to himself to never miss another important event or dress-wearing day for the rest of his life. Where are we going? It's a surprise. He glanced at her before turning his attention back to the road. The sun would be setting in an hour, and he had a lot to accomplish before then. Savannah watched the road, knowing they traveled toward his ranch. When he drove past his driveway, she turned to him in confusion. Almost there, he said. The crew has been working on it for the last several days. It's far from finished, but He shrugged. Savannah tried to piece it all together, but when he slowed the truck and turned onto a bumpy still-in-progress driveway, she knew. His own place. She sighed. After the way her parents acted tonight, she wished for a place of her own, too. Her parents still talked about selling and moving to town. In fact, they brought it up enough she started to feel guilty, like she held them back. Where would she go, though? She didn't have a full-time job. Truth be told, she had told Ryder many times he no longer needed physical therapy, but he always insisted that he did. She was soon to be without a job, and possibly a home. She didn't want to move to the city, but the only other option was to commute, and that didn't sit well with her either. The truck bouncing over a boulder jarred her back to the present. Tonight, she was spending the evening with the man of her dreams. She would push those other pressing thoughts back and enjoy the moment. They had come so far, pushed through so much, and she began to feel like she could really trust him. The peace of it settled her nerves. She wasn't ready to be pushed into something when so much of her life lay upended, and he respected that. Ryder stopped the truck before a large flat area. He hopped out with hardly a limp and opened her door. "You are walking really well, Ryder. Stop doctoring me, Savannah. Let's just be us tonight." "Well, that's who I am." "Fine then." He laughed. "Doctor away, as long as it keeps you here with me." "That's not what's keeping me here with you," she said as she took his hand and lowered to the ground beside him. "That's good to hear," he said, his voice deepening. He leaned forward and ever so slightly let his lips brush against hers. As always, sparks flew between them and warmed her like liquid heat traveling through her veins. She would never get enough of him. He let his hand slide down from her shoulder to her hand and entwined his fingers through hers. "Come, I have something to show you." Her heart thundered as they walked toward the flat section. As they neared, she saw the blanket set up with a picnic basket and candles. He smiled at her coyly, before bending down and lighting the wicks. "Better than a fancy, noisy restaurant?" "You know me too well, Cowboy." "I could never know you too well, Savannah." Heat traveled to her cheeks, as she distracted herself by taking in the landscape. The footprint of the house looked massive as it stretched around her, and over the land. It gave a clear view of the mountains and their alpine glow. The image filled her with peace and contentment. She would find a way to stay here. She couldn't leave the beautiful country, nor the cowboy next to her or his daughter. This town was her home. "This is your house's pad?" she asked, needing to distract herself from overwhelming thoughts. "Yes, this is the back porch. A swing will go right here where this blanket is, so we can watch the sunset every night." She glanced at him and narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything. We could mean him and Maci. She shouldn't jump to conclusions. A magnificent way to end the day. He wrapped an arm around her. "I thought so. Here, sit." Savannah sat on the soft flannel blanket wondering if she should have not worn a dress, but when she met Ryder's eyes, she knew she wouldn't want to miss his reaction of seeing her in it. "I brought dinner and sparkling cider. A perfect way to celebrate your new home." Ryder glanced at her, opened his mouth, shook his head, and then went back to setting dinner out. He hadn't missed anything. Somehow in that basket he had packed a 4-course meal, including a decadent chocolate mousse dessert. After she savored the last delicious bite, she leaned back and watched him as he stored everything back in the basket. "Where did you get this delicious food?" "What?" he said in mock defense. "You don't think I can cook like this?" "I would be impressed if you did, but when in the last 8 years would you have had time to learn?" He laughed. "You caught me there. I'm learning little by little what having money can do for you." He shrugged. "A splurge for a special occasion like tonight is totally worth it. It was the best meal I have had in an awfully long time, and in the best location. I like private tables." "I love you," he said before his eyes went wide and he stood in a rush. "So as you can see, this footprint is pretty expansive." Savannah reeled from the words, and the immediate change of subject. Did he not mean the words, or had it embarrassed him? She blinked a couple more times and refocused. It is very large. I thought you were building a cabin, not a 5,000 square foot mansion. Ryder smiled knowingly. The cabin will only be 2,500 square feet, but the deck will add on another 2,000. It will wrap around the entire house, except on that side, he pointed toward the driveway, where the garage will be. His smile turned sheepish. I really wanted an attached garage. It's no fun carrying groceries through the snow. No, I guess that there is a downfall of living here. Worth the pain, though. Worth it, yes, but wouldn't you say this is better? Savannah laughed at his seriousness. Yes, it is definitely better. I've been going back and forth with making the office into a 4th bedroom. A 4th bedroom? How many bedrooms do you need? A smile lit his face then, like he had a secret he was ready to share. He took her hands and pulled her up with him. Someday, I would like to give Maci a sister or brother or both. Both? Savannah's heart hammered. Don't you want children? She gulped, wishing she still had that cider left in her glass. Ryder, I'm not talking tomorrow or even next year, just someday. I mean, you've thought about that, right? Well, of course. She breathed in, settling the thunder echoing against her ribs. One day. The thought actually left a hint of a smile, teasing her lips. Ryder took one hand away from her and scrounged in his pockets. His movement disrupted her daydream. When he produced a little box, she stepped back with a gasp. Was she ready for this? She didn't know if she was, but she didn't want to be with anyone else, and she didn't want to lose him. One hand went to stop her heart from exploding from her chest, the other over her mouth before she said something she would regret. Ryder's eyes searched hers. She saw the sheen of fear in them. It helped to ease her own, knowing how vulnerable he was being, but she wasn't ready. Was there a way to answer with a not yet, but one day? Savannah, Ryder started. Then he looked down, licked his lips, and opened his mouth again. Ryder, please, Savannah interrupted. She didn't want to hurt him. She wanted him, but this was so fast. It had only been a few months since she had returned, even if she had been pining over him for the last 8 years. Wait. Let me say what I need to. Ryder took a step toward her. He hadn't lowered to one knee, so she stayed still, letting him take one of her hands in his. I know we have had a shaky beginning. With broken promises, 8 years apart, my amnesia, my memory returning, and of course we can't forget our stalker. I can't help but feel we have grown closer with the experiences. 8 years ago, I made promises I couldn't keep. Tonight I want to give you something to bind those promises to you. So you know they won't be broken again. Savannah's heart caught in her throat as tears filled her eyes. Ryder let go of her hand long enough to open the little box. Inside of it was not an engagement ring like she feared, but a simple small band. That looks like my mom's promise ring. It is. She gave it to me for this purpose. Inside, as you know, are their initials. Did you know they match ours? She shook her head, the tears falling unrestricted now. Ryder slipped the ring onto her left ring finger. Savannah James, I promise to wait for you for however long it takes for you to be ready to become my partner in this life. I promise to be loyal to you, and protect you, and treasure each moment I am lucky enough to have with you. I am promising you my life. I love you, Savannah James, and that will never change. Savannah couldn't form any words. Instead, she leaned forward up on her tippy toes and took his lips in hers. Her hands wrapped around his neck as she showed him her answer. The box fell to the dirt as Ryder wrapped his arms around her too, bringing her closer until their bodies and souls seemed as one. It might as well be an engagement, but somehow this seemed easier, a small step toward her eventual goal rather than a leap. Then she pulled back, reality hitting her hard. What about Maci? How does she feel about this? Oh, he said, and then tugged at something in his back pocket. She wrote her own promise. Her own promise? Yeah, she insisted, and she said I couldn't read it. He handed her the crumpled letter, a letter she felt would be treasured forever. She glanced at Ryder before carefully opening the letter, carefully labeled, Miss Savannah. After she unfolded the note, she read the neat words, knowing that Maci had put a lot of herself in writing so precisely. Dear Miss Savannah. Did you say yes to Daddy? I hope so. He needs a girl like you. You are kind, thoughtful, and won't leave him. I wanted to add my own promise. I know most girls wouldn't want to marry a man who already has a kid. So here goes. I promise that I will always do my best to listen to you, and to keep my things cleaned up. I promise that I will talk politely and respectful. I'm not sure if I can call you Mom. I can't promise that. I had a mom and she ran away from me, but you won't. You proved that when you saved my life. I promise I will never run away from you too. P.S. Will you show me the promise ring tomorrow? My dad said I couldn't see it yet. Love, forever. Maci. Savannah wiped at her eyes as she folded the letter and carefully put it back in the envelope. Yep, going to keep this one forever. That good? Or bad? Ryder watched her expectantly. That girl of yours is sweet. She has gone through too much in her young years. I agree. He scuffed his boot in the dirt. I can't undo the past, but I am changing the course now. You're doing a wonderful job with her, Ryder. You wouldn't mind eventually taking her on as your own? The expression of love in his eyes about did her in. Even if she didn't absolutely want that job as hers, that look probably would have convinced her. It would be a dream. And she meant it. She couldn't see her life without that amazing girl, and would be proud to call Maci her own, even if she never felt comfortable calling her mom. It was just a title, and it wasn't a title that made a bond. It was the heart, and her heart was already tied to that little girl's. Ryder pulled Savannah against his chest, right as the last tip of the sun sunk below the peaks. It left the promise of its return in the colorful display in the clouds. She had no idea how things would play out or when, but having the promise of this cowboy to lean on, and the bright spirit of his little girl overfilled her heart with love and appreciation. To imagine somewhere in the distant future, she could be sitting in this exact spot on a porch swing in her husband's arms, a hand on a swollen stomach full of life they created together, and their big sister next to her. Yes, all was right in the world. Epilogue. Savannah peeked out of the window of what would soon no longer just be Ryder's room, but their room. Heat crept up to her cheeks. She refocused on the scene outside. It would be a small wedding, only 40 guests or so. They milled about in the beautifully decorated yard. The company Ryder had hired to decorate had somehow known exactly the simple country type of wedding she wanted. They forewent chairs, opting for a short ceremony, and splurged on an elaborate dance floor and veranda area. Ryder stood at the arbor, adjusting his tie and talking calmly with anyone who greeted him. Every once in a while, he glanced up toward the window. She knew he couldn't see her with the glare of the sun reflecting on the glass, but he always smiled like he could. In only moments, she would be Mrs. Ryder Reynolds. A tingle of delight spread through her. She twisted the engagement ring on her finger. She hadn't made Ryder wait long. In fact, after the night he gave her the promise ring, it seemed like all the fear dissolved, and she couldn't wait to begin her life with Ryder. Savannah, are you ready? Maci ran into the room, her beautiful white dress flowing out behind her. Whoa, you look very pretty. Thank you, sweet girl. You are very beautiful yourself. Look at that dress. Are you ready? Yep. Grammy is holding my basket full of flower petals for me so I don't accidentally spill them. Daddy keeps asking if it's time yet. I think he's excited. Savannah blew a breath out. She looked out at him one more time. She couldn't wait to see him up close in that tux. Aren't you excited, Savannah? Yes, sweetie, I am, and nervous. Why are you nervous? Maci covered her mouth. You want to marry Daddy, don't you? Savannah knelt down as best she could. Of course I do. I want to spend my life with him and you. It's natural to feel nervous though. This is a huge, lifelong decision. Plus, all those people will be staring at me. You'll forget they exist, Julie said as she walked in, her hand cradling her expanding belly. The night that she shared the news with Savannah and Ryder was the night Savannah told him she was ready. He excitedly started making plans. Luckily, his house had just been finished. As soon as they shared the news with her parents, they asked her permission to look into selling the ranch. As sad as it made Savannah to see her childhood home being sold, she knew it would be best for her parents, and she would be on Ryder's ranch. She would still have her open mountain landscape. When they decided they wanted to sell for sure, she asked their permission to share the news with Leroy before they had the ranch listed. He happily met with all of them, and Ryder lent his attorney. It only took a matter of a few hours to come up with an agreeable arrangement, including that Savannah could stay on the ranch until her wedding. Savannah was happy that the ranch would be in Leroy's hands. She felt a deep connection with him after the Melanie situation. He had saved her life. He also cleared himself of the staple in the saddle blanket incident too. Even saving her life, though, did not change her feelings toward Leroy. Ryder was the man she loved and was meant to be with. At least Leroy would get a part of what he had wanted, and maybe in the end that's what he really wanted all along. Savannah? Julie startled her out of her thoughts. Sorry, it's just so much has happened in the last year. My head gets all wrapped up in it at times. Savannah's hand slipped up to cover her scar, something that had become a habit since that day, but she stopped her movement when she encountered the perfectly done hair that Julie had spent close to an hour helping her create. So much has happened, and look at the magic it led us to. You marrying your high school crush, me having a baby with mine, and you can't forget the cherished child you acquired today. Julie smiled at Maci. I could never forget her. Savannah kissed the girl's forehead. Yeah, but you had me a long time before today. I knew the day you came to help Daddy, that you were going to be around for a long time. Maci reached up and took her hand. Now let's go make it all official, as Daddy keeps saying. When the DJ played the bridal march, Savannah blinked back the tears. Her dad stood next to her, held out his arm and smiled, blinking back his own tears. Are you ready, my beautiful daughter? He stood strong, seeming steadier than he had in a long time. Savannah nodded, not trusting her voice, but she slipped into her dad's arms for a hug. He kissed her cheek and whispered, I am so proud of you, my girl. I love you. I love you too, Daddy. She dabbed at the tears that spilled from her perfectly made-up eyes. Now let's not keep that soon-to-be husband of yours waiting any longer. He has paid his dues, wouldn't you say? Yes, she whispered, hooked her fingers around the crook of his elbow, and they walked into the crowd and to the altar where Ryder watched her with dark, poignant eyes. You are stunning, he told her as he took her from her father. So are you, she replied, overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze. Julie had been right. Everyone faded away. She even had a difficult time following the pastor's words through the short ceremony. The only thing that seemed to exist was the man in front of her, holding her hands in his, and his love pouring from his beautiful eyes. The pastor called Maci up so they could light the unity candle together as a family. This was part of the ceremony that Savannah had insisted they add. They needed to include Maci because this event was not only for them, but for the three of them starting a new life together. Before Savannah knew it, the ceremony was over, and Ryder leaned in for their first kiss as husband and wife. He hovered a mere centimeter from her lips for what felt like an eternity, and then he wrapped his hand around her neck, mussing her perfect hair, and drew her in until their lips melded into the final act to sanctify their bond. They belonged to each other, for now and forever. After Ryder finished accepting congratulations from the final guest, he shook out his hands, rubbed his cheeks that were tired from smiling, and let his eyes rest on Savannah, his wife. Savannah had married him. The fact made his knees feel like they would buckle, and made him want to leap for joy at the same time. In fact, even several months later he felt the same way, still in awe that he had married Savannah. Today, while she held Will and Julie's brand new baby boy, another surge powered through him. He wanted her to hold their child like that. He had done his best not to push. They had only been married 3 months, 3 joyous months. Maci had been begging for a brother or sister enough. He felt like he didn't need to add to the pressure. Watching her hold the tiny infant, though, increased his desire. He wanted a baby with Savannah. He told himself that he would talk with her about it tonight, after they got Maci to sleep. He planned it all out. They would cuddle on the porch swing like they did most nights, listening to the song of the mountains. He would casually bring it up, test the waters, and if she didn't balk, he would dive right in. The thought gave him a smile all the way back home. Maci talked on and on about the new baby, and how exciting it would be to have a little brother of her own. Savannah, wasn't baby Eli so cute? Didn't holding him make you want one? Maci asked for what seemed like the 100th time. He was adorable. Ryder noticed Savannah didn't answer the second question, but her relaxed smile made her seem at peace. Maybe she was thinking about it. What do you think, Daddy? What do I think? I think that Will and Julie are very lucky. Savannah turned to watch him as he continued driving from the hospital back to their home. Yes, their home. I remember the day you were born. He watched Savannah for a reaction, not wanting to upset her with talking about the memory, but she still wore that peaceful smile. You do? Maci asked. Yes, I sure do. Was I all wrinkly like baby Eli? Maci's eyes lit up as he chanced to glance at her in the mirror. Yep. You were the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. Did I cry? You definitely let us know you were there and exercised those lungs. He chuckled with the memory of her high-pitched scream. Eli didn't cry that much. Maci chewed on her lip. No, he didn't. Julie's a good mom, already knowing how to comfort him, Savannah chimed in calmly. Was my mom a good mom? Her question thickened the air. Ryder knew there would be many uncomfortable conversations like this. He glanced at Savannah again. She met his gaze and nodded her head. Of course she was, he tried to soothe his heartbroken daughter. Then why did she leave me? I wish that I had an answer for you, but I can promise that it had nothing to do with you and everything to do with her. He glanced up at the mirror to see Maci nod and then look out the window. Her lower lip trembled slightly, making him want to pull over and hold the girl in his arms. That night they all cuddled into Maci's bed to read a story like they did every night. When Ryder and Savannah kissed her goodnight, Maci held on tight to Savannah's hand. Savannah, will you ever leave me? Ryder froze, held his breath and watched the scene play out, feeling useless and hopeful at the same time. No. I promised you, and I will promise you every night if you need me to. I may not have given birth to you, but I will always be here for you and love you as my own. Always? His daughter asked. Even when you have a baby? Yes, my sweet girl. My love for you will only continue to grow. Savannah reached down and brought Maci into her arms, wiping her tears and whispering, I love you, to her. Ryder's heart burst with love for his wife and his daughter. Now as Maci slept, Savannah excused herself to use the restroom. Ryder settled into the porch swing, listening to the sounds of a mountain evening and enjoying the alpine glow on the peaks. He planned the perfect words of how to broach the subject of them adding to the family. When Savannah walked out of the house, the alpine glow seemed to have reached her face as well as the peaks. She glided to him, his beautiful, sweet, healing wife, and settled herself in his open arms. He kissed the top of her head, before licking his lips and clearing his throat. What a day, huh? He asked. Yes, very momentous. Her voice sounded full of emotion. Thank you for loving my daughter as you do. I'm so happy she accepts me. I think I fell in love with her the day I met her, when she was covered in dirt and asking who I was. Is that when you fell in love with me? It probably took a lot longer. I was pretty surly. He laughed to hide the guilt for that time of his life. No, it wasn't that day. She paused to sit up and look at him with those amazing blue eyes. It was 8 years before that. Me too. He kissed the tip of her nose. I was just lucky enough to fall in love with you twice. Ryder, she asked, the question feeling weighty. Yes? The conversation had somehow moved away from his goal, and he answered with a bit of distraction, despite her more serious tone, as he tried to figure out how to smoothly transition it back to where he wanted it to head. I have some news. She bit her lip in a way that made Ryder stop his meandering mind and focus on her. Is it about a job again? Ryder tried to hide his disappointment. He wished she didn't feel like she had to get a job. Her career was important to her though, so he would have to come up with some sort of solution. No bigger than that. What could be bigger than that? It's about having a baby. Ryder's head snapped up at her words. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. When would you like to start? How does 9 months sound? Well, closer to 8 now. Oh, that far still. Ryder furrowed his brow. He could wait that long, but he had hoped to start trying right away. Well, yes, silly, it takes a while for them to be ready for birth. Savannah laughed, a beautiful melodious sound. Wait, what are you saying? I'm saying we are pregnant right now. She watched him with wide eyes that shone with wetness. Really? We're going to have a baby? Yes, she said, nodding frantically. Ryder shot out of the swing, leaving her swaying in his wake. Then he pulled her into his arms and twirled her around. When he lowered her so her feet touched the ground, he tenderly tucked her stray hair behind her ear and looked so deeply into those blue eyes of hers, he became lost. Savannah Reynolds, you have made me the happiest man alive. He bent his head down and slowly kissed her full lips. He got to do this for the rest of his life. His hand slid down from her face to her belly. Pulling back, he lowered to kiss his developing baby. When did you find out? He asked once he stood back up. Just right now. After seeing baby Eli, all the baby talk, and being a couple days late, I thought I might as well check. I'm glad you did. The timing couldn't be more perfect. That takes a big burden off me. I was afraid it would be too soon. And I was afraid you would make me wait forever. We have forever, but no more waiting, Savannah said as she snuggled into him. He held her and felt like the world settled perfectly around him. He had hired her to heal his knee, and she ended up healing his whole life. Savannah looked in the mirror as she changed into her pajamas. She put a pillow under the shirt and smiled. Soon. If someone had told her that this would have been her life, that she would be married to Ryder, have a daughter as wonderful as Maci, live in a beautiful cabin on some of the best property in Wyoming, and be carrying the love of her life's child within her, she would have thought she had died and gone to heaven. Yet somehow her dream had come true. It had taken 8 years of suffering and pushing through, but in the end, everything had lined up for her, and she had a physical therapy degree to show for it. Ryder didn't want her working, and they didn't need the income, but she had spent such a large part of her life studying to make this happen. Besides, she loved helping people regain their health and independence. She thought of her parents, now happily settled in their house in town. They went for walks every morning, stopping to chat with neighbors. The transformation that had come over them reminded her of their former selves. Their house felt light and like a home. They smiled and were active. In fact, they still did the exercises she had taught them daily. She couldn't help but feel proud she could have had a part in them regaining their health and their spirits. Even though she wanted to pursue her career while cuddling on the swing, she had agreed that staying home would be best for their child. Yet she still wanted to work. If not now, then once the child was older. They compromised. Ryder would build a small office a few hundred yards from the house. She could start her own practice, see a few patients, and still be able to mostly stay home. Savannah let the idea roll over her. It couldn't be more perfect. Ryder could watch their little one for a couple hours while Maci was at school, and Savannah would get to use all those skills she had spent years learning. Later, if she wanted to put more into the business, she could. It would be a great start, and a way to have the best of both worlds. She walked down the hall to convey her appreciation to Ryder before she slipped under the covers. Peeking into Maci's room, she smiled. She couldn't wait to tell her the wonderful news tomorrow. Thinking about Maci's excitement made her lay a hand on her still flat stomach. Life was sure to change, but for the better. Ryder's face glowed in the light from the computer in their office. He typed away and looked up as he finished. His smile was everything she needed in that moment. "You searching for more steers?" she asked. "Nope, too excited to work tonight. I'm telling that guy, Kurt, who I met on the amnesia site, about our wonderful news." She leaned over him, wrapped her arms around his chest, and kissed him on the cheek. "It is wonderful news. Normally, people don't share until after the first trimester." "Are you kidding me? I can't wait that long. I would have called my mom, and Will and Jake, and the whole county if it wasn't so late." "I feel the same way. We can break tradition. I have a good feeling about this one." "Me too." He turned and ended up facing her stomach. It only felt natural that he kissed it. His computer dinged, and he pulled away to see a new message. "Huh, this is a new guy." Savannah looked over his shoulder as he read it. "Hey, my name is Sawyer. My good friend has amnesia. She doesn't remember me or anyone and is really scared. It seems something terrible happened to her, but of course she has no idea what or who she can trust. Can anyone give me some advice on how to help her recover her memory? I don't know how else to keep her safe." "Wow, if that doesn't hit home," Savannah said. "I'll let you talk with him, but I'm going to get some sleep. Julie says that she doesn't expect to get any for the next 18 years. I figure I better start stocking up." Savannah laughed and kissed him goodnight. "Thank you, my sweet Savannah. I'll be there shortly." Before she reached the door, he added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Jake will be coming over on Wednesday. He says he has something important to discuss with me." "What do you think it's about? Do you think he's having second thoughts about going into business together?" "Nah, I think it has to do with Beth. I think it's getting serious, and it scares the pants off him." Ryder laughed. "It's good for him. She's the best thing that has happened to him, and it has taken him too long to decide to make a move." "I agree. Beth is the most patient woman I have ever known. I hope he is finally seeing that he needs to step up. Besides, marriage isn't all that bad, is it?" "Bad? With you, it's the best thing in the world. I love you, husband. And I love you, wife." She blew him a kiss, unable to wipe the smile off her face even once she cuddled under the covers. She had everything she could have ever asked for and more. For a moment, she thought about what would have happened if she hadn't taken the job with Ryder. She quickly pushed the thought out of her mind. Ryder had allowed her to believe in love again. She may have helped him heal after his accident, but in the end, her heart was healed by her wounded cowboy. Thank you for listening to Her Wounded Cowboy. I hope you enjoyed Savannah's and Ryder's story. If you liked Her Wounded Cowboy, continue listening to the next unforgettable cowboy, Her Steadfast Cowboy.